On a scorching summer day, east of the Federation, fog emanated through pond cloud rainforest like thin chiffon. Ancient towering trees interlocked each other, and birds would occasionally flit through the lush tree crowns, chirping as they flapped their wings and flew across the horizon. High in the sky, the sun, which had seemed capable of existing eternally, no longer appeared anything like how people remembered. Instead, it had been penetrated by an ancient greenish-bronze sword, one so indescribably massive many years ago. Only a small portion of the sword's tip was exposed. The ancient sword had come from the cosmos and seemed to express its antiquity. There was a potent suppressive force that formed a halo, which enveloped the firmament as though it held the land in place, letting all life revere it. The sword sun and the rainforest looked picturesque from afar, but was disturbed by a humming sound that came from a distance. A red hot air balloon flew slowly toward the rainforest. The hot air balloon's hull was very large, capable of holding hundreds of people. In there, many young men and women in groups of 3 or 4 chatted happily. They were new students of Ethereal Tao College, one of the 4 great Tao colleges in the Federation. They hailed from Phoenix City and were on board Ethereal Tao College's cruiser, traversing thousands of kilometers to seek higher education. Perhaps because they were all greatly anticipating their upcoming education, not to mention the unspoken attraction between men and women, the students had plenty of fun on the 5,000-kilometer voyage. Due to the long distance, the cruiser was equipped with dining halls, cultivation chambers, medical facilities, and many other amenities. There were quite a number of students in the cruiser's dining hall. Sitting at a table was a young fatty with his belly bulging out. He was about 17 years old, and he wore a blue baggy robe. His tiny rotund face could barely be considered to have intricate features. As he created smacking sounds while patting his belly, he gazed at the 8 empty plates in front of him, a little regretful. "I'll have gained another 1.5 kilograms after this meal. Why didn't I bear with it? I can't die early if I want to become the Federation president." The fatty frowned with a grimace as he felt filled with regret, burping in the process. The young fatty's name was Wang Baol. He was also one of the students who had recently been accepted into Ethereal Tao College. His lifelong dream was to become an official, or more precisely, become the Federation president. The reason he had such an ambitious dream was intricately tied to a childhood experience of his. In his memories, his father would frequently pat him on the head while speaking earnestly and sighing wistfully. "Baol, being an official is the best. Remember, although money can solve everything, you can still be bullied by others. If you do not want to be bullied, the only way is to be an official, becoming a person who lords over the rest." Wang Baol did not understand his father's words until he entered elementary school. One fateful day, he failed to hand in his homework on time and ended up being berated by the class monitor. Despite giving the class monitor 2 sweets, his name was still jotted down, and the class monitor snitched on him. All of this left a permanent mark in his young heart. Hence, he wished to become the class monitor from that moment forth. It was not to bully others, but to ensure that he would not be bullied by others. But as he grew up, he realized that many people bullied the class monitors. Therefore, he felt that only by becoming the highest official, the Federation president, could he ensure that no one would dare bully him. The reason he had racked his brains to enter Ethereal Tao College was because all the Federation's high officials had graduated from the 4 great Tao colleges. However, he did not lead a blessed life. His family clan's bloodline was quite an oddity. He even remembered that night 1 year ago when his father, who could be described as a bag of bones, had shown him the family tree. It was the first time Wang Baol had seen it. He realized that all his ancestors had died early, before the age of 35, if their body weight exceeded 100 kilograms. That night, Wang Baol had a dream. He had reunited with his fat forefathers before he successfully became the Federation president. The matter of losing weight was elevated to something of great importance over the following year. The Spirit Inception era meant rich spirit chi and a renewed interest in ancient martial arts. Therefore, there were many weight loss techniques. However, Wang Baol's weight remained stable, despite the new era. He even experienced a slight rise in weight even after he attempted all of them. As his memories surfaced, Wang Baol gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve to begin losing weight the next day. Having made up his mind, Wang Baol immediately felt relieved. As he picked his teeth, he hummed a tune while looking at the distant blue sky outside the windows. His mind became active again. I wonder if Physician Liu likes the gift I gave him. That is an antique I got from home. That old geezer will probably like it. Wang Baol comforted himself and guessed that if he managed to win Physician Liu's favor, it would be equivalent to him having a tiny backer in the Tao College. Teachers have limits to their authority, but I still have to give them some gifts in the future. Being so old, Physician Liu definitely has quite a wide social circle. I have likely taken the right step. Upon thinking of this, Wang Baol felt delighted. In his mind, he was one step closer to the position of the Federation president. In regard to becoming the Federation president, he was very confident. This confidence stemmed from his research of the autobiographies of high officials, which he had gathered from a young age. He had even figured out a few trump cards needed in order to become a high official. He was in a good mood as he looked at the blue skies outside the window, finding it especially beautiful. But then his eyes suddenly widened. He noticed that a black cloud was gathering in the distant sky. It spread out, covering the sky as lightning bolts flashed within it. The cloud slowly approached, and it also gained the attention of many as they exclaimed, "It's an electromagnetic pulse." Wang Baol was alarmed as well. After the spirit inception era was ushered in, the appearance of spirit chi caused many stunning phenomena to arise in the world. Flying crafts from the past could no longer ensure safe travel. It resulted in the production of hot air balloon cruisers propelled by spirit stones. Amid constant exclamations, a rumbling thunder suddenly boomed. The black electromagnetic clouds burgeoned in size rapidly as the lightning within began spreading outward. Like a black net, it illuminated the horizons in a dazzling manner, causing the hearts of the spectators to race. Even the cruiser slowed down. Just as people were feeling apprehensive, the door to the dining hall was pushed open. As though a cool wind had rushed in, a white-robed elder entered. His face was covered in wrinkles, but he had an ethereal air to him. His appearance exuded a feeling of propriety, especially his shimmering eyes, making him look like a person of righteousness. The moment he arrived, his domineering voice resounded throughout the dining hall. Everyone is to immediately report to the spirit cultivation chamber. Wear your magnetic spirit attire, for we will be entering the electromagnetic domain in less than 3 minutes. The moment he spoke, all the students in the dining hall hurriedly stood up reverently. Wang Baol's eyes lit up. The elder in front of him was Physician Liu, the person he had previously gifted. From how he walked with flair, Wang Baol was increasingly convinced that his investment from before was right. He thought to himself that the old man was likely someone extraordinary, and he had really made the right move. Just as he was reveling in his delight, the old physician swept his gaze across the room and saw Wang Baol. With a snort, he walked over, took out half a black mask, and threw it at him. Don't waste your efforts on such inane acts when you are still so young. To think you have already learned the art of gifting before you've even entered the Tao College. I'm quite a learned person with experience. Keep the mask for yourself. The old physician's expression was solemn. He reprimanded Wang Baol with an honest and upright demeanor, as though he expected better from him. Wang Baol received the mask as his heart skipped a beat. He turned somewhat worried, as he could tell that the old physician was angry. Just as he was about to give an explanation, he suddenly recalled one of the trump cards he had learned from the high official's autobiographies. One of them was that it was wise to thicken one's skin to admit one's mistakes in front of a superior. Typically, that would reduce a major issue to a minor one. Therefore, he took a deep breath and hurriedly took on a contrite and penitent look to admit his fault. "Teacher, you are right. I was at fault." The old physician turned a little intrigued. He could not deliver his planned tirade when the student had admitted his mistake so readily. Wang Baol heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the old physician's expression. He felt a little smug, thinking how useful the high official's autobiographies were. The old physician snorted, raised his head, and scanned all the students in the dining hall. He raised his right hand and pointed at them. And all of you are future students of our Ethereal Tao College, but look at what you have been doing the past few days. You have to forever remember that, as warriors, we should first establish ourselves, watch our speech, and finally mind our conduct. The vice-abhorring physician's words resounded through the dining hall. Everyone who heard it could not help but lower their heads in shame. As for Wang Baol, his eyes immediately lit up. He felt it was the appropriate moment for him to shine. He quickly took out a tiny notebook and began writing on it. From time to time, he would raise his head to look at the old physician with a diligent and attentive look on his face. At times, he would even nod seriously as though he was trying to remember every single word. Obviously, this was also from the teachings in the high officials' autobiographies. When his other classmates saw this, they looked at Wang Baol as though they were looking at a man of God. The old physician momentarily fell into a daze when he saw this. An unprecedented sense of oddness arose in his heart. This was the first time he had encountered such an oddity after enrolling so many batches of students. He could not help but take a few looks at him before he slowly sneered. "Little fellow, it's not that easy to suck up to me. You ought to thank the electromagnetic pulse. If not for that, I would have reprimanded you for 3 days and 3 nights. I would be rather interested to see if you can write all of that in your tiny notebook." The moment he said those words, the mood immediately changed. The aura of an expert emanated from his body as it seemed to manifest as a suppressive force that blanketed the entire dining hall. Every student became alarmed. They all felt that the old physician clearly had the upper hand in the battle of wits. Wang Baol blinked as he touched the recording jade slip in his pocket. After weighing the situation and noticing how they were approaching the electromagnetic pulse steadily, he gave up the thought of taking it out. He felt that backing down in front of a superior was nothing embarrassing. The old physician became delighted when he saw the expressions on everyone. He generously threw them a few more words of motivation. "Remember, put all your effort into cultivating. In the future, you must not be greedy or deceitful. Don't even think about finding girlfriends. I have to make it known to you that lust and danger are just 2 sides of the same coin. The way all of you have been acting for the past few days has been preposterous." Just as he said that, a sweet voice suddenly sounded from the old physician's voice transmission bangle. "Grandpa Physician, where are you? Where do the magnetic spirit clothes go on? What should it cover? Quick, come and help me." The charming voice made the old physician tremble involuntarily. He barely forced a dry cough as he stared sternly at everyone. Only then did he turn around in a rush, and at the same time he spoke excitedly into the voice transmission bangle. "Oh, I'm coming. Baby, don't fret. I'm coming to help you right now." The turn of events had simply happened too quickly, and the contrast was striking. Everyone was dumbfounded, and even Wang Baol was taken aback. He drew a deep breath moments later. Following that, there was an uproar as Wang Baol clenched his teeth and cursed. "Shameless. What that old pervert said was utter bullshit. There are only so many female schoolmates. There aren't enough for all of us, but he is actually trying to snatch resources from us at his age. Isn't it all because he's some kind of official?" Wang Baol became more infuriated the more he thought about the matter. He joined in the conversations with the classmates around him. It only strengthened his determination to become an official. Another alarm sounded, ending everyone's conversations. All of them immediately rushed to the spirit cultivation chamber. The spirit cultivation chamber was located in the core region of the cruiser, and like its name, it was a place for students to cultivate. At the same time, it was the place where the most security was deployed whenever the cruiser crossed any special zones. As people gathered in the spirit cultivation chamber, they were made to sit in rows under the direction of the Ethereal Tao College teachers. They were dressed in the magnetic spirit clothes that Ethereal Tao College had handed out. Wang Baol was still dwelling on his anger toward Physician Liu even after he changed into the magnetic spirit clothes. He casually looked up and surveyed his surroundings. His depression immediately turned for the worse when he spotted a certain someone. He could not help but furrow his brows as he gave a look of disparagement. Sitting where his sight had landed was a girl with long, slender legs. She looked charming, but she had her brows knitted and a look of disgust, too. Clearly, they were very familiar with each other but also hated each other from the looks they were giving one another. What bad luck! Both of them grumbled inwardly as they looked away. It was as though just a glance of each other was a sore sight. I see that flat-chested Du-min everywhere I go. How irritating! Wang Baol muttered under his breath. He had been classmates with the girl, Du-min, ever since he began schooling. She was usually proud and aloof, and she constantly made things difficult for him as her role as class monitor. She also happened to be the receiver of the 2 sweets he had given back then. What's so impressive about her? Isn't she just some lame class monitor? When we arrive at the Tao colleges, I'll use the teachings of the officials and get some kind of official role, snorted Wang Baol. Soon, everyone had changed their clothing. The teachers in the ethereal Tao College cruiser checked everyone's attire and explained certain important matters. They also warned everyone that things could become dangerous once the cruiser entered the electromagnetic domain. The risk of death was not negligible. After everyone's expression changed, the teachers left solemnly. The door to the spirit cultivation chamber was sealed as the lights dimmed. Although there were murmurs in the spirit cultivation chamber, the nervousness people felt turned more intense over the passage of time. Gradually, no one spoke as the chamber fell into silence. It got so quiet that they could hear their own heartbeats. Even Wang Baol, who still felt disgruntled, turned nervous. As the remaining minutes counted down, the entire cruiser suddenly shook, signifying its entry into the electromagnetic domain. Outside, the black electromagnetic clouds looked extremely grand. It resembled a huge mouth that seemed to devour the tiny hot air balloon cruiser. This phenomenon contained a destructive might that could sweep away everything. Perhaps only the stunning sword sun above the heavens could ignore such destruction, as though it could weather that turmoil and anything else thrown at it for millennia to come. This year was the 37th year of the Spirit Inception era. In AD 3029, Earth's technology progressed rapidly, and the world was united with no national borders. It entered a Federation era, and it was during this period that the massive sword flew from the cosmos and penetrated the sun, sending shockwaves across the world. The hilt of the sword might have been damaged from the beginning, but the powerful impact shattered it into numerous fragments, which scattered across space, with portions of it landing all over the Earth. Accompanying the arrival of the greenish-bronze sword and the falling of the fragments, the Earth suddenly had a perpetual new source of energy that permeated everywhere. It was later named Spirit Chi. Spirit Chi was like air. Some places were denser and others thinner. The Federation and other factions obtained the scattered fragments, and through them, found the relevant information needed for cultivation training and cultivation artifacts, pill refinement, and spirit stone refinement. The text on the fragments looked ancient, which made people's interest in ancient texts become mainstream. The appearance of Spirit Chi quickly eliminated the need for all existing resources. It changed the lives of people and formed the Spirit Internet. It also changed the progress of Earth's civilization. It initiated a cultivation civilization all over Earth. From then on, ancient martial arts became popular as a revolutionary change happened throughout the world. Thus, the era of immortal cultivation began. History called it the Spirit Inception era. In the black electromagnetic cloud, the red-hot air balloon cruiser slowly proceeded forward. Lightning flashed continuously as bolt after bolt struck the cruiser incessantly. Thankfully, there was a soft halo surrounding the cruiser, allowing it to fly stably. As for the spirit cultivation chamber in the cruiser's core, all the students, including Wang Baol, were in there. They had unknowingly fallen asleep as though there was a strange power that pulled them into a dream. At the cruiser's helm were 8 teachers. Some of them were drinking tea while others were smiling. They were having light-hearted conversations, looking completely different from when they frightened their students. Their leader was an elder with a face covered in wrinkles. He held a smoke pipe as he sucked on it. If Wang Baol was here, he would definitely have recognized him as the shameless physician Lu. The old physician smiled faintly when a middle-aged teacher asked, "Chancellor, everything is in order." Shall we begin the trial for this student cohort? Begin! The bright moon illuminated the nearly starless evening sky. It was still the same pond cloud rainforest, but there was an additional chilly air to the night. Occasionally, one would see rivers formed from the accumulation of rainwater, which appeared charming under the moonlight. However, the cries of beasts or birds easily left one feeling uneasy. In a corner of the pond cloud rainforest beside a river, there were two girls who looked a little wretched, but still innocent. One of them was tall, and the other looked adorable, each possessing a unique charm. The tall girl was watching her surroundings nervously, while the adorable girl took off her undergarments, revealing her snow-white skin. She winced as she massaged the wound around her armpit. She had a chaotic look in her eyes as she muttered softly, "Du Min, it has been 3 days. Who knows when rescue will come? Our camp is quickly running out of food." The tall girl, Du Min, fell silent when she heard that. She felt her life had changed completely over the past 3 days. She had been a student of Ethereal Tao College 3 days ago, but now, she was lost in a land filled with danger. The pond cloud rainforest looked beautiful, but in fact, its ground was moist and filled with decay. Animal bones could be seen from time to time, and there were many foot-long centipedes and colorful snakes making their occasional appearances. The sight left one's scalp tingling. Animals had also evolved rapidly, like humans, ever since the spirit inception era. They had great strength and were extremely savage. It made the wilderness a forbidden zone for humans. As the two girls agonized over their predicament, a fatty who had an unyielding look on his face stood not far from them under a tree. With his head up, he stood there peeing. The fatty was none other than Wang Baol. He had not noticed the two girls, nor did he see the tiny flowers beneath his feet. They had originally stood tall and proud, but now, the flowers were swaying wildly because of the stream of pee. Darn it! I, Wang Baol, have always claimed to be able to read people, seeing through the hearts of all. I never expected that I would fall for Ethereal Tao College's scheme. This Ethereal Tao College is way too wicked. They managed to put on such a realistic act. To convince us of the situation, they even made everyone see the cruiser explode. Wang Baol was infuriated deep down. The past 3 days had truly put him on tenterhooks. 3 days ago, he and his schoolmates had fallen asleep in the spirit cultivation chamber without even realizing it. They were awoken by a loud bang, and before they could even get their bearings, their bodies were thrown right out of the cruiser by a powerful impact. Thankfully, the magnetic spirit attire had the ability to reduce shock and repel lightning. He had landed in the pond cloud rainforest safely, but had then witnessed the cruiser explode amid the electromagnetic pulse. Wang Baol and the others found themselves scattered across the forest. There was a lack of food, and the beasts were ferocious. Their future was still a question mark, and the horror the students faced made them change drastically. Some revealed their true characters. Others formed groups, and a few forged ahead alone. Some were decisive, and some were weak. The concept of survival of the fittest was just too jarring and sudden for these students who had just been enrolled into Ethereal Tao College. But under such a drastic change, it seemed to trigger certain things in them. Be it greed or ferocity, selflessness or kindness, all of them sprouted and were magnified. Shameless! Wang Baol grumbled deep down. He had believed everything he encountered the past 3 days to be real. He had been so frightened that he had put up with the thought of staying in the camp of his archrival, Du Min, when he bumped into her. After 3 days passed, he realized that by not eating proper meals, he had miraculously lost about 3 kilograms through his voice transmission ring's weight-measuring feature. His shock from the revelation turned into suspicion. This was just too different from the experience Wang Baol had in the past. He had once fasted and worked out crazily for a month in order to lose weight, but for an unknown reason, not only did he not lose weight, he even gained 1.5 kilograms. Now, he had lost about 3 kilograms in 3 days. That was completely impossible for him, especially when he recalled the autobiographies he had read. In them, people reminisced on their days in their respective Tao colleges and seemed to mention, in vague terms, that the Tao colleges would have so-called freshman tests from time to time. If not for Wang Baol's thorough research, it would have been very difficult for him to have noticed this point. Having connected the dots together, he was baffled by how everything that had happened was done so realistically by Ethereal Dao College. It was very likely that there had only been a slip-up because they had designed the experience based on an ordinary person. But clearly, he was no ordinary person. He was 50% certain that everything he saw in front of him was an illusion, and the evidence that fully convinced him of his theory was the black half-mask that the old physician had returned to him. With this thought in mind, the peeing Wang Baol could not help but lower his head to look at his chest. An indescribable sense of peculiarity arose in his heart. He acutely remembered that he had casually kept the black half-mask close to his chest before he stepped into the spirit cultivation chamber. After the terrifying turn of events, he'd had no time to even think about it. It was only moments ago that he realized by sheer chance that his hand could pass through the mask, despite it looking normal. It was as though he could not touch the mask. It seemed like the virtual world, which could replicate almost anything, found it difficult to decompose the mask's components to model it. And with the passage of time, even its external shape had begun to turn unreal. At the same time, it exuded some blurry fragments of text. Although he could not read it clearly, the changes in the mask made Wang Baol's confidence in his theory go from 50% to 100%. If he continued analyzing according to his theory, it was not hard to guess the goal of the test with the fake catastrophe as its backstory. It's impossible for it to be a measure of strength. After all, everyone has yet to study any ancient martial arts. Then, the goal of this test must be to test one's mettle in the face of danger. Perhaps it's also to test one's confidence in the Dao College? As Wang Baol peed, his mind whirled constantly. From time to time, he would even have a few pea shivers. As the tiny flower in front of him was getting pelted into a mess, Wang Baol's breathing hastened a little. He felt that he had to grasp the opportunity in front of him to gain bonus points. That's what I'll do. Upon coming to this conclusion, Wang Baol shook himself vigorously, and just as he was about to pull up his pants, he suddenly saw the tiny river not far away. Under the moonlight, although Du Min was standing there, Wang Baol's eyes were not on her. They were fixated on the adorable girl who was cleaning her wound. There's a humanoid beast. Wang Baol's eyes widened as he gasped. His heart raced when he caught sight of them. Du Min, who remained vigilant of her surroundings, sensed the gaze. She looked over, and her eyes met Wang Baol's. After a moment of shock, her expression changed, but before she could scream, Wang Baol glared at her, pulled up his pants and shouted first. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man pee?" The moment he said that, Du Min choked from all the things that she wanted to say. She trembled in rage, for she had never met another man as shameless as Wang Baol. She could not help but curse. "Darn fatty, you call yourself a man?" Wang Baol nearly swelled in anger when he heard that. The snarky Du Min had been his arch-rival since he was young. They felt repulsed by the sight of each other, and in a twist of fate, they had always been in the same class. Now, they had both enrolled in Ethereal Dao College. Wang Baol took a deep breath and scoffed. "Darn washboard, you call yourself a woman?" Du Min nearly spat out a mouthful of blood when she heard the biting remark. A vein protruded from her forehead, and just as she was about to charge over, Wang Baol let out a long sigh. "My untainted body has been completely seen by the two of you. How can I live on?" He looked as though life held nothing more for him as he pulled up his pants and ran off. His heart was racing while cold sweat covered his back. He complimented himself for being quick to react, or else he would have been in trouble. Du Min widened her eyes angrily when she saw Wang Baol escaping. In response, she chased after him. As for the adorable girl in the river behind her, she had a bewildered look after hearing the duo's biting exchange. She did not feel like Wang Baol had sexually harassed her. When she saw Du Min run off in pursuit, she donned her clothes and quickly chased after the duo with her face red. Du Min's angry tirade broke the pond cloud rainforest silence. People from the temporary encampment up ahead rushed over when they heard the disturbance, blocking Wang Baol from proceeding further. The person leading the group was a torch-wielding youth dressed in white. He had a burly build with eyebrows like swords and eyes like stars. He stood out from the crowd with many students surrounding him. Clearly, he was the leader. This person was Lu Daobin, the person who had united everyone in this encampment over the past 3 days, showcasing his personal charm. Wang Baol, what did you do? Lu Daobin noticed Du Min rushing over furiously at a glance. And Wang Baol, who was being pursued, was holding up his pants as he proceeded forward. Lu Daobin had been taken aback by such an odd scene. He had long taken a liking to Du Min, so he instinctively loathed Wang Baol. All I did was pee. Before Wang Baol could finish his sentence, they heard a loud scream coming from the 2 girls far away. A stench instantly permeated the area as soon as they heard the scream. Swashing sounds like waves crashing into the beach spread quickly like a storm passing through. Wang Baol jerked his head around, and at the same time, the expressions of Lu Daobin and the other students changed. They saw countless snakes slithering out from the ground and tree branches around Du Min and the adorable girl. The snakes looked extremely venomous, judging from the myriad of colors they could see. The numbers were just too great, and it looked like a sea of snakes was surrounding the 2 girls. The duo had a drastic change in expression when they saw the snakes surround them. It was even worse when the snakes opened their mouths lined with venomous fangs. Venomous liquid dripped down as they hissed. The stench was revolting. Lu Daobin jolted. He did not have the time to bother with Wang Baol. He charged straight for Du Min. There were a few other students who ran over to help with reddened eyes. All of this happened too quickly. At the instant everyone rushed over to help, there was an infantile cry coming from the distant forest. It left one's heart palpitating. A red line, which was as thick as a human's arm, could be seen clearly despite the darkness. It flitted over at an astounding speed. The body that leaped occasionally revealed a pale white head. It no longer looked like a snake's head. It resembled that of a baby. However, the look in its eyes made everyone's heart thump heavily. Red bone white neonate snake. One of the students recognized it. Everyone panicked, and people retreated amid shocked exclamations. Lu Daobin became flustered as his hair stood on end. He felt his heart palpitating furiously. The red bone white neonate snake was simply too infamous. It was listed as one of the top 1,000 dangerous creatures in the Spirit Inception era. Although its body was weak, it was very fast and its venom was potent. Just being tainted by a sliver of its venom was enough to reduce one to a pool of blood, leaving the victim with only red bones. That was also how it had earned its name. Even though he liked Du Min, he instinctively felt that she was not worth losing his life for. He subconsciously took a step back to avoid the red bone white neonate snake, afraid that he and the rest would perish while it reveled in its murderous deeds. Wang Baol took a deep breath when he saw this scene. Following that, he immediately recalled that everything was, in fact, fake. He immediately relaxed as his eyes lit up. He knew his opportunity to shine in front of the teachers had appeared. Since it's all fake, what's there to be afraid of? Upon coming to this conclusion, Wang Baol immediately puffed out his chest and looked at his schoolmates, who were running away contemptibly. Although the flat-chested Du Min has a biting tongue and is ugly, and she is always using her privileges to make things difficult for me, I, Wang Baol, am a person of sublime character, a righteous person, a man not afraid of sacrifice, a person who has transcended mediocrity, and someone who is willing to help his schoolmates. In such a dangerous environment, how can I retreat? Others might be afraid to forge forward for fear of death, but, for my schoolmates, I have no fear. The shameless fatty nearly moved himself with his own words. Did he forget that he was only in a virtual world? It appeared he had forgotten the fact. He immersed himself completely in his acting. Washboard. I'll show you what it means to be a man today. When everyone else was retreating in horror, not only did Wang Baol refuse to retreat, he even roared and puckered his lips. He raised his chin as though his rotund face was as sharp as a blade. Filled with manliness, he strode forward and charged into the snake horde with indomitable might. The figure with extraordinary might and an imposing stance seemed to represent righteousness. He ran straight for the 2 girls. This scene immediately left Du Min dumbfounded. Even though she was amid the snakes, she still found the situation jarring. However, the adorable girl beside her could not help but become excited. As for the rest, they were astounded by Wang Bao's roar and imposing might. At the instant the red-bone white neonate snake approached the girls, Wang Bao arrived like a descending god. He grabbed the snake that struck horror into the hearts of many and threw it far away. He exuded a mighty and overbearing aura, as though a saint had possessed him that very instant. He emanated an awe-inspiring air, and without even hesitating, he carried the excited girl and stuffed the dazed Du Min under his armpit before rushing back toward the crowd. However, there were just too many snakes. On his journey back, he got bitten in the ass several times. His face was already black by the time he returned. However, he endured it by gritting his teeth. Only when he had safely brought the girls back did he lose his footing. Completely enervated, he collapsed. It seems I was a little foolhardy. My ass hurts. It's proof that being a real man is very difficult. Wang Bao lamented inwardly. He saw Du Min still looking at him. She seemed to have fallen into a daze. As for the adorable girl, her eyes contained gratitude, as well as a peculiar look. The crowd around him looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Although he found his eyelids heavy, he still felt a little proud of himself. When the painful wounds on his ass began to turn numb, Wang Bao immediately grabbed Du Min's hand. Du Min, I saved your life. I can't feel my ass now. I heard that one can be saved if the venom is sucked out. Help me. Without finishing his sentence, Wang Bao fainted. Just as his head toppled, he saw that he was about to fall on Du Min's chest. He realized something and forcibly changed directions, landing on the adorable girl's breasts. Upon seeing this scene, the crowd had odd looks on their faces. Du Min's face turned grim when she saw how Wang Bao still had a repulsive look on his face despite being unconscious. At that moment, in the Federation's dominion, a great distance away from the pond cloud rainforest, a red cruiser was approaching Ethereal Dao College. Inside the spirit cultivation chamber, hundreds of students were sleeping peacefully. Wang Bao was among them, too. He seemed to be having a beautiful dream, evident from the pleasant smile at the corner of his lips, as his head was cocked to the side. In the main hull of the cruiser, all the teachers, including the old physician, were staring blankly with widened eyes. They were looking at one of the crystal screens floating in front of them. The screen showed the unconscious Wang Bao, who had just saved Du Min in the pond cloud rainforest. What's this fatty's name? Although they are in a hallucination nexus, it feels no different from reality. His performance in there must stem from his true character. Such bravery and the fearlessness when it came to saving his schoolmates makes him a good seedling, one not seen in 100 years. He's the kind of excellent student that our Dao College yearns for the most. The teachers exclaimed one after another as they marveled at Wang Bao. There were even a few teachers who were moved as they considered if they should rope in Wang Bao immediately to join their faculty. Even the old physician, also known as the Chancellor of Ethereal Dao College, was slightly dumbfounded. He hesitated, as he had a hunch that something was not right. Did I really make an error in my judgment? As he pondered over it, he took out Wang Bao's file from the student's dossier and began reading it. Wang Bao still found himself inside the hallucination nexus when he woke up. A day had passed, and the snake's venom was not as potent as people imagined. Thanks to the schoolmates who were skilled in the treatment of snake venom, Wang Bao failed to have his beautiful wish fulfilled. Thankfully, when he regained consciousness, Bunny, whose real name was Xianxia, took care of him meticulously. For once, Du Min did not clash with him. This made Wang Bao feel at ease. He began recalling the rescue he had accomplished. The teachers must have seen it, and he must have gained quite a number of bonus points from the test. The only thing that left him depressed was that while the group traversed the forest in search of their schoolmates over the following days, Lu Daobin seemed like a completely different person. Perhaps because he was feeling ashamed of what had happened, he would consistently choose to charge straight ahead to quickly resolve any problems whenever they encountered any danger along the way. It robbed the already frail Wang Bao of opportunities to showcase himself. And worst of all, There were no more serious situations like the horde of snakes. It made Wang Baol feel like he was wasting the potential of his talents. While wallowing in depression, all he could do was watch Lu Daobin gain more points for the test. If Lu Daobin continues like this, his score in the secret test might even be higher than mine. Wang Baol eventually turned anxious, but these emotions did not last too long. They had set up camp in a narrow passage between huge rocks, also known as a one-line sky, and late into the second night, they heard the ferocious howling of wolves. The howls seemed able to penetrate rock, piercing straight into the ears of all present. People awoke shocked as they looked over. They immediately saw numerous pairs of blood-red eyes amid the boundless woods in front of them. There were countless savage wolves, which had surrounded them in a fan-shaped formation. Some were running on the ground while others had leaped into the trees. They let out snarling howls with eyes filled with bloodlust. It was a shocking sight. This scene seemed to form a repressive wind that changed the expressions of Lu Daobin and company. They were covered in sweat as their scalps turned numb. Quick, run. There's a pack of wolves. They are nether bone wolves. After the encounter with the snake horde, Du Min appeared to have matured a lot more. She immediately shouted for everyone to enter the one-line sky and use the geological formation to ward off the pack of wolves. Lu Daobin appeared ambivalent before he finally gritted his teeth. He did not immediately retreat when facing the pack of wolves. Instead, he called upon his schoolmates to fend off the wolves to stall for time. Bunny helped Wang Baol up in a fluster. Although she trembled, she still managed to drag him toward the one-line sky with everyone else. However, Wang Baol was already filled with anxiety at that moment. From his point of view, it was fine if he had yielded a few points to Lu Daobin before. Now that a huge opportunity had presented itself, how could he allow Lu Daobin to snatch it away? Instantly, a sacred fire seemed to blaze in his eyes. He regained his might once again as he stopped in his tracks. Xianxia, leave first. After Wang Baol said that, he ran straight for where Lu Daobin was. He grabbed him, and while Lu Daobin was shocked, Wang Baol threw him toward the one-line sky, while shouting loudly, "Brother, retreat first. I'm here." Lu Daobin was completely confounded. Before he could react, he saw Wang Baol charge into the pack of wolves without any hesitation. "Everyone, leave quickly. I'll protect you." At that moment, Wang Baol exuded righteousness and sacredness once more. A distance away, Bunny felt her heartstrings tremble once again as she looked at Wang Baol. There were other male schoolmates who had already retreated back to the one-line sky. But stirred on by Wang Baol, they felt ardor and zeal course through their bodies. They turned around, and as they were about to follow in his footsteps, a red-eyed Wang Baol kicked all of them back. Wang Baol had an awe-inspiring righteousness about him as he roared, "Brothers, leave first." He was very alert, afraid that others would vie with him for points. From his point of view, the pack of wolves was still worth points even if they looked savage. As for the students who had been kicked back to the one-line sky, they felt palpitations through them while their eyes filled with gratitude. They could not help but feel pumped when they saw Wang Baol's selfless figure, his might, and his cause that was greater than himself. They attempted to charge forward once again. Wang Baol instantly turned anxious as he rushed to push each and every one of them back. He was afraid that they would come back again. So he gritted his teeth and raised his hands up by the one-line sky's entrance and pressed down on the rock walls, using his body as a meat shield. He anxiously roared, "I've already been poisoned by the snakes. There's no way for me to escape. Don't worry about me. Leave quickly, all of you." Wang Baol's every word was dripping with raw emotion. It left the people rushing forward quivering, and at that moment, the pack of wolves sped up. They swarmed over and snarled, their bloodlust being felt thoroughly. They pounced at Wang Baol crazily. This scene shook the students, who had retreated into the one-line sky, to their very core. "Wang Baol, come back quickly. Heavens. He's using his flesh and blood to block the pack of wolves to not be a burden on us." Bunny, Du Min, and all the other students in the one-line sky were moved by his gesture. They only felt that the present Wang Bail and his rotund figure appeared like a majestic mountain, a picture that would be engraved in their memories for all eternity. Lu Daobin was similarly moved. His breathing hastened, and his displeasure toward Wang Bail completely dissipated. All that was left was a deep sense of shock. The scene of Wang Bail holding up his arms to the walls like a human blockade felt like he was holding up the collapsing sky. Even Wang Bail was moved by his own actions. He felt that if he were a teacher, he would definitely be deeply moved after seeing all that he had done. But in order to gain more points, he secretly thought of sucking up to the college. He said firmly, "It is my honor to have been accepted by Ethereal Dao College even if I die here. I live and die as part of Ethereal Dao College." Wang Bail felt pleased, completely satisfied with his own words. He did not believe that the teachers would not be moved by his words and actions. However, this sense of complacency did not last long. Wang Bail, who had only considered gaining more points in the test, had forgotten one thing. That was, he could feel pain. Although he was hallucinating, the pain was no different from that of real life. As the howling wolves approached and clamped their jaws on him, he instantly seemed to drown amid the dozen or so wolves right in front of everyone. "It hurts." Wang Bail's body quivered as his breathing turned heavy. All he could see were the jaws of the wolves, and he smelled the blood on them. The excruciating pain that ensued when their fangs bit at his flesh made him nearly forget that it was all an illusion. But he was determined and had no intention to retreat. His body turned into a bloody mess, exposing white bone in many spots. All he could hear was the shredding sounds and wolf howls mixed together like a death knell as his consciousness became haze. But despite such excruciating pain, he displayed the one outstanding quality he possessed amid all his flaws. That was grit. It was not easy to encounter a situation worth so many points. "I can't waste it. I want to score past the maximum in this test by getting all the bonus points in one go." Wang Bail roared inwardly. Just as he wanted to hold on a little longer, a red figure suddenly dashed past the weeping and retreating students from a distance away at a stunning speed. The red figure was a short-haired youth who looked about 18. He was handsome, and there was a coldness in his eyes and brows. He wore a red attire that only made it easier for him to do combat. He had a huge bow slung over his shoulder, and his body was like a flitting ape in the woods. As he approached, he drew his bow and released an unexpected barrage of arrows. 9 arrows shot out instantly. The arrows were just too fast as they whistled through the air and past the crowd. They whizzed through the one-line sky and whistled over Wang Bail's head, beneath his crouch and past his limbs. 9 ferocious wolves were struck as they let out sharp, painful cries. Not a single shot missed its target. The immense strength contained within sent the 9 wolves flying upon impact. This sudden turn of events made all the retreating students fall into a daze. Even Wang Bail was taken aback. The 9 arrows had flown past him in such close proximity that he had been given quite a fright. Before he could even react, the red-dressed youth moved even faster under the watchful eyes of everyone. As though his strength had suddenly surged, he followed closely behind the arrows and charged through the one-line sky, leaped above Wang Bail's head, and shot another 9 arrows, with a few alarming thuds, which were accompanied by the tragic cries of 9 wolves. The surrounding wolves were terrified. They instinctively retreated, and the red-dressed youth used this opportunity to land, grab Wang Bail, and retreat rapidly. Wang Bail's body jolted. He did not care about the pain. He was anxiously watching as the gap between him and the wolves widened. "Brother, put me down. I can still last a little longer." The red-dressed youth was moved by Wang Bail's words. Even though he was quite an aloof person, Wang Bail's body was mangled, as though it would crumble at any moment. "You have already done very well. Leave the rest to me." Wang Bail turned more agitated when he heard that. He felt like the youth was taking his lines for himself. Just as he was about to say another word, the youth took a deep breath. He raised his right hand suddenly as the muscles on his arm instantly swelled several notches. Wang Bail saw the startling sight of him drawing the huge bow in his hand, aiming at the rock wall to the side. Very quickly, more than 10 shots had been delivered. The strength used was just too great. Cracks appeared in the rocks, and the wall collapsed, crumbling into countless fragmentary stones. With a rumble, the one-line sky was completely blocked. Wang Baol widened his eyes as he looked at the youth's beefy arm and swallowed the words that he had been about to say. Everything had happened too quickly. As the one-line sky collapsed, the red-dressed youth blinked and carried Wang Baol back to the crowd. The students not far away felt their minds and hearts quake when they saw this scene. Lu Daobin drew a gasp and opened his mouth, but no voice came out of it. The ancient martial realm's second level, physical seal. I haven't reached physical seal yet. I have only perfected my first level, the red-dressed youth explained as he gave Lu Daobin a glance and lowered Wang Baol. You already have the might of a physical seal even without attaining it. Thank you for saving us. Lu Daobin quickly cupped his fist to salute him. The other schoolmates rushed to do the same. There were even quite a number of girls who looked at him with reverence. Instantly, the red-dressed youth was the center of attention. As for Wang Baol, he was lying on the ground, watching all of this in depression. He knew that the red-dressed youth had saved him out of goodwill, but he felt that he had lost his opportunity to win points. However, he knew that there was nothing he could do about that. The ancient martial realm. Wang Baol sighed inwardly. Ever since the Federation entered the Spirit Inception era, most citizens had only been able to learn a beginning cultivation technique known as Qi fostering art despite it being an era of cultivation. The technique allowed one to absorb spirit Qi to extend one's longevity and use one's body as a medium to condense spirit stones for sale. That was why it was spread widely. For actual cultivation, the barriers of entry remained very high, and it was difficult to meet the requirements. It also needed a foundation, which was why ancient martial arts had experienced a resurgence. After the Federation concluded various studies, the 3 levels of the ancient martial realm were formed. Blood Qi, physical seal, pulse enrichment. Only by reaching the perfected stage of the pulse enrichment level would one be qualified to vie for the fate of the Tao that was equivalent to a golden opportunity. However, most of the ancient martial realm cultivation techniques were in the hands of the various factions of the Federation. The most orthodox method of obtaining them, for most people, was to be accepted into one of the 4 Tao colleges. Apart from that, they could only obtain them by offering their services to various large factions or families. He's about my age. He's likely from a renowned family. Wang Baol sighed. The feeling of having his limelight stolen only made the excruciating pain burn more intensely. He could not help but grunt painfully to attract the attention of everyone. Many people rushed over immediately. Wang Baol felt a lot better when he realized that people still valued him. However, he found it too painful, and now that his score was likely enough, he decided to simply pass away. Hence, he took a deep breath and spoke in a trembling voice. I can't hold on much longer. Schoolmates, after you become students of my ethereal Tao college, you must... Wang Baol had fully gotten into character with his emotions. He was about to deliver his words filled with roused magnanimity. But at that moment, the red-dressed youth had a solemn expression. He walked to Wang Baol's side, took out a bottle of pills and fed him one. For a person willing to sacrifice himself for the Tao College, I, Chen Ziheng, will absolutely not let him die just like that. Fellow schoolmate, you can now rest. Leave everything to me. Chen Ziheng's words were resolute and decisive. Complemented by his combat strength, he immediately projected a convincing impression into the hearts of everyone. While everyone else expressed their gratitude, Wang Baol was dumbfounded as he stared at Chen Ziheng in a daze. Once again, he felt like the fellow in front of him had snatched his lines. He wanted to redeem the situation, but as the medicine spread, Wang Baol turned dizzy, feeling so weak that he could not say a word. All he could do was lie there in anger and sadness. As he looked at the sky, which was gradually brightening, he only had one thought deep in his mind. He must be like me. He's cheating. While Wang Baol had fainted out of anger and sadness, the red-hot air cruiser in the real world continued crossing the sky rapidly. It was quickly approaching Ethereal City's protectorate. Chaos ensued in the main hull of the vessel. The alchemy faculty wants Wang Baol. Don't even think about snatching him from my combat faculty. He's mine. Nearly all the teachers were flushed with excitement. They would bang the table at times while arguing incessantly about which faculty Wang Baol would join after he entered the Tao College. All of this stemmed from Wang Baol's self-sacrifice. The shock he had left with them was just too great. His bloody, mangled body had moved all of them. Plus, the words he had said were like bolts of lightning that shook their very core, especially his last sentence. It had made their hearts palpitate intensely. I live and die as part of ethereal Tao College. This sentence effused bravery and loyalty. He was the kind of student that every faculty in the Tao College yearned for. Therefore, how could they concede him to the others? As the debate continued, a thin, middle-aged teacher with a goatee took out a jade card with reddened eyes when he realized that he was unable to recruit Wang Baol on his own. He injected his spirit powers into it and roared, "My dermic armament faculty uses its mandate that can only be used once every 5 years. We mandate that Wang Baol is to be a specially recruited student of the dermic armament faculty. None of you will snatch him from me." The moment he said those words, the jade card in his hands shimmered immediately. Instantly, the back of the crystal with Wang Baol's name on it had the additional words dermic armament faculty on it. This scene alarmed everyone. The mandate was just too precious. Typically, teachers would monitor the students after their matriculation before approving their enrollment into their respective faculties. Only a select few would be offered an olive branch by the faculty members. Regardless, it was a choice that went both ways except every faculty had one mandate that they could use once every 5 years. It could be used to mandate that a particular student would become a member of their faculty. Furthermore, it came with extravagant treatment and resources. The student would also gain special privileges that far exceeded their peers. It was like handing an important position to the student. As a result of these perks, such a mandate was typically given to students with special backgrounds or those who excelled flawlessly. It was extremely precious. Although Wang Baol was excellent, the others had hesitated to use their mandates on him. They could not help but shake their heads with a wry smile. Upon seeing his colleagues' expressions, Goatee felt that he had made the right decision. He believed that with Wang Baol's character, his loyalty to the dermic armament faculty would definitely be one of committed devotion after they nurtured him properly. No matter how talented one was, it was still possible for them to commit acts of betrayal. The only ones who could not be bought with money were those with a righteous character and absolute loyalty. Only such disciples would step forward bravely at critical moments, making them worth every cent spent nurturing them. Goatee immediately became contented when he thought of this. He looked at the still frowning old physician, who was staring at Wang Baol's information in deep thought. "Chancellor, our dermic armament faculty has mandated that Wang Baol is ours. You have to be impartial about this." The old physician lowered his head and continued reading the dossier record as he spoke nonchalantly. "Don't worry. He is yours, but I hope you do not regret it." The Ethereal Tao College had detailed information about every matriculated student starting from when they were young. There was a subtle keenness in his eyes as he said those words while reading the information. "Chancellor, you—" Goatee was taken aback when he heard that. The other teachers were perplexed as well. He once attempted to lose weight for a month. He fasted and exercised vigorously, but not only did his weight not decrease, it increased. Such an impossible situation that does not happen to ordinary people happened to him. The old physician sneered. He then flipped through the physical characteristics of every student in the hallucination nexus. His eyes landed on Wang Baol's weight changes after the test began. The old physician raised his head and said firmly, "If I'm not wrong, this Wang Baol has known for a while now that it is a virtual world. He knew that it was an exam and was cheating. That's impossible." Goatee drew a gasp as he held his chest. He felt faint. "We will know if he's been cheating by testing him." The old physician looked at Wang Baol through the crystal screen. His right hand rose to control the nexus as it suddenly stirred. In the hallucination nexus, the students had just survived the calamity. But before they could rejoice, they suddenly heard an earth-shaking roar from the forest in front of them. It swept toward them like a storm. Towering trees were destroyed from the sound waves and were blasted apart. The ground also quaked as a huge bear about 100 feet tall crawled up from the ground and roared. Most of its body appeared to be rotting, but its eyes had a ghostly fire, as though it had an undying body. It effused a suppressive might that left everyone trembling to the core. It was the overlord of the woods. Its presence caused the woodland animals and birds to tremble in fear. That's impossible. Heavens, that is an ancient boar specter bear. It's an ancient boar specter bear, a powerful being whose strength is equal to the perfected ancient martial realm, capable of tearing apart an expert at the second level of the ancient martial realm. Lu Daobin instantly turned limp, and Bunny, Du Min, and the rest revealed looks of extreme horror. Even the red-dressed youth had a drastic change in expression. Most terrifying of all, the ancient boar specter bear charged straight for them after roaring. Every step it took shook the ground as it exuded an imposing might. "Run quick!" It was unknown who shouted as everyone began scattering on instinct. Even the color in the red-dressed youth's face drained as he gave up the thought of putting up a fight. He quickly retreated. Wang Baol was only jolted awake from his unconsciousness. When he saw the savage bear, his eyes lit up. His already weak body began heaving up and down rapidly. There are actually more bonus points. In his excitement, Wang Baol struggled to crawl toward the gigantic bear. "Schoolmates, quickly leave. Ignore me. I'll help you stall for time," Wang Baol said as he barely managed to pick up a rock to throw at the approaching bear. "Bear, eat me. As long as I, Wang Baol, am alive, I will absolutely not allow you to harm my schoolmates," Wang Baol roared. The escaping students once again felt so touched that words could not describe it. Many of the girls even wept for him. Inside the cruiser's main hull, the old physician sneered when he saw the gigantic bear's massive body charge at Wang Baol, about to rip him apart alive. "See that? The excitement in the punk's eyes. Have you ever seen anyone with such an expression while at death's doorstep? It's as though he's afraid he won't die." The other teachers all had strange expressions when they looked at Wang Baol. Wang Baol really looked heroic if they looked at him normally, but if they observed him with suspicion, the flaws in his act became apparent. "This punk is way too shameless. It would have been fine if he cheated, but he is acting way too out of line." The teachers in the main hull could not bear to continue watching. As for Goatee, he was clenching his teeth, feeling deep regret as his heart seemed to bleed. He was just short of beating his chest and stamping his feet. "Heavens, my mandate!" Finally, the old physician waved his right hand once again. Immediately, every image in the crystal shattered and dissipated. "All right, we will be landing in the Dow College soon. That's the end of the test." The final scene Wang Baol saw was the moment the hallucination nexus collapsed. The gigantic bear had covered the sky, and following that, it turned turbid along with the world, before turning completely black. When he regained consciousness again, he felt his body jolt. Felt like a force was pushing him forward. He opened his eyes, realizing that he was back in the cruiser's spirit cultivation chamber. He even heard the exclamations of the people around him. Weren't we in the pond cloud rainforest? Why are we here? Was I dreaming, or were all of us dreaming?" Wang Baol blinked as he immediately feigned a blank look as he screamed, "Quickly leave, all of you. Don't bother about me. Bear, I'll fight it out with you." His voice was just too loud. Due to his act of courage in the Nexus, it was difficult not to win the attention of others. He immediately attracted many looks when he shouted. The students around him were even more agitated. "It's brother Wang Baol. What a great pal. Wang Baol, you are the boss from now on." Du Min and Bunny were looking at him too. Having survived the calamity, the way they looked at Wang Baol was no longer the same, especially Bunny, whose eyes were brimming with tears. If she was not wearing the magnetic spirit attire and sitting a distance away, she might have leaped into his arms. All of this left Wang Baol extremely pleased with himself. Just as he considered how he should receive the adoration of everyone, he heard a stern voice reverberate throughout the spirit cultivation chamber. All students, we have arrived above the Tao College. Everything that just happened was part of our Ethereal Tao College's freshman test. Your results will contribute to your overall grade. Finally, I would like to welcome you to Ethereal Tao College. Perhaps the stern voice managed to calm their hearts, or perhaps it was the fact that they were close to the Tao College. But all the students inside the spirit cultivation chamber collected themselves and psyched themselves up as they turned to look outside the windows. Although Wang Baol felt a little wistful, he could not conceal his feelings of anticipation. When he looked down at the ground beneath him through a window, he immediately saw a massive lake. The lake looked like a mirror that paved the ground. It was extremely beautiful as it reflected the colors in the sky. There were 3 islands in the lake aligned parallel to one another. There were many boats sailing between the islands. As they approached, one could even see buildings with an air of antiquity on the islands as well as numerous people. In the periphery of the islands, it looked like there were tens of thousands of people, constituting a tiny city. Our Ethereal Tao College is a renowned college that was established in AD 2348. It experienced the Federation era and participated in the Battle of the Beasts. It also ushered in the Spirit Inception era and changed its teachings to the Tao. It has more than 7 centuries of history and has nurtured countless elites and heroes. It has contributed significantly to the progress of mankind. Even the previous Federation president graduated from Ethereal Tao College. The lake you see is called the Green Forest Lake. As the saying goes, years as a green forest pass by happily. The happiness within matches that of a youth. As for the 3 islands, they are the Heaven Traversal Island, core to the Tao College, the Upper Academy Island for Tao disciples, and the Lower Academy Island for students like you. Of those who inherit our Ethereal Tao College's legacy, there is the guiding principle to change the world and bring world peace. The stern voice resounded in the spirit cultivation chamber. It was filled with pride as it spread through the hearts of everyone. Everyone, including Wang Baol, could not help but feel stirred by Ethereal Tao College's presence and heritage. As the Lower Academy Island beneath them rapidly increased in size, they could see more than 10 towering mountain peaks on the biggest mountains. They looked like sharp swords that aimed for the skies. Every mountain peak had countless buildings. There were huge words on them which were especially clear, even when seen from the sky. Dermic Armament Faculty, Alchemy Faculty, Combat Faculty, Array Runes Faculty. Before they were able to take note of everything, they felt a sudden jerk following a great boom. The cruiser had traversed 5,000 kilometers from Phoenix City to land straight in the Lower Academy Island of Ethereal Tao College. They had arrived at Ethereal Tao College. Ethereal Tao College was extremely large, especially with the Lower Academy Island, which was truly majestic. It could accommodate 100,000 students during their studies. In the southeastern area of the Lower Academy Island, dozens of gigantic hot air balloon cruisers were parked in an aerial port. There were countless students filled with curiosity and excitement. They were getting off the cruisers with their luggage in tow. Although it was noisy, it was mostly filled with joyful laughter. These people came from different regions of the Federation. They were the new batch of students that had been accepted into the Tao colleges. On one cruiser's deck, Wang Baol and company, who had come from Phoenix City, were carrying their luggage. All of them looked excitedly at the white clouds in the blue sky and the mountain peaks of the different faculties in the distance. They felt refreshed and were brimming with an indescribable sense of anticipation. However, compared to their youthful spirits, the old physician and the other teachers who walked out from the main hull had strange expressions. They were already very familiar with the students who had come from Phoenix City. They were especially familiar with Wang Baol. They could not help but glance at him a few more times. Being accustomed to taking cues from the words and countenance of people, Wang Baol naturally noticed it. Although he was among a crowd of people, he was still concerned about the results of the test. He was constantly paying attention to where the teachers were. Only then did he notice that something was amiss. Why are they looking at me like that? Are my results too heaven-defying? Haha, that must be the case. Wang Baol immediately turned excited. However, There was a sense of curiosity amid the excitement. The reason was that among the teachers, there was a man with a goatee whose eyes appeared both angry and sad when he looked at him. What's the situation? Wang Baol was perplexed. He found goatee problematic, but before he could think through things carefully, all the teachers, including goatee, walked straight for them. As they approached, a person sped up among the teachers and said to the red-dressed youth, "Chen Ziheng, come here. I'll show you to the registration booth." Chen Ziheng had a thought before he nodded and walked over before being taken away by the teacher. As they walked, they conversed. The teacher appeared to be giving him recommendations enthusiastically. When Wang Baol saw this, his eyes lit up. Immediately, his breathing hastened. He had a guess. Would the results from the test begin showing their effects from this moment forth? His heart raced as it filled with anticipation. He puffed his chest out, afraid that the teachers did not see him. "Su Lushan, follow me. Lu Daobin, come." Soon, the teachers began shouting one name after another. The people called were taken away. This scene made the hearts of people race. They could also tell that those who were named had done well in the test. They had won the favor of the teachers and were taken away ahead of the rest. They were offered olive branches from the respective faculties. Wang Baol felt complacent. Although he did not hear a teacher shout out his name, he was very confident about his results in the test. He felt that the later one was called, the more excellent the students were. He even strongly looked forward to meeting the teacher who thought highly of himself. What should I do if I caught the eye of all the teachers? Man, how troubling. I wonder how I should choose. Wang Baol felt happy deep down as he raised his head and puffed up his chest. However, after waiting all day, with even Du Min called away before, only about 80% of the hundreds of students were left beside him. He was somewhat dumbfounded. No way. Wang Baol wiped the sweat from his forehead, finding it impossible to maintain his composure. The teachers constantly took other students away until there were almost left. Almost all the teachers were gone, with the old physician leaving after taking a glance at Wang Baol. The only person left was Goatee, who looked like someone owed him a fortune. Wang Baol felt a little faint seeing this. At that moment, the nasty-looking Goatee's chest puffed up a few times. He looked extremely unwilling but was forced to do something out of no choice. It was as though he had to finish going down a path he had chosen. Only then did he shout, "Wang Baol, why aren't you coming over yet?" The words seemed to have been forced through his clenched teeth. After saying that, Goatee turned and disembarked the cruiser. Wang Baol instantly became excited. He felt the voice was as beautiful as a lark's. He did not have the time to consider the expression Goatee had. He ran over hurriedly and very obligingly followed Goatee. It appeared as though he would not hesitate to help carry any luggage he had if he had any. As they left, the remaining disciples were made to disembark the cruiser. These students, without anything special about them, would choose their own faculties in the coming days. Goatee was taking wide strides away from the lower Academy Island's aerial port, his face grim. There was a small cruiser parked in front of him, and standing by it were students from previous cohorts. They were waiting excitedly while decked in their blue college uniforms. Whenever they saw pretty girls walk past, they would immediately run over to introduce themselves warmly and show concern. When they saw Goatee arrive, they quickly acted reverently. "Teacher, walk slowly. What faculty are we from?" Wang Baol's breathless voice sounded from behind Goatee. Goatee was an expert himself, so he walked fast. Wang Baol, who had yet to cultivate any ancient martial arts, found it difficult to keep up. Goatee was utterly depressed. He took out a purple jade pendant, threw it to the approaching Wang Baol and snorted, "Report to the dermic armament faculty by yourself. I have something to tend to and will be leaving first." With that said, he stepped into the small cruiser and quickly flew off. Wang Baol was equally depressed after catching the jade pendant. He could also tell that something was wrong with the way the teacher had treated him. Was my performance so good that it was seen through? Sigh. What faculty is the dermic armament faculty? Wang Baol smacked his head and stood there with the jade pendant in hand. He felt vexed. He subconsciously took out a bag of snacks and began munching. He felt that Goatee was just too unreliable. Helplessly, he could only seek out answers himself. Since it was matriculation day, there were many people on Ethereal Dao College's lower Academy Island. There was a sea of people at the aerial port, and their body heat only accentuated the hot weather. Although there was a lake breeze, it only blew hot air over. Wang Baol stood there wiping his sweat. He saw a hawker stall selling ice water a distance away. It was advertised as ice spirit water. Although it was expensive, Wang Baol was not the kind of person who would deny his wants. Even though it was expensive, he ran over and bought a few bottles before putting them in his luggage. As he drank the chilly ice spirit water, Wang Baol looked around. He looked at the bustling aerial port and even saw a few people live streaming the matriculation of the freshmen. He could also vaguely hear them requesting virtual gifts. After asking around, Wang Baol did not waste too much time. He gained some understanding of the dermic armament faculty and immediately felt pumped. He sat on a small cruiser that was headed for Dermic Armament Peak. There were many people at Dermic Armament Peak as well. Some were visiting to make an informed choice of a faculty. Some had long made up their minds and were there to submit their applications. There was also quite a number of volunteers, seniors of the Dermic Armament faculty. They were responsible for welcoming the students. They showed the freshmen, who came in waves, around the faculty. There were heads bobbing up and down far into the distance. It was quite a lively scene. As the crowd proceeded forward, Wang Baol heard a female senior with an oblong face give an introduction with great excitement and seriousness. It matched what he had heard about the Dermic Armament faculty. He felt that it was quite an impressive faculty. The Dermic Armament faculty might appear to be about the refinement of artifacts, but there is some difference to it. It's about refining all items in the world into treasures. Our Ethereal Dao College's Dermic Armament faculty is considered the cream of the crop in all of the Federation. We are skilled in everything from dermic artifacts and combat artifacts to day-to-day artifacts used by commoners. Also, every student who graduates is greatly sought after. The excitement in the senior's voice showcased her pride in her faculty. Back when you were in the sky, you must have noticed the 3 massive platforms of my Dermic Armament Peak. They represent the 3 main halls, where spirit stones, inscriptions, and spirit kernels are studied. Unlike the foundational schools in our hometowns, there is relatively more freedom in the Dao College. There is no fixed curriculum for each faculty. From freshmen to seniors, they can enter any class to be instructed. As for the rest of the time, most people spend their time cultivating by themselves. Although there are exams every year, they are not very strict. Only the placement exam for the upper academy is critical. If you are unable to advance into the upper academy within 5 years, you will be asked to leave the Dao College. Wang Baol kept the tidbit in mind when he heard the female senior mention the placement exams. The people around him did the same. However, you need not be too worried. Advancing into the upper academy is still something very far off for you. Alright, this is where freshmen can apply to join the faculty. Noticing that everyone was looking at her, the guide smiled. She stopped by a stone mirror about 100 feet tall by the mountainside. The stone mirror looked ancient, and it appeared as though it had experienced the vestiges of time. There were what seemed to be runic patterns on it. It looked very daunting. Place your application card on it, and you can descend the mountain. It will take the lower academy a maximum of 3 days to notify you of your acceptance. Each faculty will reveal their admission list too, said the female senior before she wiped her sweat. Her mouth was a little dry from all the talking and heat. She stood by the side, looking at the students. She turned wistful as she seemed to see herself from yesteryear. I wonder how many of them will be admitted. But then again, it can't be many. After all, not more than 4,000 are accepted per batch. As she sighed, Wang Baol immediately noticed that she was wiping her sweat. He scurried over, took out a cold bottle of ice spirit water from his luggage, and handed it to her. Senior, it must have been tough on you. I would like to thank you on behalf of all us freshmen for explaining so much to us. You should drink some water in this scorching heat. Wang Baol had an honest expression, and his voice sounded sincere. She could not help but size up the fatty in front of her. She immediately had a liking for him. His thoughtfulness was truly rare among all the freshmen she had guided. The other schoolmates also looked over. After all, Wang Beol had not only represented himself but all of them. It also gave them a good impression of him. Wang Beol was pleased with himself when he saw how a bottle of ice spirit water had garnered him good impressions from so many people. He felt that his potential as an official had risen once more. Soon, the students approached the stone mirror with a sense of anticipation. One by one, they took out a blank jade card and placed it on the stone mirror. Light shot out from the jade card, signifying the completion of the imprint. Everyone had one jade card. The teachers who accompanied them had handed the cards out after they arrived at the lower Academy Island. However, Wang Beol was somewhat dumbfounded when he saw the jade cards in their hands. What the heck? Why don't I have one? Wang Beol quickly asked around, and after learning of the situation, he once again came to realize how unreliable Goatee was. Wang Beol was the only one left after everyone else had imprinted their jade cards. The guide could not help but look at him and ask out of concern, "Junior, do you have any questions? My card is a little different from the others." Wang Beol hesitated for a moment as he fondled the purple jade pendant close to his chest. He carefully placed it on the stone mirror. The instant the jade pendant touched the stone mirror, it suddenly released intense purple light. Even the stone mirror was illuminated in its entirety as a rumbling boom resounded throughout Dermic Armament Peak. There was a shock wave that blasted outwards. All the surrounding students felt their hearts jolt as they retreated in shock. What's the situation? What's the matter? Even Wang Beol was given a fright. That was not even the end. Even more astonishing were the majestic bells that resonated on Dermic Armament Peak along with the soaring light. It seemed to reach a crescendo, as though it was about to announce something to the entire Dermic Armament faculty. Clang, clang, clang. Instantly, every student on Dermic Armament Peak, be it the students ascending the mountain, the students in the lecture halls, or those cultivating in various buildings, looked up. Beside the rock mirror, the senior with the oblong-shaped face felt her mind buzzing. She widened her eyes as they filled with disbelief. She exclaimed in shock, "Specially recruited student. What did you say?" Wang Beol was even more perplexed. At the same time, a gong reverberated. On Dermic Armament Peak, in a hall filled with spirit chi, Goatee was sat reading an ancient text. His originally calm heart turned restless once again. Why did that little bastard come so quickly? He felt vexed. The thought of him losing the mandate that could only be used once in 5 years made him terribly regretful. It would have been fine if no one had disturbed him, but the bell was reverberating loudly. Immediately, a few figures flew into the grand hall. They were the other teachers from the Dermic Armament faculty. Taoist Zhang Yud, I heard you specially recruited a very promising student for our Dermic Armament faculty. Haha, old Zhang. I always knew that you had a good eye. Where's that good seedling? Quickly summon him and let us meet him. As teachers entered with excited looks, Goatee's face turned ashen. The feeling was akin to having to tearfully finish eating the shit that he had just bought. He could only force a smile. That's right. He's a good seedling. I have an artifact to refine. I'll be making a move first. With that said, he left quickly. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to stop himself from smacking the good seedling to death. After finishing his registration and obtaining a cultivation technique, Taoist robes, and other miscellaneous items, Wang Beol put on the red Taoist robe meant for specially recruited students. He was standing near a mountain peak. Although it was a little remote, he could not help but grin when standing before a beautiful building with excellent scenery. In front of him was a purple stone door, which opened automatically, revealing a cave abode. This is the legendary cave abode. Wang Beol could not contain his excitement. For many students, they could only reside in buildings that resembled dormitories. Only a select few had the right to live inside a cave abode at the mountain peak. After all, that which is rare is dear. A mountain could have many buildings built, but the number of cave abodes was fixed. It was difficult to increase the number. Furthermore, the cave abodes had array formations that gathered spirit chi, making them have much denser spirit chi than the buildings. Despite having a small cave abode, what Wang Baol had was enough to make countless students green with envy. He could acutely feel how different his robe was from the other students. He looked at his cave abode, and noticing that there was no one around, Wang Baol finally could not help but roar with laughter. He felt highly spirited. After entering the cave abode, he realized it had a veranda despite it not being very big. It stretched out 20 feet past the edge of the mountain peak. Standing there felt like he was standing in the sky. The complacent Wang Baol walked to the veranda and took in the scenery. He was in an extremely good mood as he took out a bag of snacks. Wang Baol ate his snacks while he reveled in his good mood. He took out the martial cultivation technique that was unique to Ethereal Dao College. He saw on the first page 3 words written with bold, vigorous strokes. Ancient martial arts. It was not something unique to the Dermic Armament faculty. All students in the lower academy were required to study this foundational cultivation technique. After freshmen were matriculated, they would enter their various faculties according to their choices, where they would learn all the unique knowledge the faculty had to offer. As for ancient martial arts, it was provided to all faculties, intended as a foundational cultivation technique that supported the knowledge gained from each faculty. The ancient martial realm has 3 stages: blood chi, physical seal, and pulse enrichment. As dusk approached, the wind turned colder. It blew at Wang Baol, making him feel extremely comfortable. The expression he had while reading the cultivation technique also turned more focused. Only when the evening glow by the horizon was fully replaced by darkness did Wang Baol look up. He had finished reading the ancient martial arts manual. He finally had a full understanding of the ancient martial realm. Those at the blood chi stage have immense strength. Those at the physical seal are extremely precise and accurate. Once pulse enrichment is attained, one would be pushed to the peak of human physical conditioning. Wang Baol took a deep breath. He recalled the scene of the red-dressed youth, Chen Ziheng, striking the mountain. His eyes slowly began to burn with excitement. To become Federation President, ancient martial arts are necessary. Besides, I can lose weight while cultivating in it. Kills many birds with one stone. In his excitement, Wang Baol began his attempt at cultivation. However, he suddenly had a change in expression. He raised his right hand and pulled out the black half-mask. Wang Baol looked at the mask ruminatively. He could not forget how the mask had turned incorporeal during the test. There was also the blurry text that had appeared. This must be a treasure. Wang Baol's heart raced. His parents were involved in archaeology, and it was for this reason that his house seemed to be filled with objects that appeared like junk. Wang Baol had once fantasized that one of the antiques hid a treasure, but he had played with nearly every one of them from a young age. He had even secretly dripped some blood to see if anything spectacular would happen. With the mask in hand, he carefully studied it once more. Other than the somewhat ice-cold material, he still did not notice anything extraordinary about it. When he finally recalled that the mask produced changes only in a special environment like the test, his eyes lit up. It looks like there's a need for me to borrow a similar dermic artifact. Perhaps I can unravel the secrets of this mask. With this thought in mind, he noticed that the sky had turned dark. The somewhat tired Wang Baol returned to his cave abode and arranged his luggage happily. He had not packed a lot of clothes. Most of his items were strange. There was even a large megaphone. All of these are treasures gathered by me to aid me in becoming an official. If I hadn't been able to find my luggage in my dream, I would not have needed to go through so much hardship. Wang Baol yawned as he looked at the treasures in his luggage, satisfied. Just as he was about to sleep, he suddenly jolted and sat up. I can't grow dizzy from success. The high officials' autobiographies illustrate many cases of people who lose themselves to their momentary success. They tend to end up in tragedy. Wang Baol drew a gasp. After repressing the excitement in him, he began pondering over the reason for the way the teachers looked at him and the way Goatee treated him. Matching it to his status as a specially recruited student, the answer was evident. They must have discovered that something was amiss. When Wang Baol came to this conclusion from his analysis, His heart turned cold as a chill ran down his spine. I have to stay low during this period of time. It would be best if it appears as if I don't exist. If not, there will only be trouble. Wang Baol turned vexed. He did not wish to lose everything he had at present. While suffering from his headache, he could not help but blame the lack of a backer for his predicament. I need to think of a way to quickly get a backer. 3 days passed by quickly. As the various faculties released their lists of admitted students, all the students moved into their various faculty peaks. College life was about to begin after the matriculated students fully grasped the college rules and regulations. Wang Baol kept a low profile during the 3 days. He began his attempt at cultivating ancient martial arts. He virtually did not step out of his cave abode, afraid he would gain the notice of Goatee. He believed that he might be a lot safer if he survived the sensitive period. Although he had a nice wish, news regarding the various districts' tests began to spread on the Dow College's Spirit intranet as the students settled in. Quickly became a hot topic. After all, nearly 100 hot air balloon cruisers with nearly 100 venues had undergone their district tests simultaneously. Many excellent students caught the attention of people. Did you hear? Among one of the freshmen from Skycloud City is a person named Lu Jingnan. He actually set a trap to slay the barbed bone iguana. He was extremely impressive. That's nothing. I heard that an expert named Chun Ziheng appeared in Phoenix City's test. He is only just short of the physical seal stage of the ancient martial realm. He was offered invitations from 8 different faculties at the same time. He's famous. As the lower Academy Island's various faculties began discussing the freshmen on the Spirit intranet, more people were gradually mentioned. The one who steals the show must be Chun Yaming. Rumor has it that she was born with a spirit body. She can refine spirit stones that are 80% pure. She could have entered the best college in the Federation, White Deer Dow College, but our ethereal Dow College spared no expense and gave her an irresistible offer. Chen Yaming is truly extraordinary. There's another person who is her equal. He might even surpass her. He's Zhuo Yifan. Rumor has it that he was born with Inkstar eyes. Every time he activates them, everything around him appears slow. Furthermore, he is already at the perfected physical seal stage. His identity is a greater mystery, and he is rumored to be a member of the 5th-generation Sky Clan. He has been specially recruited by the combat faculty. Amid the discussion, all the noteworthy freshmen were brought to the forefront. Even the senior students felt the heat when they heard the news. And for Wang Baol, who was desperately trying to keep a low profile, he rose to prominence like a bright star. After all, he had been specially recruited, and his performance in the test had been spread by hundreds of students from Phoenix City. There are 2 specially recruited students this batch. One of them is Zhuo Yifan and the other is Wang Baol. Speaking of Wang Baol, he has extremely high morals. He is filled with righteousness and is willing to sacrifice himself for others. In order to save his schoolmates, he charged into a sea of snakes despite the appearance of a red-bone white neonate snake. In order to give his schoolmates a chance to survive, he fed himself to the wolves. He once said the heart-stirring statement that he would live and die as one of ethereal Dow College. Also, even after seeing an ancient boar specter bear, Wang Baol still struggled to crawl over, despite his grievous injuries. He attempted to use his body to lure the specter bear away so as to save his schoolmates. This matter spread rapidly, causing Wang Baol to become famous. His name was soon known to all on the lower Academy Island. Wang Baol, through his voice transmission ring, could not help but turn cold from fright when he saw the talk on the Spirit intranet after logging in. He felt that trouble was brewing, and he quickly posted a thread. Hello everyone, I'm Wang Baol. All of you were mistaken. I was actually very afraid back then. The reason I charged into the snake swarm was not that I am selfless, but that I find my schoolmate Xianxia very pretty. I wanted to court her. Really? Wang Baol posted his message through clenched teeth. He hoped that he could lower the attention he received by sullying himself. He did not dare to keep a high profile, but he did not imagine that the moment he posted the message, it quickly gained the affirmation and replies of countless students. Most of them were female students. They replied, calling him a real man. Wang Baol nearly fainted as he was close to tears. He lamented about how he had bolstered the impressions people had of him despite believing that it would do the opposite. Thus, he posted another message. Actually, I only blocked the pack of wolves because I was poisoned. I knew I was about to die, so I would rather enjoy a quick death. The person who saved everyone was not me. All the credit should be given to Chen Ziheng. Wang Baol was just about to heave a sigh of relief after writing that. He felt that by giving Chen Ziheng all the credit, attention would be placed on Chen Ziheng and not him. However, Wang Baol's relief only lasted a short while. Chen Ziheng suddenly posted a reply, claiming that Wang Baol was inferior to him when it came to martial arts, but in terms of heroic spirit, tenacity, and selflessness, he was inferior to Wang Baol. The moment the message was posted, it immediately caused the spirit intranet to boil over. After all, Chen Ziheng was famous. What he said carried weight. Immediately, countless people began discussing the matter. It made Wang Baol's plan of diverting away attention fail once again. More attention was placed on him, even more than Chen Yaming. All of this made Wang Baol feel like slamming his head against the wall. He reeled in despair as tears rolled down his cheeks. Even his organs were trembling. Heavens, are you guys trying to get me killed? Spare me. I admit my mistake. All right? With tears streaming down his cheeks, he gritted his teeth and posted once again. Everyone, please don't mind me anymore. I'm just an ordinary fatty. There is nothing good about me. I'm gluttonous, lustful, and avaricious. I only barely passed the placement exams, and the spirit stones I can refine are only a little better than 50%. I'm really just an ordinary person. Wang Baol felt that this act of sullying of himself was complete. Any bad thing he could think of had been added. However, the development of the situation nearly shocked his jaw off. This time, it was Lu Daobin who stepped forward. He left a message that resonated in an unprecedented manner with countless students. Chen Yaming is impressive. Zhuo Yifan is even more remarkable. However, they were already the best of us freshmen. They have more than what it takes to rescue people or complete tests. But Wang Baol is different. He was saving people with his life. It's just like how a wealthy person can give you 100 spirit stones, but when compared to a poor person who gives you all his savings of 100 spirit stones, how can that act have the same meaning? Wang Baol is just like us. He is only an ordinary student, so how can he be without flaws? But it is such a person, with him sacrificing himself to save others, that makes it even more shocking. That bloody scene is something I will never forget my entire life. His words immediately stirred a fervor. It caused the comments on the Lower Academy Island's spirit intranet to increase exponentially. Topics on Wang Baol exceeded Zhuo Yifan's, making him stand out amid the batch of freshmen. Wang Baol was completely dumbfounded as he looked at the spirit intranet in a daze. He did not think he was that great. It took him a while to recover as his eyes were filled with despair. He took out a bag of snacks while looking as though life held nothing for him. He began munching on the snacks. I'm finished. I'm finished. I'm in big trouble. Indeed, it did not take long before the teachers on the Phoenix City cruiser took notice. They could not maintain their silence and publicly announced the news that Wang Baol had cheated on the test. Like massive ripples formed from a stone drop, the announcement immediately caused a huge upheaval all across the Lower Academy Island. As the news of Wang Baol's cheating broke, the shock that everyone felt was as elevated as the pedestal he had been previously placed on. Topics on Wang Baol cropped up again, becoming the hottest topic among the freshmen. Even topics of the older students paled in comparison. There were even many who directly posted threads on the spirit intranet, angrily demanding that punitive action be taken against Wang Baol. Wang Baol sighed when he saw his worst fears happen as he expected. He sat gloomily in his cave abode and looked around, his heart filled with sorrow. Wang Baol attempted to console himself. It's said that when heaven is about to confer a great office on any man, it first exercises his mind with suffering, and his sinews and bones with toil. Is heaven testing me? He felt that he was facing extremely great trouble. Just a little misstep could doom him. After being gripped by momentary nervousness, His brain began whirling for a solution. Days later, the various faculties in Ethereal Dao College's Lower Academy Island began the first lectures for freshmen. That day, Wang Baol carried his tiny bag early in the morning as he walked out his cave abode with an austere expression. "What's the big deal? It's nothing. What's there to be afraid of?" Wang Baol looked up at the sword sun and took a deep breath. His eyes revealed a look of determination. Dressed in his specially recruited student robes, he headed for the Spirit Stones Hall, one of the 3 main halls of the Dermic Armament faculty. Many students were headed for the hall in groups. All of them were looking forward to classes. They walked briskly while chatting, but when they saw Wang Baol in his red Taoist robes, they were taken aback. They instantly recognized him, and their expressions changed. The topics they were talking in whispers quickly changed to that of Wang Baol. "It's Wang Baol. He actually appeared. Say, how long do you think he can stay in the Dao College? I heard that a teacher has proposed to expel him to serve as a warning to others." Although everyone spoke softly, Wang Baol met too many students along the way. Some of the chatter reached his ears. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not have been able to hide their fluster and anxiety. However, as an oddity who had studied high officials' autobiographies from a young age, Wang Baol made having a thick skin a basic skill. He remained composed as he strode straight toward the hall. The stone platform that the hall was on spanned a huge area. It was sufficient to hold 10,000 people. Although the construction was simple, it was filled with an ancient air. 8 gigantic stone columns supported the massive Flying Phoenix Pavilion. The pavilion's entrance was noisy. Apart from the empty lecture stage, there were countless tables and chairs in a stepped fashion. They were occupied by people, and the most eye-catching thing in the hall was a gigantic stone wall to the right of the lecture stage. The wall was blue in color, and on it were 100 names. Every name had a number labeled beside it. Beside first place was the number 90, and for the 100th place it was 82. There was a string of smaller numbers behind those numbers. A huge rock stood upright outside the hall's entrance. On it was the motto of the Dermic Armament faculty. "Divine armaments shall destroy the myriad Tao if restrainment by Dermic artifacts and numinous treasures proves fruitless." When Wang Baol approached, he remained composed despite there being bold freshmen and senior students present as he looked at the motto on the rock. The sentence was domineering. It was a strong, impactful principle that a single dharma could suppress the myriad Tao. Even though Wang Baol was caught up in his thoughts, he could not help but halt when he saw the words. He was stunned by them. Wang Baol might have only been interested in the Dermic Armament faculty in the past, but at that moment, he turned even more inclined toward the Dermic Armament faculty after reading the sentence. "Trying to expel me? What a joke! I, Wang Baol, have been studying high officials' autobiographies for 10 years. What sort of storms have I not weathered?" Wang Baol focused his mind and stepped into the hall, striding straight in. With his eye-catching red Taoist robes appearing in the hall, he immediately attracted the attention of the students around him. It was unknown whose sharp voice it was that first shouted Wang Baol's name. After the shout, innumerable pairs of eyes landed their gazes on Wang Baol instantly. There were more than 10,000 people, and their gazes were all focused on one person. The pressure was enough to turn one limp, especially since there were jeers coming from the crowd. "Wang Baol, to think you have the shame to attend classes. What specially recruited student? It's something obtained purely from cheating. How unjust it is if such a person is not punished. Wang Baol, you are not welcomed here." If this were anywhere else, perhaps no one would have said such words so directly. After all, there was no deep vendetta between them. But in the massive hall, with so many people present, the atmosphere easily stirred up emotions. Instantly, there was a buzz that demanded punitive measures against him. Lu Daobin was also among the group. He felt conflicted, and he sighed inwardly when he looked at Wang Baol. He also felt odd. Despite knowing that Wang Baol had cheated, he still could not wipe the bloody scene from his mind. "If it were me, I'll probably turn and leave." Lu Daobin shook his head as he reflected on the situation. Wang Baol was still standing at the entrance. Suddenly, His eyes widened as he saw Wang Bail very naturally pull out a megaphone from his bag. He placed it by his mouth and widened his eyes before suddenly shouting loudly, "All of you shut up!" He had shouted to begin with, and through the special amplification of the megaphone, it sounded like thunder. It resounded throughout the hall, drowning out the voices of 10,000 people. Those who were closer to Wang Bail, who had jeered the loudest, nearly stumbled due to the roar. Instantly, everyone felt their ears buzz as there was complete silence. Some were in a daze. Even in their wildest dreams, they had never expected a student to have a clearly modified megaphone in his bag. People were there to study. They found it puzzling that anyone would bring a megaphone to school. It was truly too incredulous. The dramatic turn of events, especially the deafening megaphone sound, left everyone dumbstruck. Even Lu Daobin was dumbfounded. He could not help but take a few looks at the ridiculous megaphone in Wang Bail's hand. Wang Bail looked in satisfaction at the scene before him as he stuffed the megaphone into his bag in a composed manner. This was one of the treasures he carried with him all the time. From his reading of the high officials' autobiographies, he knew very clearly that having a powerful megaphone in a speaking contest was extremely useful. Wang Bail raised his head and puffed out his chest, walking forward when he saw everyone stunned. He noticed Lu Daobin, who seemed hesitant. After looking at Wang Bail's tiny bag, Lu Daobin waved at him. This Lu Daobin is quite an interesting fellow. Wang Bail's eyes lit up as he rushed over to take a seat. Only then did the crowd in the hall recover. Many were infuriated, and just as they wanted to retaliate, a bell rang. A thin, white-haired elder dressed in black Taoist robes slowly walked in. He had a cold expression, looking like someone that one should stay away from. He naturally suffused a repressive aura, causing the heart of every student in the hall to palpitate. They shut their mouths and quietly looked at the black-robed elder, who had walked onto the lecture stage. Wang Bail also quickly looked over. The black-robed elder swept his gaze over the crowd before saying, "The Dermic Armament faculty has 3 main halls. They are the Spirit Stones Hall, the Inscriptions Hall, and the Spirit Kernel Hall. I am one of the 5 lecturers in the Spirit Stones Hall, Zhou Yunhai. The stone wall beside me is the Dermic Armament roll of the School of Spirit Stones. I wish for all of you to have your names on it one day. Class shall begin now. But before we study the refinement of spirit stones, I want all of you to understand one principle. Why do we get the entire population to cultivate a qi nurturing technique when we want to refine spirit stones?" As the elder spoke, he nonchalantly clenched his fist. A milky white stone the size of a fist appeared out of thin air. This scene left the hearts of many students palpitating once again. Lu Daobin was well-read as he drew a gasp beside Wang Bail. He uttered, "Teacher Zhou has a storage dermic artifact." Wang Bail similarly widened his eyes. Although he had heard of storage dermic artifacts, he had never seen one before. No one sold them in the world. Occasionally, he would hear on the news that one had been sold at a major auction. Furthermore, the final price was far beyond his imagination. None of the students were strangers to the milky white rock. It was the necessary empty stone needed to refine spirit stones. 37 years ago, with the sword of the cosmos flying over, a new energy source suddenly appeared in this world, and it's none other than spirit qi. The concentration of spirit qi is extremely rich, but it appeared too suddenly. It did not exist in the past, and according to the Federation's research, if the spirit qi continues nourishing the land, it will affect Jade in a few centuries, which will result in spirit stone mines. The black-robed elder spoke calmly. The white rock he held was constantly emitting an increasingly intense halo. One could faintly notice that the elder's surroundings were silently warping. It seemed like invisible spirit qi was being controlled by him and guided into the rock. However, we are presently in the 37th year of the spirit inception era. We are far from having spirit stone mines. To gain spirit stones, we need humans to create them. Therefore, various factions have promoted the qi nurturing technique, making it open to the population. The goal is to make everyone a miner to create spirit stones so that it can be used as a currency. It will result in a massive number of spirit stones that can supply the whole world with cultivation resources. Also, due to how different people have different affinities with spirit chi and other various reasons, the spirit stone purity each person refines is different. This gives rise to what we call natural endowments. For example, to qualify for the White Deer Dao College, one needs to refine spirit stones with a purity of more than 70%. As for our ethereal Dao College, it's lower, but it still needs at least 50% purity. His words and the changes to the empty stone left the students in the hall speechless. Such an opinion was completely different from what they knew. And the way the elder refined the spirit stone in such a composed manner was equally stunning. The entire population takes on the role of miners. He can refine a spirit stone while speaking. Wang Bao's heart was racing as well. He could refine spirit stones too, but he needed to fully focus every time. Just a tiny distraction would result in failure. The black-robed elder was unconcerned with the student's shock. He calmly refined the spirit stone as he continued speaking once again. Then here comes a new question. Is there really only one chi fostering art? I can tell you with full certainty that what the population studies is the first volume. Its main use is to strengthen one's physique, allowing spirit chi to enter the body. Although it's not possible for them to store it in their bodies, it will quickly dissipate out of their bodies like a draft. But if they hold an empty stone, they can use their bodies as a conduit with their minds, allowing them to refine spirit stones. Spirit stones also have grades: inferior grade, medial grade, superior grade, as well as the rainbow spirit stones that approach perfection. As for the second volume, only dermic armament refiners can gain access to it. This is because the sword hilt fragment that contained the chi fostering art was a description of dermic armament refinement. It's only because the first volume had the additional information pertaining to the refinement of spirit stones that it was spread among the population, allowing everyone to cultivate in it. The black-robed elder spoke at an appropriate speed. Having said that, the empty stone in his hand had already turned resplendent. Waving his right hand, the luster dissipated. Ash scattered from the empty stone's surface and exposed a much smaller, chestnut-shaped spirit stone. Mist seemed to swirl in it as it shimmered. Although the second volume is good, those who cannot refine spirit stones with a purity higher than 80% are not qualified to study from it. As such, in my class, I will not talk about the second volume. I'll only be talking about the refinement tricks as recorded in the first volume. The hall was silent. Everyone was looking at the spirit stone in the elder's hand. Everything seemed to pale in front of it. With the spirit stone as a comparison, they felt as though the spirit stones they refined were mere fakes. He refined a spirit stone of at least 90% purity while speaking. Other than being a teacher, Teacher Zhou must definitely be someone remarkable outside. Wang Baol drew a gasp. The lesson that day seemed to have opened up a brand new world for him. Inside the Spirit Stone's hall, Zhou Yunhai's voice remained as calm as ever. It was as if he was not delivering a lecture to students but simply expressing his understanding of dermic armaments. A casual comment of his would leave the students enlightened, making them see the light. However, the need to pay close attention was extremely demanding on these newly matriculated students. They could only first write down whatever was said. It developed to the point of them not being able to keep up with their note writing. Many students began to murmur quietly as a way to relax. Wang Baol finally understood why the dermic armament faculty only had 3 main halls. Just this hall that taught spirit stone refinement techniques had enough content to make it impossible to fully understand everything simply from attending a few classes. He was somewhat exhausted, and Lu Daobin had finally snapped back to attention. He looked at Wang Baol and could not help but whisper, "Wang Baol, you are in trouble. I heard that several teachers have proposed to have you expelled." His eyes were filled with pity, but when he saw Wang Baol's tiny bag, his face could not help but twitch. Which teacher said that? Wang Baol was somewhat peeved. Although he had made up his mind and was prepared, he still felt annoyed. Lu Daobin patted Wang Baol's shoulder and sighed inwardly. He reminded himself to use Wang Baol as a warning for himself. Just as he was about to console him, two people suddenly walked in from the hall's main entrance. The two were obviously senior students. They wore black Taoist robes, unlike the other students. They had stern expressions, and the moment they appeared, all the senior students in the hall turned alert and attentive. What happened? Even people from the college discipline department have come. It's actually them. There is always bloodshed wherever they appear. Even though the freshmen did not know the duo's identity, they came to a certain level of realization from hearing the discussions of the senior students and noticing the duo's austerity. Wang Bao's heart skipped a beat. Zhou Yunhai knitted his brows together as he looked at the two black-robed students. The duo politely greeted him by cupping their fists before handing him a jade slip. After Zhou Yunhai finished reading with knitted brows, he looked up and scanned the students. Finally, his eyes landed on Wang Bao. Immediately, all the students in the hall traced his gaze with different looks on their faces. They received their answer. They knew about Wang Bao's situation. It seemed that the lower academy had taken notice and was here to punish him. Even though Wang Bao already had a countermeasure to deal with the situation, he still felt somewhat nervous due to the environment he was in, especially with the two black-robed students looking at him keenly. They were clearly not there for a friendly chat. Wang Bao, come with us, one of the two members of the college discipline department said coldly. But before Wang Bao stood up, Zhou Yunhai grunted coldly. Enough, that can wait until class is over. Leave for now. The two college discipline department students paused when they heard that. They did not dare offend the teacher and could only tersely assent with their heads bowed. They retreated to the hall's entrance to wait. The lesson continued as Zhou Yunhai ignored them. Wang Bao felt relieved and looked at Zhou Yunhai with gratitude. Although he already had a countermeasure, having more time was always better. It gave him time to perfect and clarify his thought processes. He closed his eyes and calmed himself. Many of the students gloated for the remainder of the lesson, but that was still not everyone. Most students felt that the matter did not involve themselves and continued jotting down notes. Lu Daobin sighed inwardly. He was unsure how to comfort Wang Bao. He knew that once Wang Bao was expelled, they would be people from two completely different worlds. Even if they bumped into each other in the future, it would still be an extremely regretful situation. Time passed, and 4 hours later, Zhou Yunhai finished his lesson and left. All the students instantly looked at Wang Bao. The cold gazes of the two black-robed students from the college discipline department also landed on Wang Bao. Do you want us to invite you? Wang Bao opened his eyes. He had a calm look on his face. The feeling he exuded felt different from the usual one. He walked down without a word, followed the two senior students, and left the hall. With his departure, the hall immediately broke out into a cacophonous discussion. Is this Wang Bao really getting expelled? Could it be anything else? Didn't you see the college discipline department? I've never seen anyone taken away by them who's ended up fine. Amid the discussions, many people ran out and followed. They wanted to watch the entire process. After all, this matter would cause great repercussions considering Wang Bao's specially recruited status. It even went beyond the confines of the dermic armament faculty. Students from other faculties also paid attention to the matter after learning that Wang Bao had been taken away. Wang Bao ignored the crowd following behind. He had an unprecedented calm about him along the way as he followed the two senior students from the college discipline department. They went straight to the dermic armament faculty's mountaintop. The two senior students walking ahead were sneering inwardly. They had taken away quite a sizable number of people over the years. There was no lack of people, like Wang Bao, who acted strong-willed. They would be impressed if Wang Bao could maintain his composure when he left the college discipline department. The entire journey happened silently. The number of people that followed behind increased. Only when they arrived at a building on the mountaintop did the two senior students halt. They made way and gestured for Wang Bao to enter alone. Wang Bao took a deep breath as he looked at the closed doors of the building. It was impossible not to be nervous, but he knew that he had to survive this ordeal. He gritted his teeth and pushing open the door, he strode straight in. The moment he entered the building, Wang Bao immediately felt dozens of pairs of eyes bearing down on him. In front of him sat dozens of teachers. Some were middle-aged and others were elderly. All of them had stern expressions, but there were a few looking disappointed. The old physician and goatee were also among the teachers. In contrast to the old physician's calmness, goatee appeared conflicted and did not seem to have the heart to continue. Among them there was one who was clearly chairing the investigation. It was a thin, middle-aged man. He wore a black Taoist robe, and his eyes shimmered. He had thin lips, and his body emanated an obvious frosty air. It made the building's temperature a lot colder than the outside. Not all the people were teachers of the Dermic Armament faculty. However, as Wang Baol was the Dermic Armament faculty's specially recruited student, the hearing regarding Wang Baol's cheating was held on Dermic Armament Peak. Noticing that Wang Baol had entered, the black-robed chairman spoke slowly with a cold tone. Wang Baol. Wang Baol took a deep breath and went forward to cup his fist while speaking in a deep voice. Yes, sir. According to our investigations, you engaged in the consequential and vile act of cheating during the district test. According to the college's rules, the punishment should be in the form of immediate expulsion. As you are a specially recruited student, we have summoned you here for a hearing. After the black-robed, middle-aged man finished his piece, he turned to look at his colleagues, not giving Wang Baol so much as a chance to explain himself. My fellow colleagues, we can begin. I personally suggest that the punishment meted out to Wang Baol should be to revoke his privileges as a special recruit and have him expelled. The 4 Dao colleges will be informed to never admit him again. His words seemed categorical and extremely cold as they resounded through the room. Wang Baol's expression changed. He wondered why a person he was meeting for the first time would be filled with such malice despite not having a grudge with him. His suggestion was practically ending any future that awaited him. There was a brief silence before another teacher spoke coldly. He should be expelled. Such a despicable and shameless person has no right to be admitted into a Dao college. That's right. I suggest that he be expelled too. Although the punishment is somewhat harsh, we are being irresponsible toward the Federation if we leave such acts unchecked. Teachers offered their views one after another. Wang Baol was a person of no importance to them. Since the black-robed man had set the tone of the hearing, there was no reason for them to refute him. Wang Baol breathed slowly as he listened to the teachers. He did not move as though he had fallen into a daze. However, his hands were clenched. As for goatee, he shook his head and sighed. The revoking of his status as a special recruit would be sufficient. Nobody is perfect. There's no need for such a harsh punishment. However, he did not receive the support of the crowd. Soon, other teachers spoke, and expulsion became the main agenda that was discussed in the room. Only the old physician remained silent. The black-robed man did not seem interested in asking for the old physician's opinion. He stood up and was about to announce the outcome when Wang Baol raised his head suddenly. His eyes filled with anger and sadness. Teachers, please give me a chance to speak. The black-robed man frowned. The reason he had been so harsh was that he had planned on recommending someone else as the Dermic Armament faculty's specially recruited student. Yet, before he could make his recommendation, the title had been snatched by Wang Baol. He grunted coldly and was about to ignore him, but it was at that moment when the old physician spoke. Go ahead. With him saying so, the black-robed man could only acquiesce as he looked at Wang Baol. Wang Baol took a deep breath, his body nearly trembling. Teachers, I did know that everything in the test was fake, but what did you expect me to do? Could I have told all the students that the so-called test was, in fact, fake? Could I have? His final sentence was nearly delivered with a roar. Without waiting for the teacher's response, Wang Baol appeared like he was in a fervent state as he continued in his elevated emotions. Once I reveal the truth to them, I would have wasted all the efforts already made by the school to administer the test. When that happened, I would have crossed the school. Tell me, what should I have done? In moments of danger, I saw my fellow schoolmates injured, some bleeding, and yet I couldn't tell them everything was fake. All I could do was save them. Was I wrong in saving them? Tell me, what should I have done? The veins on Wang Baol's forehead protruded. His entire body was quivering like he was in a fit. He appeared to be venting all the anger in his eyes. Is saving people wrong? Should I not have saved them? Despite me knowing that everything was fake, I had to consider if I was cheating, thinking about the pros and cons of my actions. Do I have to act indifferent as I watch my fellow schoolmates cry, be injured, or even be killed? Could I even be considered human if that's what I did? Wang Baol was nearly shouting at the top of his lungs. All his emotions were fully expressed, his voice echoing through the room. All the teachers were stunned. All you saw was me acting. But I wish to ask each and every one of you, if you were in my shoes, what would you have done? Would you have turned a blind eye to the deaths, or would you have rescued the people like I did? I'm a student of Ethereal Tao College. I don't claim to be capable of changing the world and bringing world peace. But I, Wang Baol, am an upright man. Wang Baol's eyes were welling in tears. He raised his right hand and pounded his chest, producing loud thuds. Every word he said sounded extremely earnest. Many teachers were visibly moved. The finale was most impactful, with Wang Baol laughing out tragically. If sacrificing myself to protect others is considered a crime, I admit to it. If being intelligent and sharp is considered a crime, I admit to it. If that is the case, I, your humble student Wang Baol, am willing to receive any punishment meted out to me. Wang Baol's voice boomed loud and clear as he suddenly bowed toward all the teachers. The entire room fell silent. All the teachers drew a gasp as the looks on their faces changed constantly. They looked at Wang Baol in a daze. Every sentence he said contained righteousness and logic, shaking them to their very core. The teachers like Goatee, who had seen Wang Baol's acting, felt moved, but they had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. As for the black-robed man, he squinted and glared at Wang Baol. He wanted to say something but found no words. Although he felt that Wang Baol's statements were flawed, they were tightly bound with righteousness. He was very familiar with such techniques, one commonly espoused by high officials. However, it was rarely seen among students. The feeling that denying Wang Baol's words meant that he was denying righteousness left him at a loss for words. When he looked at his colleagues, he knew that Wang Baol had survived. He sighed. The puny figure that he believed he could easily squash had suddenly transformed into a prickly porcupine. The old physician gave a deep, meaningful smile as he closed his eyes. Soon, Wang Baol walked out of the building. There were thousands of people surrounding it. Many of them were envious of his status as a specially recruited student. Others were gloating at his misfortune. They were planning to see Wang Baol make a fool of himself when a mighty voice boomed from inside the building, resounding throughout the dermic armament faculty. According to the college's investigations, the student, Wang Baol, did not violate any rules in the freshman test. He will retain his status as a specially recruited student. The weathered voice resounded throughout the dermic armament faculty, filled with stateliness. All the students outside the building could not help but jolt when they heard it, especially those who had been gloating prior to the announcement. They widened their eyes and struggled to close their jaws. It was unbelievable. Instantly, there was silence outside the building. All eyes landed on Wang Baol as they watched him walk out in triumph. His red, specially recruited student robes stood out even more. Everyone subconsciously took a step back and made way for him. They watched Wang Baol depart, and after a long while, there were audible gasps heard, which developed into an uproar. He actually walked out fine. How is that possible? Didn't he cheat? Why did the announcement say that he did not violate the rules? Amid the uproar, Lu Daobin stood among the crowd. He was stunned as well. Heroic scenes of Wang Baol's performance in the test and the surprising scene of him pulling out a megaphone in the lecture hall surfaced in his mind. Truly unfathomable. A moment later, Lu Daobin took a deep breath. He immediately realized that the reason Wang Baol had become a specially recruited student was definitely not a result of plain luck. He could sense an extraordinary quality from Wang Baol. Lu Daobin was not the only one stunned. Not far from him, the college discipline department seniors that had escorted Wang Baol to the building exchanged looks and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. While others were in an uproar, Wang Baol returned to his cave abode. News of the Dao College clarification that he had not violated any rules had been spread throughout the Lower Academy Island over the Spirit intranet. Everyone that had paid attention to the matter was left shocked and baffled. Instantly, Wang Baol's name filled the Spirit intranet. And at that moment, Wang Baol was sitting on his cave abode's veranda, watching the Spirit intranet with glee. Unlike how he had sullied his own reputation previously, he was feeling very pleased that he was becoming famous. To become a Federation high official, the people's impression is extremely important. It looks like I have the necessary foundation. Wang Baol beamed with joy, feeling like he was one step closer to his dreams. However, I must not let my guard down. Wang Baol recalled the black-robed man in the building. His vicious words and actions that were bent on dooming him left Wang Baol's heart palpitating. This person is a high official of the Lower Academy Island, and I do not know his exact identity. I am in a very passive state. With this thought in mind, Wang Baol rushed to search on the Spirit intranet. Only when dusk fell did he finally identify the person. His breathing turned rapid. He's the Vice-Chancellor. Heavens! Wang Baol's heart began thumping in his chest as he rubbed his eyes. After confirming that he had not seen wrong, he immediately turned nervous. The man's position was too high. From Wang Baol's point of view, the Vice-Chancellor of the Lower Academy Island was a relatively high post. I did not offend him. Does my family have some secret I'm unaware of? Did we once offend him? Wang Baol's thoughts ran wild. It was quite a headache. After a while, he recalled the high official's autobiographies he had researched. His eyes revealed a look of determination. Nearly all high officials will encounter political enemies successively in their lives. It can be said that as they rise up the ranks, they will battle their political enemies again and again. This Vice-Chancellor is probably my first political enemy. Having designated the man as his political enemy, Wang Baol immediately stopped panicking. Instead, his fighting spirit rose. He began considering the advantages he had as a specially recruited student. Although he had not left his residence during the past few days, he had learned about the privileges a specially recruited student had on the Spirit intranet. One of the privileges allowed him to go to the treasure repository of any faculty and borrow a dermic artifact for free. The lease lasted 5 years. With this thought in mind, Wang Baol quickly got up, left his cave abode, and found the treasure repository. With his identity as a specially recruited student, he walked into the treasure repository after a series of identity verifications. There were students present, and they immediately recognized him on sight. Although some ignored him and continued their selection processes, most whispered excitedly. The treasure repository appeared ancient. It looked like a 5-floor pagoda from the outside, but inside, there were rows of shelves. Placed on them were dermic artifacts filed by the dermic armament faculty. Some looked inconspicuous, others resplendent. One could see thousands of dermic artifacts at a glance. It also showcased the deep heritage of the dermic armament faculty. After all, every single item was top quality, meant to be rented or borrowed by students. The rental prices depended on the dermic artifact, but that was something Wang Baol did not need to consider. Since it's free, I obviously have to borrow an expensive one. After scanning the first floor, he headed straight for the 5th floor under the envious gazes of the students on the first floor. Standing in the empty 5th floor, Wang Baol became increasingly aware of the perks of being a specially recruited student. He began his selection. This sword is not bad. This bell looks beautiful, too. This glove is good. It's completely silver in color, and it's obvious it's something impressive. After looking around, Wang Baol fell into a dilemma. He liked all the dermic artifacts that were on display. He was momentarily unable to decide. This went on until his eyes landed on a white pillow made of jade. He was instantly attracted to it. The pillow's name was Hallucination Dharma Pillow. It shared similar effects to the hallucination nexus which was used during the test. It could create illusionary scenes, but due to its low grade, it was difficult to do overly complex things inside. Thus, few people borrowed or rented it. Besides, it was expensive. If not for his experience with the black mask, Wang Baol would not have taken notice of the Dharma pillow. After some thought, he decided to borrow the Dharmic artifact. After registering the rental, Wang Baol left with the Dharma pillow. He was filled with anticipation along the way. He moved increasingly quickly before he began dashing back to his cave abode. He planned on unraveling the black mask secrets. In the dusking sky, there was still an evening glow, which spread across Dharmic Armament Peak, seemingly dyeing it with a thin, red veil. The warm colors exuded an indescribable beauty. It was made even better as the night breeze brought away the heat, replacing the area with a coolness. It made many students leave their dormitories and chat happily on the peak. It was unknown if it was due to the redness of the evening glow that masked Wang Baol's specially recruited student robes, but as he traversed the mountain trails, not many people noticed him. Instead, there were exclamations as people looked into the distance. When he looked over, he saw a youth dressed in robes different from especially recruited students. He wore pure white Taoist robes, which seemed to exude an elegant grace. However, he had average looks and was plagued by freckles. Even so, there were a few female students beside him, their eyes filled with an intense glint. Other than the girls, there were more than 10 other students behind him. They surrounded him, some helping to carry his bag, others carrying ice spirit water for him. The entourage was walking over from afar. "It's the head prefect of Spirit Stone Hall, Jiang Lin." Unlike the way they treated a specially recruited student, all the surrounding students, regardless of gender, immediately went forward to greet the white-robed youth the moment they saw him. They were respectful and polite, as though they had met a teacher. It made the white-robed youth appear to have a noble air about him. He nodded in acknowledgement before departing with his entourage. He had seen Wang Baol, but it appeared that to him, there was no difference between ordinary and specially recruited students. One that was not a head prefect was simply a younger pupil and not his equal. Wang Baol widened his eyes as he watched the departing white-robed Freckles. He felt a little green with envy, believing that Freckles had stolen his limelight. "What's a head prefect?" Wang Baol snorted and lowered his head to open up the spirit intranet. He searched for the information while walking back to his cave abode. But as he did so, his breathing slowly turned abnormal. By the time he returned to his cave abode, he was completely shaken. This is a head prefect? Head prefects were those who were ranked first on the hall roll of each faculty. The number of halls determined the number of head prefects. For example, the Dharmic Armament faculty had 3 main halls, so there were 3 head prefects. Apart from proving their excellence in their respective halls, head prefects had another title, Chancellor Disciples. The head prefects of every faculty were considered disciples of the Chancellor. They addressed each other as senior and junior brothers. They were different from their fellow students. Aside from that, a head prefect had an authority that even specially recruited students lacked. Specially recruited students only enjoyed a few more advantages compared to ordinary students, whereas a head prefect held power in the Tao College. They were in charge of enforcing the college rules and regulations on the students of their respective faculties. Just this power alone left countless students nervous and awed. This authority was considered extremely powerful in the Tao College. And most important of all, the faculty dean had no right to dismiss the head prefect. The reason was that head prefects were not appointed, but instead promoted according to their results. This was the rule of Ethereal Tao College. Only the Chancellor had the authority to dismiss a head prefect, but the altering of the rules was something even the Chancellor would not wish to employ unless it was something extremely vile. Similarly, with such status and authority, a head prefect would not dare turn lazy and complacent. Once they were surpassed by others, they would no longer be first. They would instantly lose their title of head prefect and everything that came with it. Wang Baol's eyes were burning when he read the information detailed on the Spirit intranet. However, it was extremely difficult to become a head prefect. He recalled that the number beside the head prefect on the Spirit Stone Hall's roll was 90. This represented that the spirit stones refined had a purity level of 90%. Unless I can refine a higher purity spirit stone than him, it's completely impossible. Wang Baol sighed. He stopped his pangs of envy. He was not a person willing to be envious of others. To him, the reason a head prefect could be so impressive was that he had something that was far beyond one's reach. Wang Baol stopped thinking about it amid regret and his aspirations. He took out the hallucination Dharma pillow and the black mask. After some thought, he activated the Dharma pillow as the scene before his eyes turned hazy. His surroundings changed, and he found himself by an icy river. A biting cold wind blew at him, jolting Wang Baol. It was truly realistic. Wang Baol gave his surroundings a quick look. The sky was filled with snowflakes and the ground was covered in ice. He could even see some Arctic critters in the distance. Everything looked extremely realistic. Wang Baol quickly turned his attention back to his right hand. He drew on the experience from before. He had held the black mask in his hand before entering the hallucination realm, so when he lowered his head, he immediately saw the black mask in his hand. It was a blur. Its surface was clear in certain parts and blurry elsewhere. They were intercrossed as though the hallucination realm could not fully decompose its features. It worked. Wang Baol became excited as he carefully observed. The mask turned stable after some time, but it remained incomplete. However, text that had previously appeared surfaced once again. Perhaps because he could raise the mask up in front of him or some other unknown reason, the text appeared clearer. After Wang Baol carefully studied the text, he gradually discerned it. Great Void Chi Devouring Art? Wang Baol blinked and continued reading until he finished reading all the text. His body turned stiff before it began trembling. His eyes revealed an intense excitement. Great Void meant the production of something out of nothing. Chi devouring was something much more potent than chi nurturing. To be precise, the Great Void Chi devouring art was similarly a method used to refine spirit stones, but it did not need empty stones to be used as vessels. Instead, it could produce spirit stones out of nothing by using one's body to devour spirit chi. Due to not having any need for empty stones and the different method employed, the art produced spirit stones with purities that far exceeded those produced by the chi-fostering art. It could even produce the legendary perfect spirit stones that only dermic armament grandmasters could refine, not to mention purities at the 90% level. It was no longer an unreachable dream. At that instant, Wang Baol immediately dismissed Ethereal Dao College's cultivation technique. The position of head prefect filled his excited thoughts while his yearning to be head prefect became his motivation. He became fanatical that very instant. The Great Void Chi devouring art had similarities with the Chi fostering art, but its principles were very different. The Chi fostering art guided the world's spirit Chi into the body, but due to invisible orifices in the body, it was impossible to retain the spirit Chi. However, because of that, one could use the body as a medium to guide the spirit Chi into the empty stone in one's hand to form spirit stones. Through this process, one's body would subtly strengthen. As for the Great Void Chi devouring art, it was akin to forming a black hole in one's body. It caused the body to possess an extremely powerful suction force that seemed to devour everything. It would crazily absorb the spirit Chi in the world. Even if one's body had countless orifices that prevented the retention of spirit Chi, this suction force far exceeded the speed at which spirit Chi diffused. It would ultimately result in a constant accumulation of spirit Chi in one's body. Simultaneously, due to such intense compaction, there was no need for empty stones to condense spirit stones in one's hand. As such, the purity would naturally far exceed what others were capable of. After all, the biggest difficulty a dermic armament master faced in purifying a spirit stone was the removal of the impurities the empty stones contained. Similar concepts of such a cultivation technique had been suggested in the Federation, but no one had succeeded in doing so. It only existed in one's imagination, but now, the Great Void Chi devouring art right in front of Wang Baol was able to perfectly resolve all the problems. It looks like the suction force increases in intensity through the cultivation of this Great Void Chi devouring art. Becoming stronger and stronger, Wang Baol left the hallucination realm excitedly. He sat cross-legged in his cave abode, his eyes glimmering with excitement. He could feel that the role of head prefect was already waving at him. He seemed to forget everything as he closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the research and cultivation of the great void chi devouring art. He had built up a chi fostering art foundation over the years, so he was no stranger when it came to directing the spirit chi. As he calmed his mind, he immediately detected the world around him and its nearly limitless spirit chi. Although the great void chi devouring art looked easy, it was still quite difficult to cultivate it in practice. Wang Baol stumbled in the beginning. Several times he would suck the spirit chi but fail to exceed what diffused. However, one of his best qualities was that once he had a goal, he would form an obsession over it. Just like in the hallucination realm test, he had ignored the excruciating pain in order to gain more points. According to the chi devouring art's explanation, a devouring seed has to be formed internally first, making it become a part of the body. Only then can it exceed the rate at which it diffuses. At that moment, the obsession particular to his character erupted. In the following half-month, he stopped attending classes. Even if he had to eat, he would do so in a hurry. He would quickly return to immerse himself in his research and cultivation. At the same time, beside a pond on Chancellor Peak, which stood centered among the various faculty peaks of Lower Academy Island, was a thatched cottage where the old physician was fishing. The gentle wind blew, shaking the drooping willow. The reflection in the pond made it quite a sight. Beside the old physician stood the vice-chancellor. The black-robed, middle-aged man's forehead was sweating profusely, looking very uneasy. After a long while, he took a deep breath and gave the chancellor a deep bow. "Chancellor, I was at fault." The old physician did not seem to hear him. He continued his fishing, and only after some time did the vice-chancellor wipe the sweat from his forehead. With greater respect, he whispered, "I was wrong to ignore the fact that Wang Baol's matter could be used as a positive example, allowing the students to be greater aligned with the Tao College. Instead, I chose another option. I even got a teacher from the alchemy faculty to expose the cheating incident." With that said, he realized that the old physician's expression remained unchanged. Vice-Chancellor sweated even more as he whispered once again, "I was even more wrong to covet the Dermic Armament faculty's specially recruited allocation. I acted in my own self-interests and attempted to expel Wang Baol out of the Tao College. I even influenced the other teachers." Vice-Chancellor wiped his sweat again, feeling wry. He had made a mistake in his judgment. He had previously believed that the Chancellor was displeased with Wang Baol and thought that he could take the opportunity to punish Wang Baol as well as benefit himself. However, he had never expected Wang Baol to turn the tables eventually. One of the crucial reasons for that was Wang Baol's speech, but the more important reason was the way the Chancellor viewed the matter. Only then did the old physician look up, giving the Vice-Chancellor an insouciant look. "Since you are aware of your faults, take your leave." Vice-Chancellor heaved a long sigh of relief. He had been a subordinate to the Chancellor for many years. He knew that, with the Chancellor saying so, it meant that the matter was mostly resolved. He politely bowed before leaving. Only when he walked far did he recall Wang Baol. His eyes flashed with a cold glimmer, but he knew that he could not act for the time being. Furthermore, such a trivial figure was nothing to him even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. However, little did he know that after he left, an elder appeared silently from beside the old physician. He looked like a servant as he stood behind the old physician with a bent back. "Chancellor, brilliant. You managed to put Vice-Chancellor Gao Quan in his place through this matter without so much as a stir. I guess after this incident, he will temporarily hold back greatly." Although he admitted to many of his mistakes, he did not admit his greatest fault. His influence has reached far too wide and deep. In addition, I have investigated the matter. The Dermic Armament faculty's Spirit Colonel Hall's head prefect has been manipulating in secret. Similarly, the Vice-Chancellor enjoys a close relationship with this child. The Dermic Armament faculty's specially recruited nomination was also coveted by the Spirit Colonel Hall's head prefect. "It seems like it was instigated by his father," said the elder with a chuckle softly. the father of the spirit colonel head prefect. As one of the 17 senators of the Federation, such an influential figure would not engage in such crude tricks. Let the matter rest. The old physician smiled as a derisive look appeared deep in his eyes. I would have thought highly of him if he had associated himself with a senator, but to associate himself with this child, this Gao Quan is ultimately one who lacks brains. Chancellor, toward such a double-minded wretch should we not? The elder hesitated for a moment. It's still not time. The old physician's eyes had a profound look in them. A figure who he had gone to great lengths to establish as one to attract hatred was of great value. Others would hardly understand his decisions. There will always be someone who can't resist the temptation to touch Gao Quan. Regardless, anyone who touches him will have to go through me. The old physician chuckled as he thought inwardly. Time passed. Wang Baol had spent 3 months cultivating. In those 3 months, Wang Baol's infrequent appearance had made talk about him in the dermic armament faculty wane. In addition, the demanding education curriculum slowly made fewer people pay him any attention. In a particular way, Wang Baol had indeed accomplished his goal of keeping a low profile as he had wanted in the beginning. As the saying goes, everything comes to those who wait. 3 months later, Wang Baol's body barely formed a black hole devouring seed. As he sensed the suction forces released by his body, Wang Baol wiped his sweat in excitement. He felt that he was again one step closer to success. He hurriedly cultivated once more. After he possessed the devouring seed, the spirit chi in the cave abode immediately resembled flowing water. The spirit chi slowly had its trajectory change as it surged toward Wang Baol. This was not only limited to the spirit chi inside the cave abode. Even the spirit chi outside did the same. Eventually, almost all the spirit chi in the region he was in seemed to be stirred. An invisible vortex was formed, and the center of the vortex was the black hole devouring seed. In Wang Baol's body, large amounts of spirit chi were sucked in, finally exceeding the amount that his body naturally diffused. It caused his spirit chi to condense and accumulate. When it entered his body, it brought an indescribable sense of comfort to him, as though countless tiny hands were massaging his entire body. Thankfully, despite immersing himself in the comfort, Wang Baol still knew what he needed to do. He gradually lifted his right hand and used the great void chi devouring art to condense a spirit stone. But at this point, another difficulty of the great void chi devouring art revealed itself. The thick spirit chi could condense, but it would also fail if he were not careful. And once he failed, the massive amount of spirit chi that had condensed would spread out and quickly be sucked back into Wang Baol's body, accumulating once more. I refused to believe it. Wang Baol nearly lost his mind. With success close at hand, it made him more adamant. He bought large amounts of food in one go, most of which were snacks. He did not leave his cave abode as though he was in seclusion. He did everything at home, fully engrossing himself in cultivation. Gradually, his rotund body became even rounder without him realizing it. His fat thickened, especially the fat that was filled with a luster. Although it was not crystalline, the fat appeared extremely fine and glossy. His body was definitely far from ordinary. It was spirit fat formed through the accumulation of spirit chi. After all, fat was the conversion of excess energy in the body. And now, the spirit chi in Wang Baol's body far exceeded the average person's. As he was constantly devouring spirit chi and failing at refining the spirit stones, he could not help gaining more and more fat. Thankfully, the specially recruited student robes he wore were made of a special material that was very flexible. Up to this point, he had not burst his clothes. As for Wang Baol, his face's shape had changed, and his body gleamed with an oily luster, his eyes turning smaller and smaller. Unknowingly, this continued for a month. Midway, Wang Baol also realized the gain in weight, but having engrossed himself in the refinement of spirit stones, he directly ignored it. Finally, on this day, Wang Baol looked in excitement at the chestnut-shaped spirit stone in his hand. After testing its purity, he laughed out loud. I succeeded! Ha! I finally succeeded. It no longer has a purity of 50% but 75%. Wang Baol was extremely excited. All his years in Phoenix City, he had only been able to refine spirit stones that were slightly better than 50% purity. But now, he could refine ones that were at 75%. After all, the cutoff score of the best Dao College in the Federation, White Deer Dao College, was 70% and above. Satisfied, Wang Baol felt that he was presently formidable enough. Just as he was about to get up to walk around to release his excitement, he nearly failed to stand up. This left him in a daze. He looked down at his body, which had nearly doubled in size compared to half a year ago. His red, specially recruited Taoist robes had deformed from his weight gain, revealing a body filled with spirit fat. He became short of breath as his eyes widened suddenly. This, Wang Baol cried out. No longer overabsorbed with the spirit stone refinement, he immediately realized his present state. He was in big trouble. Heavens! I only let my guard down a little and… How did this happen? Wang Baol trembled as his family genealogical table surfaced instantly in his mind. He was immediately gripped by terror as he hurriedly extended his thick fingers, counting while being too worried for tears. But after counting all day, he realized that regardless of how he counted, according to the ages of the Fatso forefathers at their times of death, he did not seem to have much longer to live. This left him close to tears. I haven't become head prefect or the Federation president. I really do not want to reunite with Fatso forefathers. In Wang Baol's horror, his mind was filled with thoughts of losing weight. However, he had done so several times with all of them being nearly ineffective. It drove him nuts. Exercise. I want to exercise. I want to run. There might be still some hope with the fat having just appeared. Wang Baol gritted his teeth. The first thing he thought of was running. Therefore, he rushed out of his cave abode's door. Despite having grown fatter, it was still not irredeemable yet. He was still able to exit the door. The moment he walked out, sun scattered on his exaggerated red Taoist robe. Wang Baol immediately felt anguished when he saw his massive shadow. With a loud roar, he used all his strength and ran frenetically on Dermic Armament Peak. As he ran disconsolately, Wang Baol noticed something different about himself. He did not seem to tire out, and the rich spirit chi in him provided for all his energy expenditure. It allowed him to run rapidly, making him find Dermic Armament Peak too small. He knew too many people there as well, so he quickly ran down the peak and began running around Lower Academy Island. That day, many Dermic Armament faculty students saw a red ball brush past them. All of them were stunned, some exclaiming in surprise, but because the red ball ran too fast, especially with its face hidden, they could not identify it. Therefore, there were quite a lot of rumors and discussion on the spirit intranet. I saw a ball today. I saw it too. It looks a little familiar. It resembles the Taoist robes of a specially recruited student. While the Dermic Armament faculty engaged in discussion, there was a group of combat faculty students running along the lake in Lower Academy Island. Among them was the specially recruited Zhuo Yifan, as well as people like Chun Ziheng. A middle-aged man followed them, a teacher of the combat faculty. He was leading the students in a run with a solemn expression. Compared to the students in the other faculties, the combat faculty was more akin to soldiers. This was because the combat faculty focused on everything related to ancient martial arts. They stood atop all the faculties when it came to actual combat. It was required for every student from the faculty to have a strong physical body. Therefore, one of the basic classes was training that involved running around the island. The goal was to quickly enhance the freshmen's physical fitness, allowing them to successfully enter the blood chi realm. Although only half a year had passed since school began, the combat faculty continued having the island circling class. Faster! Did you even eat? The combat faculty teacher yelled as he stared at the students beside him. Although he was verbally putting them down, he was still very pleased when he saw them brimming with energy and vigor, especially Zhuo Yifan and Chun Ziheng. Although they could already circle the entire island, they obediently joined in the run. It pleased him greatly having such good students. You have to remember, my combat faculty disdains the refinement of artifacts and pills. What we want are our bodies. What we want is to push the body to its limits. Be it a Dharma treasure or a toxic pill, they are all crap. We, the combat faculty, can crush them with a fist. As the middle-aged teacher boomed, the students also roused themselves and roared in succession. Our punches and kicks are the strongest. Our running speed is the fastest. We are physically invincible. Instantly, the rousing fervor made it seem like they could suppress down all alchemical and artifact refinement weaklings. The middle-aged man was very pleased seeing the youth's spirit. Just as he was about to add on, a red meatball rolled past his body from behind. The meatball was simply too fast. Due to it being red in color, it appeared even more eye-catching under the sunlight. Its rapid movement stirred up strong winds as it directly overtook the combat faculty students and proceeded far into the distance. The combat faculty teacher was taken aback. The students who were about to shout were stupefied. What should have been uniform gusto singing instantly turned into a mess. What the heck was that? Is that a newly invented hot air balloon? The combat faculty students broke out into a discussion. Only the teacher hesitated for a moment as he revealed a suspicious look. However, when he saw some students trying to sneak off, his eyes suddenly locked onto them. What are you looking at? What happened to running? With his shout, the students quickly stopped looking and began running while questions hung over their heads. Slowly, those questions dissipated as they shouted with gusto. At that moment, Wang Baol was completely oblivious to his surroundings. He was covered in sweat, and his mind was occupied with the thoughts of losing weight. It was as though a group of fatso forefathers was chasing after him, and if he ran any slower, he would reunite with them. Another 4 hours passed, and it was already noon. The combat faculty students were completely exhausted at the beach of the lower Academy Island. However, with the teacher whipping them into shape, they continued running, shouting their slogans non-stop. Combat faculty is invincible. Combat. But before they could finish their chant, they heard booming footsteps behind them once again. The exhausted students saw a gigantic red meatball rolling past them at breakneck speed. This time, it appeared even faster as the sand that it stirred in its wake inundated them. It's that hot air balloon again. It looks a little smaller. What do you mean hot air balloon? It's a person. Heavens, did he finish one round? Immediately, the entire combat faculty was astounded as a series of exclamations thundered. All they could see was the rapidly departing red meatball. By the side, their teacher drew a gasp as well. He rubbed his eyes as though in disbelief. While feeling perplexed, he saw the students discussing. He berated them once again before they began running. Only when the students were truly exhausted did he allow them to rest on the ground. As for himself, he sat by the side. His mind kept thinking about the red meatball. As for the students, they were engaged in discussion. Was that really a person? Heavens! How did he run so fast? That's way too fast. That's not right. His clothes looked somewhat familiar. While the crowd was discussing, Chun Ziheng had a suspicious look. He vaguely felt that the red figure looked familiar. However, he could not immediately put his finger on who it was. He knit his brows in deep thought. Even when they began running once again after their rest, Chun Ziheng had yet to recall the reason for that sense of familiarity. However, soon after they began running, they heard the rumbling sound behind them again. This time, everyone including the teacher turned their heads instantaneously. What they saw was the red meatball that had passed them twice. It whistled over whilst stirring up a strong wind, quickly passing by once more. And this time, the meatball was clearly smaller again. They could now determine that it was indeed a person. In addition, they could hear cries from the meatball. It appeared as though the person was extremely deranged, letting out cries subconsciously. Under the combat faculty's astounded looks, the meatball left. Wang Baol! Exclaimed Chun Ziheng when he finally recognized the meatball. Many people around him had also recognized the meatball. After they heard Chun Ziheng's exclamation, all of them nearly jumped up. It really is Wang Baol. I was wondering why the clothes looked so familiar. Aren't those the robes of a specially recruited student? To think that it was Wang Beol. He actually became that fat. The exclamations grew more intense. The meatball's identity had set back the combat faculty students too much. After all, Wang Beol was, as they called, a weakling from the dermic armament faculty. Even the teacher drew a gasp. His astonishment was filled with embarrassment, and he felt an indescribable anger as he acted out by suddenly looking at the rowdy students. You bunch of trash. Look, you can't even match someone from the dermic armament faculty. How dare you call yourself members of the combat faculty? Our combat faculty is first when it comes to speed and our fists. Our bodies are invincible. You pile of trash, listen up. All of you are to double your training. If you do not overtake Wang Beol, none of you are to sleep. Run the entire night, the teacher roared. The students all turned furious as well. Even they felt disgraced that they had been overtaken by someone from the dermic armament faculty. They refused to take it lying down for, from their point of view, the fatty must have rested midway, probably not running the outer circle. Instead, he must have taken shortcuts to provoke them. How could they tolerate such acts of provocation? It was more heartfelt for Zhui Yifan and Chen Ziheng. Although they did not say a word, they exchanged looks, for they were unconvinced of Wang Beol's prowess. Although they were competitors, Wang Beol's appearance had immediately given them direction. They united in the face of a common enemy. Therefore, all the members of the combat faculty were filled with rage, eager to prove themselves. Their hearts burned with fighting spirit as they waited for Wang Beol to appear once more. They had decided to let Wang Beol know that their combat faculty was first when it came to speed. Soon, the sky turned dark. At dusk, Wang Beol appeared once again with his rumbling footsteps. Immersed in his deranged state of swearing to lose weight, he did not sense the combat faculty's anger at all. After he flew past them, he did not even look back. All the students from the combat faculty roared and chased him with everything they had. Wang Beol, you will definitely lose. Wang Beol, how dare you compete in running with our combat faculty? We'll let you know who's king. Belligerent shouts continued incessantly as the combat faculty students ran at full speed with their eyes reddened. From afar, the group of people thinned out into a long line as their shouting sounded. It was quite a sight to behold, so much so that it caught the attention of the other faculties. Gradually, they finished one round. The bright moon hung high in the sky as the shouts were replaced by heavy breathing. All the combat faculty students had despair in their eyes. Is that fellow even human? How is he so good at running? Is he some sort of beast? Everyone was infuriated as their paces slowed down. Their bodies were trembling, and their legs were turning limp. More and more people failed to keep up with Wang Beol. Only a handful managed to barely do so, but eventually, only Chen Ziheng and Zhui Yifan remained as they gritted their teeth. However, even they were close to their limits. Chen Ziheng had even used his physical seal realm's cultivation level, but the gap between him and Wang Beol only widened. After finishing one round, he collapsed to the ground, panting. He became depressed when he saw that the sky was brightening. Which of us is from the combat faculty? Me or him? The final person to collapse was Zhui Yifan. Even though he was indignant and his eyes were crimson red like blood in his fervent state, he only managed to keep up for half a round. As morning broke, his feet turned limp, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. We are from the combat faculty. We can't let those weaklings from the dermic armament faculty who refine artifacts beat us. Zhui Yifan, unleash your strength once more. Overtake him. The teacher had been accompanying him all this while. He, too, was exhausted, but he could not release the gloom in him. As he looked at Wang Beol's seemingly untired figure distance itself from them, he could not help but bellow angrily. Teacher, I really can't take it. Zhui Yifan wanted to keep going, but when he saw Wang Beol's rapidly departing figure, he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. He smiled bitterly. The teacher widened his mouth again, but he realized that he had nothing but bitter things to say. He recollected how the dermic armament faculty had always been weak. How did it produce such a freak? What an insult! He let out a disheartening cry. From that day forth, he would see Wang Bail dash past them while he led the students daily. It was as though Wang Bail had never stopped once. This experience had dealt a great blow to him as a teacher, needless to mention the students' reactions. Eventually, he gave up making the combat faculty students run around the island. Out of sight, out of mind. He sighed as he led his students, who heaved a sigh of relief, away. He planned on letting these students familiarize themselves with the equipment so that they could begin strength training. Even Zhuo Yifan felt that the teacher's arrangement was brilliant. The blows that he had been dealt over the past few days could be said to have been the strongest in his entire life. At that moment, Wang Bail had finally slimmed down greatly after running for 1 week. He was filled with excitement, but also regret. He recalled vaguely that he had seen runners like him early on, but they had gradually disappeared. Persistence is a quality. Amid his wistfulness, Wang Bail discovered that his body was clearly stronger than before. He did not seem too far from the blood chi realm either. This feeling was very intense. In fact, while running over the past week, he had realized that he was nearly immune to fatigue, as though he had an inexhaustible supply of energy. Amid his pleasant surprise, Wang Bail ran for a few more days. Eventually, he was sad to realize that running no longer showed an effect. In his frustration, he happened to pass by a training area. He also saw that the students from the combat faculty were engaged in weight training as well as strength and endurance tests there. When he saw these people working up a sweat, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly ran over. Teacher, my name is Wang Bail. Can I use this place for training? Wang Bail said immediately, his eyes filled with yearning anticipation. His appearance immediately caused the ground that was filled with grunting sounds to fall silent. All the combat faculty students instantly looked at the red-robed Wang Bail. Nearly all the combat faculty students had unfriendly looks. Their eyes seemed to burn with fighting spirit. Even Chun Ziheng's face looked grim, his expression turning very serious. Zhuo Yifan was the same. After he clenched his fists, his mouth warped into a sneer. Even the combat faculty teacher looked Wang Bail deeply in the eye. The strange scene of hundreds of bulky men looking at him left a chill running down Wang Bail's back. He felt that something was amiss. Have these people from the combat faculty gone silly from all the training? Wang Bail subconsciously took a few steps back and began to turn suspicious. As he had been too engrossed in running previously, he had ignored everything that happened around him. The only thing that had occupied his mind was the Fatso forefathers chasing him. Therefore, he had not noticed the combat faculty students and their setbacks. Everyone is a member of Ethereal Dao College. Haha, since you wish to train here in private, it's all the same if I go elsewhere too. Wang Bail smiled dryly when he saw the situation before him. Just as he was about to leave, the combat faculty students rushed forward and surrounded him, preventing him from leaving. What are all of you doing? This is Ethereal Dao College. I'm a specially recruited student of the Dermic Armament faculty. Wang Bail became frightened as he stared at them immediately. The combat faculty teacher had a deep, meaningful smile on his face. He took a few steps forward and grabbed Wang Bail before laughing out loud. Student Wang Bail, there's no need to be afraid. Come, train with our combat faculty. He smiled with a pleased look as he secretly rejoiced. Even if Wang Bail was good at running, he was definitely no match for the combat faculty when it came to strength. After all, members of the combat faculty spent nearly all their time on training their bodies. They had the absolute advantage in strength. Nothing would have happened if Wang Bail had not delivered himself to them. But since he had, how could he be spared? We have to vent our anger well. We have to show him how powerful our combat faculty is. With a smile, the teacher escorted Wang Bail straight to the training grounds. He pointed at the hundreds of gigantic barbells on the ground and said with a smile, Wang Bail, come. They are free for your picking. With that said, the teacher looked at the other combat faculty students and shouted, and all of you, quickly begin training. Wang Bail hesitated for a moment. Just as he wanted to speak, the combat faculty students rushed at the barbells like tigers and wolves. Each of them raised one and stared at Wang Baol provocatively. Something is wrong. Wang Baol turned wary, but against so many provocative glares, he could do nothing. With eyes widened, he went forward and grabbed a barbell. After taking in a deep breath, he raised it up with a grunt. The moment Wang Baol raised the barbell, the teacher felt extremely pleased. He shouted, "Countdown begins. Punks, all of you are to use all your strength." While the teacher reeled in excitement, the students began the rather atypical competition amid deep grunts. Nearly everyone was grunting as they raised the barbells, especially Chun Ziheng and Zhui Yifan. They were at the second stage ancient martial realm, so although their barbells were extremely heavy, it was still a weight they could handle. They are trying to compete with me. Wang Baol did not accept defeat either. He realized that it was not that heavy when he raised the barbell. He also managed to raise it with his strength. Immediately, there were heavy breathing sounds coming from everyone on the training ground. 10, 20, 30. Have you guys even eaten? Use more strength, bellowed the teacher, his voice constantly reverberating. Gradually, the all students completed at least 50 repetitions, and people began to falter. The barbell's weight indicated that the average person was very strong if they could handle 5 repetitions. At that moment, nearly everyone had lasted 50 repetitions. This was already quite an uncommon feat for them. Their bodies were trembling as though they could not keep at it. Is it that heavy? Wang Baol felt a little puzzled. Despite having raised 50 repetitions, the weight was not something unbearable to him. Most importantly, the spirit fat in his body was rapidly being depleted as he raised the weights, turning into spirit chi that nourished his body. Not only was he not tired, he even felt more energetic and alert. However, Wang Baol noticed the crowd's angry gazes. With a displeased inward grunt, he deliberately quivered as though he was about to fail at any moment. He even heaved heavily. "I want to raise one last time." With him saying that sentence, the students that were about to give up seemed to gain strength from his words. They gritted their teeth and, with a cry, forcibly raised their barbells once more. But when they looked at Wang Baol, they realized that he too had raised his in a shaky manner. They immediately felt gripped by anxiety. "I want to raise it one final time again." Wang Baol panted as though he was about to collapse at any moment. He had let out the statement with his face reddened. The other students clenched their teeth again, but they were ultimately at their limits. Nearly half of them failed to continue. With a plop, they dropped the barbells, but thanks to the safety precautions, they were not injured. At least 100+ more people were holding on. All of them raised their barbells once more as they held their breaths. But soon, they realized that Wang Baol had raised his barbell despite saying the same words. "Everyone, keep it up. He can't hold out much longer." The enervated students lay on the ground but continued supporting their fellow faculty mates. Their cheers slowly grew softer, and eventually, they were left clenching their teeth. Wang Baol had repeatedly claimed that it was his last time, but he had never once faltered. Instead, more and more of the remaining 100+ people gave up successively, despite their rage. Finally, fewer than 10 people were left holding on as they trembled. They were also at their limits, but every time they were about to give up, they would see Wang Baol's trembling body and think to themselves, perhaps this is Wang Baol's final one. But these people ended up reeling in despair one after another. Only Chun Ziheng and Zhui Yifan stood standing. Yet Wang Baol was still shaking as he raised his barbell. "I can still last a little longer. This is really the last one." Wang Baol stumbled as he took a step back. He forced himself to stand up straight, and with a pant he raised it again. "Shameless! He's too much." The surrounding students could not help but shout angrily. Even the combat faculty teacher was cursing in his heart. The act that Wang Baol put on from the beginning appeared too shameless to him. "Chun Ziheng, Zhui Yifan, I can let your running loss to the dermic armament faculty pass, but are you going to lose at weightlifting as well?" roared the teacher. Chun Ziheng's eyes turned red, and the 2 remaining students seemed to give it their all. They clenched their teeth, raising their barbells once again. After raising more than 100 repetitions, Chun Ziheng looked at the trembling Wang Beol, who could still continue. With a lamenting cry in his heart, he collapsed weakly. Even Zhuo Yifan finally reached his limit. In the end, he had already released all his potential. An attempt to raise the barbell while shaking only left him spinning. He could not continue. Wang Beol seemed to be sharing the same fate when he looked over. His body seemed to stagger, and he did not seem capable of raising the barbell again. Zhuo Yifan immediately felt his hopes raise while the other students turned excited as well. Fatso forefathers, lend me your energy. Wang Beol was perspiring all over. With his roar, he gradually lifted the barbell as all the students, and even the teacher, were secretly calling for him to drop the barbell inwardly. Immediately, everyone glared angrily. Zhuo Yifan's eyes turned a deeper red as he found the situation unacceptable. He attempted to raise the barbell again, but bereft of any more strength, he collapsed. His eyes turned black, and the despondent feeling in his heart could hardly be described. At that moment, everyone in the training ground had an ugly expression. They stared at Wang Beol, who was the only one remaining. Wang Beol raised the barbell again and again as though there was no end. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours. While they rested, Wang Beol was raising the weights. When they recovered and continued again, Wang Beol was still doing the same. When they headed off for their meals, Wang Beol was still lifting. Only on the third day did they leave. Under the moonlight, Wang Beol was still lifting. In the end, everyone was left dumbfounded. If he had raised the barbell normally, everyone could have tolerated him, but he would always roar, claiming that it was the final repetition. After shouting for so long, his voice did not even turn hoarse. This rascal is too crafty. Darn it. Doesn't he tire out from shouting for so long? Everyone felt miserable. The combat faculty teacher also turned disheartened. He felt completely defeated. He planned on leaving with the students and never engaging in outdoor training whenever he saw Wang Beol. But, at the instant they were about to leave, an extraordinary aura suddenly blasted out of Wang Beol's body. At that moment, his body seemed to emanate red light that resembled fire. This red light effused from within his body, through his skin, before inundating the vision of everyone present. This was blood qi that stirred the skies. Extremely rich blood qi rushed everywhere. Wang Beol's body also shrank rapidly, eventually returning to his original size. All the spirit fat burned at that instant, providing him with the energy needed to reach the blood qi realm. This scene immediately left the minds of the people that were planning to leave a buzz. They stood there and felt as though they had been struck by lightning, leaving them completely awestruck. I succeeded! Wang Beol threw the barbell in excitement. He roared with laughter when he saw his restored body line. He next noticed that he had reached the blood qi realm, which made him even more pleasantly surprised. He ran off quickly and exuberantly. Even when he was long gone, the combat faculty crowd at the training grounds did not extricate themselves from their daze. A series of gasps spread only a while later. He actually broke through. Heavens! He stepped into the blood qi realm faster than us despite being from the dermic armament faculty. Did I see wrong? He broke through. From lifting weights. Incredulous exclamations and discussions broke out among the students. The scene that they had witnessed incited them just too much. It would have been fine if they had lost to Wang Beol twice, but to watch him break through left them envious. Even the combat faculty teacher spent an entire day in a deranged grievance. He could not help but blow up. You bunch of trash. You can forget about sleeping. He's from the dermic armament faculty. He can even break through from lifting weights. What about all of you? Keep training. Do not stop until you break through. This time, none of the students complained. Instead, many of their eyes lit up. They felt that perhaps it was really a good way of breaking through. All of them rushed to train with hastened breaths. It was unknown if lifting weights was really effective or if it was due to the immense shock, but after that night, one student from the combat faculty actually managed to break through from lifting weights. As such, this matter caused a stir throughout the combat faculty. It was like a legend. As a result, even a long time after that incident, There were people from the combat faculty who would go to that very spot to lift weights, hoping to try their luck. After leaving a legend in the combat faculty, Wang Baol returned to his cave abode in the dermic armament faculty. He sat on the veranda in satisfaction as he looked at the beautiful blue sky. He felt good as he picked up a bag of snacks and began chomping on its contents. I'm already so thin. I need some nourishment. Wang Baol sighed as he caressed his tiny fat face and his bulging belly. Although his weight loss plan had ultimately allowed him to lose all the spirit fat, he still was in the shape of a fatty. However, Wang Baol was already satisfied with this outcome. Those grandpa fatties are unlikely to catch me now. Wang Baol chuckled as he felt the mighty blood chi in him. As he reeled in his delight, he took out another bag of snacks and began eating. Only when dusk fell did Wang Baol fill himself with snacks. He ignored the tiny pile of empty snack wrappers on the veranda and returned to his cave abode to begin refining spirit stones. With his prior experience, he soon managed to gather the surrounding spirit chi through the circulation of the great void chi devouring art. After he sucked the spirit chi, he condensed it in his right hand and finally formed a chestnut-shaped spirit stone. This spirit stone was not especially crystalline but was still rather translucent. It felt like a valuable treasure in hand, making Wang Baol grin from both ends. A purity of 75%. I need to work harder and quickly achieve a purity of more than 90%. In Wang Baol's excitement, he turned passionate just from the thought of the position and power the position of head prefect entailed. He hurriedly cultivated. 7 days quickly passed. In those 7 days, Wang Baol would occasionally attend classes in Spirit Stones Hall and not be as diligent as before. However, he still spent most of his time cultivating the great void chi devouring art until he discovered a problem. After the Spirit Stone's purity reached 75%, it was very difficult to make any progress. It was as though he had met a bottleneck, and no amount of hard work seemed to rectify the problem. This made Wang Baol anxious. After several days of attempts with no progress, he patted his stomach vexingly. He took out the black mask and grumbled. Did I cultivate wrong? Did I not discover something due to the blurry text? With that thought, Wang Baol felt that he was out of solutions. He took out the hallucination pillow and entered the hallucination realm again. It was still the ice plain with snow fluttering and biting cold wind. Wang Baol was not in the mood to experience the pleasant cold feeling as he hurriedly looked at the blurry mask in his hand. Moments later, he saw the words again. After careful perusal, he finally determined that he had not made any mistakes in his cultivation. There's no mistake, but why am I stuck at 75%? Wang Baol was feeling even more depressed as he sighed after grumbling. Just as he was about to leave the hallucination realm to think of other solutions, the black mask seemed to hear his words and began warping rapidly. This scene shocked Wang Baol as he looked over. He was astonished to discover that the great void chi devouring art was gone. Replacing it were new words, and those words actually gave him the answer to solving the problem of the spirit stone's purity. Such a scene astounded Wang Baol. He rubbed his eyes and glared at the mask, roaring, "Come out! Who's in there? I see you. Come on out!" With that said, Wang Baol braced himself and stared intently at the mask. However, the mask remained unchanged. Finally, Wang Baol looked suspiciously at the words that had appeared as his eyes gradually lit up. Cleansing pill. The words on the mask told Wang Baol clearly that to obtain higher purity spirit stones, he needed pills known as cleansing pills. Only such a pill could selectively remove the impurities in his body, allowing spirit chi to flow unobstructed in his body. As such, he could raise the purity. Wang Baol fell into a dilemma when he saw this. He was intrigued by the solution, but he also found the mask strange. He remained hesitant even when he left the hallucination realm. After logging into the spirit intranet, he began investigating what cleansing pills were. Not long later, he found an introduction to cleansing pills on the school's spirit intranet. The pill was harmless to people and had excellent effects. It could cleanse a person's body of impurities, causing ancient martial realm warriors to be agiler. However, the pill was extremely expensive, and the difficulty of refining it was extremely high. It was not something ordinary alchemy faculty students could refine. Only the alchemy faculty head prefect might be able to luckily refine one. Typically, he would eat it for himself. As the herbal ingredients used were precious, even a head prefect would bemoan at his financial inadequacies. Only an alchemy faculty teacher could refine one at great cost. Basically, such cleansing pills were pretty much priceless in all of Ethereal Tao College's lower academy. Upon seeing the cleansing pills introduction, Wang Baol no longer hesitated. He felt that even if the mask was odd, the pill was still something beneficial to him. He was immediately overcome with burning passion. In the following days, apart from classes and cultivation, he spent nearly all his time investigating the pill. He even contacted Bunny and Du Min, who had entered the alchemy faculty. He got them to help him seek out information, but their search turned up nothing as well. He was left at a loss. After all, the pill was rare and valuable. Even if someone wanted to sell it, it was not something ordinary students like Bunny or Du Min would learn of. Although Wang Baol was a specially recruited student, he had not yet been at the school for even a year. It was still difficult for him to come into contact with things of that level. Hard work paid off eventually. Bunny placed great emphasis on Wang Baol's request. She kept feeling that Wang Baol had saved her life. Even though she had learned the truth about the test, she could never forget Wang Baol's bloody figure, just like Lu Daobin. Therefore, she handled Wang Baol's matter with great seriousness. Furthermore, with her sweet and adorable looks, coupled with her bubbly character, she managed to learn of something a month later. Baol, there's an auction in half a month's time in Ethereal City. They will be selling one cleansing pill there. When Wang Baol received Bunny's voice transmission, he immediately turned excited and kissed his transmission ring. Xianxia, I love you. Inside the alchemy faculty's dormitories, Bunny was sitting on her bed. When she heard Wang Baol's kissing sound from the voice transmission ring, she blushed instantly. Du Min, who was opposite her, looked over suspiciously. Xianxia, what's the matter with you? No, nothing. Bunny immediately lowered her head, her heart pounding. While feeling embarrassed, she had strange, indescribable thoughts. As for Wang Baol, he circled his cave abode in excitement, pumping his fists into the air at times. His eyes were filled with excitement and eagerness. The auction requires spirit stones, but they are too easy for me. Spirit stones with 75% purity are worth a lot. Most importantly, I don't need any capital. Wang Baol laughed out loud. He felt like the cleansing pill was already his. This was because he had accumulated quite a number of spirit stones from his prior refinements. And he did not require a lot of spirit stones. They were basically unnecessary to him. Even if he used all of them in exchange for cleansing pills, he would not flinch at all. However, I can't be careless. The high officials' autobiographies have mentioned that one should never underestimate one's enemy. With this thought in mind, Wang Baol immediately decided to refine more spirit stones in the remaining half-month. Therefore, in the next half-month, Wang Baol spent most of his time refining spirit stones. Time passed, and the day of the auction came. That morning, Wang Baol walked out his cave abode brimming with spirit. The green forest lake where Ethereal Tao College stood was on the eastern outskirts of Ethereal City. Ethereal Tao College's students were usually not restricted from entering the city. Although it was Wang Baol's first time heading there, he was no stranger to it. He took a boat, and after reaching the lake bank, he ran straight for Ethereal City. He soon arrived, and compared to his hometown Phoenix City, Ethereal City was way bigger. It was more than 100 times bigger than Phoenix City. After all, Phoenix City was only one of the countless tiny cities in the Federation. As for Ethereal City, it was one of the 17 main cities of the Federation. Outside the city, there were giant walls that resembled metal plates. They were lined with countless sharp spikes that twinkled. When the sunlight bounced off them, they exuded a stern feeling of death. Apart from that, there was a massive array formation surrounding it. It was only activated at normal strength and not pushed to its limits. Even so, it was still able to effuse a stunning feeling that enveloped the region. From afar, one could see many pagodas towering over the city walls. Each one of them had a giant spinning ball at the top, intermittently releasing lightning out of it. It contained terrifying force and seemed like it could handle all enemies in the sky. All of this was a result of the ancient greenish-bronze sword that had come from the cosmos. After it penetrated the sun, its hilt had shattered into fragments that landed on Earth, its fragments spreading across the globe. Many of the factions of yesteryear had searched and gained control of them. Cultivation techniques had begun forming different schools of thoughts. Like a bed of flowers blooming across the land, it had changed the situation across the entire Federation. Although the main body of power was the Federation, it was comprised of 4 major factions. Many tinier factions had dependent relations with them. If not for the Beast War early in the Spirit Inception era, the Federation might have dissolved long ago. And it was due to the Beast War that, despite the Federation appearing peaceful, there was some friction between large and small factions occasionally. However, they only kept each other in check to certain limits. There was just no large-scale conflict. After all, the Beast War of yesteryear had been a calamity for all humans in the Federation. The Federation had faced the risk of extinction simply because of the sudden appearance of Spirit Chi. The appearance of Spirit Chi had not only given humans the opportunity to cultivate, it had also included wild beasts and vegetation. The rich Spirit Chi had caused a large number of wild beasts, vegetation, and avian creatures to mutate. Some far exceeded humans, making them extremely powerful. The Beast War had been a result of that. Although that battle had ended with the Federation gaining a stronghold in the cities, be it the desolate wilderness or the ocean, all of them were where the land and flying beasts ruled. Therefore, cities needed strong defenses. In addition, due to the dangers that lurked outside the city walls, most people lived their entire lives in the cities. Venturing out had to be done with others or with specially hired combat cultivation escorts, just like how Wang Baol and the students had traveled to the Dao College. At that moment, Wang Baol stood outside Ethereal City as he took in the lofty city. He took a deep breath, looked up, and puffed his chest before walking in. Ethereal City was a large city with trees shading the streets. The population was huge as well, probably numbering more than 100 million. Countless flying vessels traveling across the city, and there were many cars shuttling back and forth on the ground. As for the dense horde of passers-by inside the city, all of them appeared to be in a rush, as though they were very busy. Thankfully, Wang Baol's voice transmission ring had a map and location functionality. Furthermore, he had plenty of time. He headed toward the auction house according to the directions. Along the way, he engaged in sightseeing. He looked at the buildings and stores that lined the streets and experienced the bustle that was different from his hometown, Phoenix City. Although there was nothing new that surprised him, there were many things that caught his eye. For instance, he was looking at a building not far from him as he unwittingly exhaled in awe. The building looked like an ancient Roman Colosseum, but it was massive, more than 10 soccer fields large. If one looked at it from the sky, the entire building looked like a giant fist, and high in the sky, there were roaring disturbances as though many battles were taking place simultaneously. This is probably the legendary fight club where freestyle fighting is employed, right? Wang Baol took another few glances. He had read an introduction of the place before on the news. When he looked at the club's entrance, there were quite a number of strongmen dressed in black uniforms standing outside. They were Blood Chi realm experts, each looking quite threatening simply by standing there. I'll be heading to the auction house today, so I'll have to come back another time. Although Wang Baol was usually wise beyond his years, he was still a youth. He was nevertheless very interested in such hot-blooded combat fighting. Filled with anticipation, Wang Baol took another few more glances before leaving. He marveled at his surroundings until noon, finally arriving at his destination, Cloud Hawk Auction House. As one of the 4 biggest auction houses in Ethereal City, Cloud Hawk Auction House might not have been as magnificent as Ethereal Auction House, but it was still a grand sight. From afar, it looked like a male hawk with its wings spread. It was erected in the northern region of Ethereal City, spanning more than 15 kilometers. Tall walls split off from its periphery, and it was swarming with guards. As for the auction venue's interior, it was even more luxurious. It was enough to host 10 auctions simultaneously, each holding 10,000 people. That was especially so for the large venue in the middle, the Cloud Hawk Auction House's premier venue. Any auction that happened there would be able to stir up Ethereal City. The auction that was being held this time was not qualified to be held in the main venue. Instead, it was held at Auction Hall number 3 in the right wing. Wang Baol did not have an invitation, but he had long learned of the rules. He had reserved a spot through the Spirit Internet with his status as Ethereal Dao College's specially recruited student. With his identity Jade token in hand, Wang Baol was checked by the guards at the door. He successfully entered the venue, and as he was relatively early, there were not many people present. He was guided by beautiful attendants into Auction Hall number 3. Although it was numbered 3rd, it was able to seat 10,000 people. Each seat had autonomous functions. Not only was it comfortable, it also provided ice spirit water as well as snacks. One could see the surroundings clearly from that spot as well as the high platforms ahead. This place is way too extravagant. Wang Baol drank the ice spirit water and ate the snacks. He felt that the entrance fee of 1 spirit stone was worth it. As he enjoyed the service happily, more people entered. The auction hall slowly became lively. Many people knew each other and sat together, chatting and laughing in the process. There was no lack of Ethereal Dao College students. They came in groups, but most of them were senior students. Occasionally, there were freshmen. They discussed the auction with excitement and wonder. Wang Baol, who was drinking the ice spirit water, even saw Zhuo Yifan among them. As for Zhuo Yifan, he also noticed him. Immediately, his smiling face turned cold. The setback that Wang Baol had caused him was just too intense. Wang Baol was an extremely sore sight for him. With a snort, he turned around and began chatting with a few newly acquainted senior students. What's his deal? Thinking how great he is and all. Wang Baol snorted as well, finishing the ice spirit water in one gulp before opening a second bottle. After a long wait, a rousing musical tune boomed throughout the venue when the auction hall reached an adequate number of people. Everyone turned silent as a bright beam appeared on the stage in front of them. Beneath the beam was a decently dressed, middle-aged man. He slowly walked out and, with a smile, bowed to the audience. Everyone, welcome to Cloud Hawk Auction House. I'm Li Jingtao, your auctioneer for today. All right, without further ado, let the auction begin. The middle-aged man's voice was loud and clear, reaching every corner of the hall. He waved his right hand, and immediately, a projection appeared behind him. In it was a huge bone. The bone was purple in color, emanating a lustrous glimmer. A ferocious feeling could be felt through the projection, causing many people to feel shaken. Lightning bird, an extremely savage creature that lives in electromagnetic storms. Upon maturing, it will grow a lightning bone. This bone is extremely beneficial when it comes to the refinement of pills or dermic armaments, or even the cultivation of warriors. Although it's an ordinary adult lightning bird, the difficulty of obtaining this lightning bone is equally difficult. The starting price is 20 spirit stones. After the middle-aged man spoke, there was a temporary silence in the auction hall. Wang Baol widened his eyes, too. Although he knew of the beast war and knew how powerful ferocious beasts were, this was the first time he was seeing the lightning bone of a lightning bird. He could not help but take a few more glances at it. The bidding soon started, and to Wang Baol's astonishment, the lightning bone was eventually auctioned off at the high price of 60 spirit stones. It's worth so much. Wang Baol touched the tiny bag he carried. His confidence dropped immediately. However, he turned confident once again when he thought of his 75% pure spirit stones. After all, the auction house used 50% pure spirit stones to settle the payment. Every 10% increase in purity increased the price manyfold. As the auction proceeded, one item after another appeared through a projection. Things were constantly snapped up. Although some items failed to receive any bids, most of the items were bought by someone. Wang Baol felt his horizons broaden. Apart from the various materials from the different beasts, there were also pills, dermic artifacts, and even cultivation techniques. However, most of them were incomplete fragments. There were a few times that Wang Baol was tempted by the items, but he endured the enticement, waiting for the cleansing pill's appearance. Finally, the auctioneer smiled when the auction was halfway through. He waved, and a milky white pill manifested behind him. The pill was not crystalline, but it would give anyone who saw it an impulse to swallow it. It was as though it was an innate desire. The moment the pill appeared, its herbal fragrance permeated the entire auction hall. Immediately, many people felt energetic, especially Zhui Yifan and some of the senior students. Their eyes were bright. Wang Baol sat straight up as well, his heart racing while his eyes stared intently at the pill. I won't go into detail about the cleansing pill. I believe many of you are here for this pill. The starting price is 100 spirit stones, 101, 102, 103. Instantly, bidding voices erupted in the auction hall. Zhui Yifan had also bid, looking bent on obtaining it. I offer 150 spirit stones. Wang Baol turned anxious as he suddenly shouted, 160 spirit stones, 170. Zhui Yifan frowned as he grunted. 180. Wang Baol did not hesitate as he raised the price once again. The others gradually gave up, leaving only Wang Baol and Zhui Yifan as the remaining bidders. The price went from 100 plus to more than 500. Such a price, even if the cleansing pill was something rare, made it overvalued. Everyone exchanged looks before looking at Wang Baol and Zhui Yifan, whose faces were red. Zhui Yifan clenched his teeth as he stood up and said angrily, Wang Baol, do you dare compete with me when it comes to spirit stones? My family is filthy rich. I bid 700. He was a scion with no lack of spirit stones, and due to the prior running and weightlifting incidents, he found Wang Baol a very sore sight. Worst of all, he was in desperate need of the cleansing pill. Therefore, he bit the bullet and bid a stunning price. Screw you. Wang Baol's breathing turned heavier. Although he had accumulated quite a number of spirit stones, he had about 1,000 or so when converted to 50% purity. He stood up as well, staring angrily at Zhui Yifan before shouting, 1,000 spirit stones. The moment this price was offered, there was a silence before an uproar broke out. They felt that the price was already ridiculous. Zhui Yifan was also shocked. His breathing heavy, his neck tensed, he shouted once more. He was from the combat faculty and was just short of the pulse enrichment realm. In his agitation, his voice was extremely loud. 1,100 spirit stones. Wang Baol widened his eyes. His ears hurt from the tumultuous voice. Hence, he took out the megaphone from his bag and pointed it at Zhui Yifan, shouting, 1,500 spirit stones. The voice was so loud that, not only did it give Zhui Yifan a fright, the surrounding crowd drew a gasp as well. Even the auctioneer's body faltered. He looked at Wang Baol with an odd expression. If this was the end, one could only claim that Wang Baol's voice was loud. After his bellow, he did not wait for anyone to react. He took out an empty stone in front of everyone's watchful gazes. With it in hand, he began refining spirit stones. As a large amount of spirit chi was condensed, the empty stone in his hand rapidly transformed, turning into a spirit stone at a discernible rate. This scene could be said to be an absolute blow to everyone present. You want to match the spirit stones I have? Screw you. I can create them on the spot. Come. Let's see who has more. Wang Baol roared, staring at the dumbfounded Zhui Yifan. His eyes filled with disparagement. He can actually refine on the spot. I recall that he's from the dermic armament faculty. Then what's there to compete over? While the crowd smiled bitterly, Zhui Yifan nearly went mad. Even in his wildest dreams, he had never imagined that such a thing could happen at an auction. Although it was known that the dermic armament faculty was well known for its spirit stone refinement, he had never witnessed it personally before. But at that moment, Wang Baol's actions were like a critical strike on him. Although his family was rich, he also shrank back. After all, the number of spirit stones he had was limited, but Wang Baol was practically printing money. The feeling was identical to the running and weightlifting incidents. It left Zhui Yifan trembling. The senior student beside him, who he had just become acquainted with, looked at Zhuo Yifan pitifully as he shook his head with a sigh. This is the dermic armament faculty. To think you attempted to compete with him. Did you not notice that all the senior students shut up once they noticed him? The dermic armament faculty is known for being a walking money printing machine. Who can compete with that? When the other senior students heard that, they sighed as well. Clearly, people from the dermic armament faculty had left a deeply buried scar in each of these senior students. When Zhuo Yifan heard that, the anger and disappointment in him could hardly be described. He felt disconsolate upon seeing Wang Bail create spirit stones on the spot. This is unfair. How can the Dao College leave such unbalanced matters unchecked? If this goes on, won't the auction house end up being reserved specially for people from the dermic armament faculty? Zhuo Yifan was trembling in anger. It felt impossible for him to vent the aggrieved feelings and anger in him. However, before he could finish, a senior student beside him laughed. You are really naive. They specialize in the art of printing money. Why would the Dao College interfere in that? But what you said is right. Auction houses are prepared for the dermic armament faculty. Didn't you notice? The moment he bid, everyone fell silent. You are still a freshman and lack experience. The senior student sighed. Many of his peers beside him sighed as well. Once people from the dermic armament faculty appear in an auction house, they will always have first dibs. Once they are done picking, the rest will be left to us from the other faculties. There's no other way about it. We earn money and if we are lucky, snatch money, but they create money. Isn't that so? They can create as much as they want. How can you compete with that? The senior students had a lamentable tone to their words. It drove Zhuo Yifan crazy once again. In his rage, he felt like he had suddenly become a pauper. However, he caught wind of the term, snatch money, and could not help but ask, the Dao College allows the snatching of money? The senior students did not reply and only smiled. Zhuo Yifan felt despondent that even the senior students did not reply to him. He glared at Wang Bail, feeling extremely indignant. He felt that he had a lot of spirit stones, and even if Wang Bail could print money, he would ultimately be slower. There was no way he could snatch the pill from him. Therefore, when the auctioneer had struck the hammer twice and was about to deliver the third final strike, he shouted, I offer 1,700 spirit stones. Wang Bail turned his head and glared at Zhuo Yifan. He found Zhuo Yifan an increasingly sore sight and was bent on going all out. I offer 2,000 spirit stones. The moment he said that, Wang Bail finished refining a spirit stone and began to refine a second one. He had already made up his mind. At worst, he would stay back for a period of time after the auction, leaving only after he was done refining all the spirit stones. Even if he became fat again, he had to win the auction. He needed to get the last say to vent his anger. You! Zhuo Yifan's eyes turned red. Just as he was about to speak further, while Wang Bail had taken out the second empty stone to refine, the auctioneer laughed bitterly. He saw that Wang Bail was a specially recruited student of the dermic armament faculty. He felt that the cleansing pill's price was already sufficiently high and did not wish to offend the dermic armament faculty. He immediately said aloud, This student from the dermic armament faculty, there's no rush. As a member of the dermic armament faculty, all you need to provide is an IOU and spend it like spirit stones at my Cloudhawk auction house. After which, you simply need to make up for the amount within a stipulated amount of time. There's no rush. The moment that was said, no one seemed to react except the freshman who drew a gasp. Many people immediately regretted choosing the wrong faculty. Ah, that can be done. Wang Bail was taken aback. His eyes widened, apparently somewhat uncertain. When he saw the auctioneer nod his head in confirmation, Wang Bail felt a rush of excitement. He immediately felt enlightened, as the Adriftim finally realized at that very moment that the dermic armament faculty was truly formidable. Compared to Wang Bail's excitement, Zhuo Yifan was completely dumbfounded. If his senior's words had dealt a blow to him, then what the auctioneer had said was like using a sharp blade to stab deep into his nascent and tiny heart. He felt faint as his body stumbled. The setback and helpless emotions overwhelmed him. When he saw Wang Bao's smug look, he recalled the running and weightlifting incidents. He then noticed the strange looks that people around him were sending his way. His eyes turned crimson red as he roared, "Wang Bao, I challenge you." With that said, he directly issued Wang Bao a challenge. The moment that was said, there was an uproar once again. Wang Bao frowned as well. When he saw Wang Bao hesitate, Zhui Yifan felt a lot better. He had nearly been driven crazy just moments ago. Although he might not have been as rich as Wang Bao, but his martial strength was sufficient. He definitely needed to vent his anger. He had thought it through. Even if Wang Bao did not accept his challenge, he could forcefully attack to teach him a lesson. With his challenge issued, he was about to walk out the auction house and wait outside. However, at that moment Wang Bao snorted. He was completely uninterested in such a challenge and could not be bothered with it. His goal was to become head prefect, not be caught up in meaningless challenges. He recalled the auctioneer's words and drew inferences from it. He immediately wrote an IOU of 100 spirit stones and raised it high up in the auction house, shouting proudly, "This IOU for 100 spirit stones will be given to whoever deals with him for me." The moment he said that, everyone drew a gasp once again. This act that caught people by surprise left Zhui Yifan dumbfounded once more. Before he could react, the eyes of the senior student who he had recently become acquainted with lit up. With a loud laugh, he charged forward and grabbed the IOU and ran toward Zhui Yifan. "I'll do it!" The other senior students were reeling in excitement as they charged at Zhui Yifan with loud roars. They were even saying things like, "He's mine! Don't you snatch it from me! Darn it! All of you are too fast. This opportunity is a rare one." Instantly, Zhui Yifan was surrounded by at least dozens of senior students. "Seniors!" Zhui Yifan trembled. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. He was pummeled by the dozens of people surrounding him. Amid the blows, Zhui Yifan's tragic cries sounded. "I'm a specially recruited student. How can you—" "That's right. I've long wanted to beat one up." The senior student who had sat beside Zhui Yifan was especially enthusiastic. He explained as he delivered his blows. "You previously asked me what snatching money is. Well, this is what's snatching money." Immediately, the auction house was thrown into chaos. Some even took out video equipment to begin a live stream. Zhui Yifan uttered an aggrieved cry. It was tragic, but thankfully, this was an auction house. Soon, massive numbers of guards came in to pull the crowd apart. If others had been fighting, the Cloud Hawk auction house would definitely have dealt with it harshly, but since the fighting parties were students of Ethereal Dao College, it did not dare offend Ethereal Dao College, which always took the side of its students. These students were always a trouble for it, despite its powerful background. The students were like ancestors, entities not to be provoked. Therefore, all they could do was persuade them and pull them away. Only when everyone was sent out did the commotion come to an end. As for Wang Baol, he had long left. A young lady working at the auction house led him around while looking curious and charming. He wrote an IOU and took the cleansing pill away before he was sent out the auction house. The service was excellent, and before Wang Baol left, the lady even deliberately leaned toward him and asked for his contact details. This made Wang Baol realize how impressive he was. Pleased with himself, he returned to the Dermic Armament faculty. He sat in his cave abode and felt the desire to become head prefect become more intense. The Dermic Armament faculty is indeed impressive. If I can become head prefect, that will be my first step toward the pinnacle of my life. Wang Baol was delighted. Just as he was about to take the cleansing pill, he suddenly smacked himself on the forehead. "I can't be so careless. I need to remember many of the lessons written in the high officials' autobiographies. I was too rash today and ended up being high profile. I should keep a low profile." Wang Baol approved of his realization and, after some reflection, calmed his agitated emotions. Only then did he take out the cleansing pill that he won at the auction. After looking at it carefully, he took a whiff and swallowed it. The pill instantly melted the moment it entered his mouth. A warmth immediately rose up from his abdomen, like a roaring wave, and spread through his body rapidly and forcefully. This was the first time Wang Baol had eaten a pill. Furthermore, it contained a sizable number of precious herbs, making it extremely potent. Wang Baol's body trembled as a result. Wang Baol's breathing hastened as he began to sweat profusely all over. He hurriedly took off his clothes and sat there naked. He was alarmed when he saw his sweat pores secreting black impurities that looked like slag. That's scary. As the impurities were purged, he clearly felt that his body seemed to turn more permeable. Even his blood qi was much richer than before. Amid Wang Baol's delighted surprise, the impurities continued purging for 3 full days until the medicinal effects wore off. After he washed his body thoroughly, he looked at his round body and smooth skin before laughing loudly. It's indeed a good pill. After he admired what he felt was a perfect bodyline, he put his clothes back on and took out some ice spirit water. He finished a huge bottle before eating some snacks. Filled with anticipation, he began refining spirit stones. He wanted to know if he could break the bottleneck of 75%. The bright moon hung high in the sky. Unlike the sword sun, the moon in the spirit inception era remained the same as in the previous eras. It scattered its soft light across the entire Lower Academy Island. On the various faculties' mountain peaks in Ethereal Tao College's Lower Academy Island, the spot with the richest spirit chi was not the Dermic Armament Peak, but it was still one of the better ones. After all, the Dermic Armament faculty students cultivated their daily to refine spirit stones, resulting in immense spirit chi expenditures. Unlike the students from other faculties, this near-limitless supply of spirit chi and the unique refinement tricks were not provided for nothing. Every year, they had to submit a certain number of spirit stones as their end-of-year exam, and it was quite a considerable amount. Similarly, other than lectures in the 3 main halls being free, everything else in the Dermic Armament faculty, such as eating or going to special cultivation chambers, required spirit stones. This ensured that the Dermic Armament students made good use of their time to refine spirit stones. The alchemy faculty was similar, but it was not as exaggerated as the Dermic Armament faculty. As for the other faculties, they had even simpler means of earning money. Certain cultivation grounds that were meant only for their own faculty students would also be open to other faculties. The fees collected from the students of other faculties were extremely high. For instance, Mt. Scenic Cloud of the Beast Taming faculty, the 8 Treasures Chart of the Array Runes faculty, Frost Ice Tower of the Traps faculty, and the Lava Chamber of the Combat faculty were cultivation areas that aided those who were about to break through from the Blood Chi phenomenal success level to the physical seal level. Every day, many students from other faculties would head to these places. This alone was enough to provide for most of each faculty's daily expenditure. At that moment on Dermic Armament Peak, invisible spirit chi was flowing slowly, splitting into thousands of portions that were slowly being directed by the Dermic Armament students. However, at a spot nearer the summit, the specially recruited students' cave abode, more spirit chi surged over than in other student areas. Inside the cave abode, Wang Baol was reeling in excitement. He was constantly circulating the great void chi devouring art, sucking large amounts of spirit chi into his body, then sending it through his arm to condense in his palm. As he saw a spirit stone rapidly appear in his palm, his eyes lit up. I've broken through. Haha! I've broken through. The excited Wang Baol sensed the spirit stone in his hand rapidly surpass 75% purity. When it reached 76%, he could not hide his excitement. In his joy, he took out a bag of snacks after refining 1 spirit stone and began eating. I should work harder and aim to break through to 80% purity as soon as possible. After finishing a few bags of snacks, Wang Baol wiped his mouth and began refining again, but he suddenly turned vigilant. I have to be more careful. I can't let history repeat itself. If I don't pay attention, I might make myself into a huge fatso again. Wang Baol approved of his realization since his recent weight loss experience had simply been too painful. Even if he had stepped into the blood chi level of the ancient martial realm, the process was truly something he did not wish to experience again. The path of losing weight is an arduous and long road. Only someone as determined as me can succeed. Wang Bail sighed as he encouraged himself. He was very pleased with his realization, and after pondering for a moment, he felt that he needed some encouragement. Therefore, he took out a bag of snacks and chomped on them. After finishing the snacks, he patted his tummy and began refining spirit stones. Perhaps his luck was good, or maybe the cleansing pill's effects were thorough, but the spirit stones Wang Bail refined in the following days constantly improved, and his body no longer accumulated spirit fat. It was as though spirit qi would no longer accumulate as spirit fat after he got rid of the large amounts of impurities in his body. Instead, his body adapted to the speed at which spirit qi rushed through it. Smooth flows raised the purity of spirit stones and also subtly strengthened Wang Bail's body. It improved his blood qi level quite considerably. As such, this made Wang Bail even happier. Only when he realized that he had remained slim as his spirit stone refinement reached 80% did he gradually tone down his vigilance and instead fully immerse his body and mind into it. Slowly, time passed like water. In the combat faculty, Shui Yifan, who had been badly beaten and was in pain, was gnashing his teeth in a cave abode, but he felt helpless. He was not in the same faculty as Wang Bail. Many methods and tricks could not be used. Wang Bail, Shui Yifan felt extremely indignant. He pondered for a long time before recalling that he did have friends in the Dermic Armament faculty. The Spirit Stones Hall's head prefect, Zhang Lin, might not have an especially close relationship with him, but it was still good. Getting his help was likely fine. He immediately took out his voice transmission ring, and after making the connection, Shui Yifan smiled. Wang Bail, I still have means to let you know my prowess even if you are in the Dermic Armament faculty. Days passed one after another and soon 2 months had passed. Over the past 2 months, Wang Bail's spirit stone purity had slowly increased, and when it reached 84%, his blood qi realm reached the perfected state. If this was known by the combat faculty, they would probably lose their minds. After all, Wang Bail's speed of improvement was much faster than the combat faculty students who specialized in the cultivation of ancient martial arts. Haha, it looks like the side effects of the great void qi devouring art have been completely resolved by the cleansing pill. The excited Wang Bail was increasingly convinced that his purchase of the cleansing pill was justified. From the looks of it, I should be able to reach the 85% level. I want to reach 90% as soon as possible. I shall become head prefect and embark on a journey toward the pinnacle of life. Wang Bail became excited just thinking about it. He sucked in the surrounding spirit qi and condensed it in his palm as he continued his plan of exceeding 85% purity. However, ever since school began, Wang Bail, who had been engrossed in the great void qi devouring art, had seldom attended classes in Spirit Stones Hall. He did not know that there was a natural bottleneck at 85% purity when it came to spirit stones. To be precise, although spirit stones below 50% purity could be used, they were only deemed ordinary spirit stones. Only at 50% was it considered inferior grade. Medial grade spirit stones needed to exceed 75%. As for the demarcation between medial grade and superior grade, it was 85% purity. A spirit stone was considered of superior grade once 85% was reached, and if one reached 95% and above, it was considered a supreme grade spirit stone. Typically, a single spirit stone of such quality was extremely valuable, something only masters could refine. And this bottleneck was something that required students who cultivated in the qi fostering art to have opportunities and proficient skill before it could be broken through. However, the completely overpowered Great Void Qi devouring art revealed the bottleneck the moment it encountered it. When the purity of the spirit stone that Wang Bail was refining reached 84% and was about to approach 85%, his body suddenly quivered. An unprecedented suction force abruptly manifested from the slowly spinning devouring seed. The degree of this sudden change far exceeded Wang Bail's preparation and imaginations. Nearly all the spirit qi in his cave abode was instantly sucked dry. The vacuum seemed to form a natural black hole as though a hole had appeared in the sea of spirit qi. Immediately, the massive amount of spirit qi seemed to quiver as it surged over. Thankfully, the Dermic Armament faculty's mountain peak had a spirit qi gathering array formation that instantly stabilized the imbalance. Wang Bail's suction speed was fast, and the amounts drawn were massive, but compared to the spirit chi in the entire dermic armament peak, it was still nothing. It did not attract the attention of others. People would, at most, notice a pause in the flow of the surrounding spirit chi. However, to Wang Baol, the sudden increase in the suction force and the spirit chi that surged into his body like a bursting river left his mind abuzz. He failed to direct the overwhelming amount of spirit chi in his body to his palm in a timely fashion, and it rapidly accumulated to form spirit fat. As the spirit fat increased at a discernible pace, the spirit stone in his palm finally crossed a purity level of 84% under this sudden surge and reached 85%. It was no longer a medial-grade spirit stone but a superior-grade spirit stone. Streams of light emanated from the resplendent and crystalline spirit stone. Although it was inferior to the one that teacher Zhou had refined in class, the difference was not particularly great. It was similarly a superior-grade spirit stone and extremely costly. But Wang Baol was unable to feel happy. He stared at his indescribable body in a daze as the spirit stone in his hand dropped onto his belly with a plop before falling to the ground. When he looked down, all he could see was his stomach and not the spirit stone. Moments later, a tragic cry resounded from the cave abode. Wang Baol was close to tears as he anxiously raised his arms and looked at his stomach before bursting into sorrowful cries. No, my formerly perfect figure. Why did this happen? In Wang Baol's anguish, he tried to stand up but realized he was unable to do so. This nearly drove him crazy as he felt a cold wind blow past him. It felt like countless Fatso forefathers were walking over from every direction, smiling at him as they waved their hands like they hoped to reunite with him. All I want is to be head prefect. Why am I encountering so many difficulties? Amid Wang Baol's grief, he struggled to get up and squeezed his body through the cave abode's door. He was relieved when he realized that he could still leave the cave abode. He had really been afraid that he would be too fat to fit through the door. If that happened, he would truly have been doomed. Thankfully, it was late at night, and no one noticed the happenings at his cave abode. If not, they would definitely have been stunned, thinking that a particular beast had descended. While reeling in anguish, Wang Baol gritted his teeth and began fervently running around the island again. But this time it appeared to be ineffective. Even though he had taken the chance to head to the weightlifting grounds while it was empty, raising the weights crazily in the process and even adding more weights, the effects were negligible. It failed to achieve the outcome he needed. Heavens, what should I do? Wang Baol was extremely anxious as sweat rolled down his forehead. Finally, he sought help from the spirit internet and searched for weight loss tips. The seemingly omniscient spirit internet was filled with random information, but it did not deter a fatty who was only thinking about losing weight. Fatties were always able to sharply pick out a potential weight loss technique from what appeared like ordinary news to others. For example, the combat faculty's lava chamber. The combat faculty's lava chamber is pretty much hell. It's such a torture. I sweated like it was raining in there. That place is a place that torments people. I only spent 5 minutes in that place and lost half a kilogram. I kind of pity myself. When he saw all sorts of criticisms about the lava chamber on the spirit internet, Wang Baol's breathing hastened as his eyes lit up suddenly. Lava chamber. Lava chamber. Wang Baol felt like a drowning person who had grabbed a life-saving straw. He immediately raised his head and looked at Combat Peak before flying over. Under the moonlight, one could see a massive beast-like figure charge away with a whistling sound. I want to lose weight. As the most popular training ground of the combat faculty, the lava chamber contributed in supporting the finances of the faculty. Its uniqueness stemmed from the magma plume buried underground, which spread throughout the entire mountain peak and reached the bottom of Green Forest Lake. It had a long history, and it was stated in the history books that the lake had not existed about 1,000 years ago. There was only a famous volcano that had existed there. The geological formations changed over the 1,000 years, forming the Green Forest Lake. It had hidden the magma plume until Ethereal Tao College chose this plot of land. It was only after the Spirit Inception era that they had the ability to guide the magma out and create the combat faculty's lava chamber. It was an extensive region and looked like a behemoth's head from afar. In the middle of the beast head's brows was a flame totem, Even at night, the burning flame did not seem to extinguish. If one entered through the behemoth's mouth and ventured deep into the combat faculty mountain's interior, one would encounter more than 100 sealed cultivation chambers. Every cultivation chamber had an array formation that could draw upon the underground magma once activated and make the cultivation chamber reach a stunning temperature immediately. Typically speaking, those who could enter the lava chamber had cultivation levels of the perfected blood chi level. Many would have hopes of using the high temperatures to force their body to seal all their sweat pores shut. By insulating themselves from the heat, they would be aided in entering the physical seal level. After all, the 3 levels of the ancient martial realm were all about building a foundation. The goal was to craft a flawless body in whatever circumstances they were originally in. Blood chi was to ensure vigorous vitality, allowing a mortal to be able to withstand the stunning metamorphic changes the body would experience in cultivation. The physical seal level was about sealing off all the sweat pores of a person's body. By isolating the inside from the outside, not only would the body become detached, it could also prevent any blood chi from leaking. Once this delicate control was achieved, one could not only produce strength much greater than the blood chi level, one could also forge toward the physical seal level seamlessly. Precisely because this was the unique characteristic of the physical seal level, the lava chamber had very extraordinary effects, up to a certain level when it came to helping to break through. In theory, if one was determined enough to enter the lava chamber without any qualms about death, they could draw on the magma plume to a particular level and temperature. It could lead to either death from heatstroke or the successful achievement of the physical seal level, breaking past the blood chi level. However, such people were uncommon. Under ordinary circumstances, being able to last more than 2 hours was an impressive feat. Even Zhui Yifan had only managed to last 6 hours. In the 30 or so years since the beginning of the Spirit Inception era, one extraordinary person had appeared in Ethereal Tao College. The person had sealed himself in the lava chamber for 3 days and 3 nights, creating a legend that remained untouched to date. The person was the previous Federation president. Legend had it that one day after he came out of the lava chamber, he said one sentence that shocked Ethereal Tao College. It also became a famous slogan of the Tao Enlightenment faculty and used by countless people. I am enlightening myself on the Tao. It was late at night, and when Wang Baol's rotund figure rolled over, he directly charged straight into the behemoth's mouth. There were still quite a number of people cultivating in the lava chamber, and although the number was fewer than in the day, about 90% of the cultivation chambers were full. On the display board outside, one could see that the indicator lights of 7 cultivation chambers were still unlit. There were people coming in and out the behemoth's head, and in fact, there was no need for anyone to stand guard at the entrance. Each chamber required a student's Tao College identity card for entry. As for the spirit stone's charge for the chamber's use, it could be settled through the identity card. Up to this day, no one had dared owe a spirit stone debt to the combat faculty strongmen who focused on cultivating in ancient martial arts. Although there were many students entering and exiting the lava chambers, Wang Baol was too fast. Many people only felt a wind blow past them and vaguely saw a red fatty dashing away. Before they could even identify him, his figure had disappeared. However, Wang Baol had underestimated his influence. I think I saw a red meatball. It looks quite familiar. It seems I have an impression of that in my memory. Outside the lava chamber were a few combat faculty students who were about to leave. They were left collectively stunned as they exchanged glances and saw each other's eyes widen. Wang Baol. He became fat again. As they exclaimed outside, Wang Baol dashed deep into the mountain through the behemoth's mouth and found an empty cultivation chamber. He quickly took out his identity jade pendant to open the door, and after squeezing his body in with some difficulty, he heaved a sigh of relief before closing the door. As he rubbed his painful belly, Wang Baol felt even more depressed. If I were any fatter, I wouldn't have been able to enter. The cultivation chamber was not large and was only about 10 square meters in size. The other students would find it spacious if they came, but after Wang Baol sat down and looked at his surroundings, he immediately felt like he was sitting in a tiny cage. This feeling left him despondent. He subconsciously wanted to take out snacks to vent his anger but realized that he had not brought any in his eagerness. He was nearly driven mad at that realization. I want to lose weight. Wang Baol clenched his teeth and, through great difficulty, found the controls to the array formation. He activated it without hesitation, and immediately, a hot surge of air spewed out from the ground. It instantly spread through the chamber, and other than the spot where he sat being a little normal, the other areas began to glow red. At such high temperatures, Wang Baol still found it difficult to breathe despite there being a ventilation hole. It took him quite a while to catch his breath as sweat was constantly pouring out of his body. Unlike how others attempted to seal their sweat pores in the chamber, Wang Baol did the opposite. He tried his best to relax his body and open up all his sweat pores to absorb the heat. It's not enough. Wang Baol wiped away his sweat, and after sensing the spirit fat in his body, he adjusted the temperature again. Immediately, the already scorching temperatures were raised quite significantly. However, Wang Baol felt that it was insufficient. Therefore, he kept adjusting the settings until the surrounding four walls started glowing red. Although his lips were parched, even to the point of feeling like his organs were about to be cooked to a crisp, he was delighted to realize that his spirit fat was gradually breaking up when the heat passed through his sweat pores. Praise the heavens! Wang Baol instantly became excited. He quickly maintained the heat and closed his eyes, withstanding the torturous feeling of having his spirit fat melt. Although the temperature was high to the point of feeling like he was almost evaporating from it, he put up with it while clenching his teeth in excitement once he noticed his fat decreasing. 2 hours passed, and Wang Baol was still enduring the grueling heat. Continued for 4 hours, 6 hours, until it was bright outside. The combat faculty's lava chamber had no lack of students visiting it. Every morning, there would always be people lining up to enter. People were waiting at the moment, not feeling any sense of urgency since there were more than 100 rooms. Those who entered would usually exit in less than 2 hours. Soon after, there were people entering and people exiting. The people who were waiting would chat with each other to kill the time. They would also occasionally look at the lights on the display board. When one of them went off, it meant that a person had come out. Time slowly went from dawn to noon before it turned to dusk. Batches of students entered and exited. But at that moment, a keenly observant student who had been waiting for a long while noticed an abnormality. Strange. Room 39's light seems to have never gone off. Have any of you seen it go off? He was only asking the students beside him out of curiosity, but gradually, when everyone carefully searched through their memories, they seemed to realize that none of them had seen the light go off. All the students outside the lava chamber were immediately alarmed. They spent another 2 hours watching it, and when they realized that room 39's light remained lit, the shock they felt was hardly describable. Guys, look at room 39. Heavens, we have already been observing it for 4 hours. It has never gone off at all. I recall that it was lit even in the day. Did that actually happen? Are you guys seeing things? How is it possible? The one with the longest record is Zhuo Yifan. All he managed was 6 hours. As the crowd discussed, this rare phenomenon immediately piqued their curiosity. Therefore, the crowd decided against cultivating that day and instead sat outside the lava chamber to observe. They slowly turned short of breath as their eyes gradually widened. After several hours, when it was late in the night, the number of students outside the lava chamber kept growing. There were nearly 100 students with mouths all agape in shock as if they had seen a ghost. There were constant discussions with many sending voice transmissions to their friends. This matter also broke out on the Spirit intranet. A godly person has appeared in the combat faculty's lava chamber. According to estimates, the person in room 39 of the combat faculty's lava chamber has lasted more than 20 hours. A record has been broken. It has completely broken Zhuo Yifan's record. The thread on the Spirit intranet instantly gained attention across the entire Lower Academy Island. It drew gasps when the students from all the faculties saw it. The lava chamber was famous, and there was only one person in history who had spent more than 20 hours in there. If the light to room 39 extinguished at that moment, it would have been fine, for it made sense. However, while countless people on the lower Academy Island were paying attention to this matter, the light continued staying lit until dawn. This caused an uproar throughout the lower Academy Island. This even caught the attention of the teachers. No one entered the lava chamber anymore. Everyone stood outside, staring at room 39's indicator light that remained lit. Heavens, it's almost 2 days. He's about to challenge the previous Federation president's record. Who is he? I will offer 10 spirit stones for any clues. Once confirmed, it will be given out. Be it in the actual world or on the spirit intranet, there were all sorts of discussions happening. Finally, the few students of the combat faculty who had been outside the lava chamber 2 nights ago posted a notice on the spirit intranet. The person in the lava chamber's room 39 is Wang Baol from the Dermic Armament faculty. I can swear that I saw him roll in there quickly while dressed in his specially recruited student robes. The moment that was said, the other faculties did not react much to it and only felt skepticism. However, there was an uproar among the students of the combat faculty who had been dealt a blow by Wang Baol, especially Zhuo Yifan and his friends. They were burning with rage as they stormed straight for the lava chamber. Darn fatty Wang. You didn't go to the beast-taming faculty's MT. Scenic Cloud, the Array Runes faculty's 8 treasures chart, or the Traps faculty's Frost Ice Tower, but targeted our combat faculty. Are you bullying us from the combat faculty? From their point of view, this new action by Wang Baol was a sequel to the running and weightlifting provocations. While the entire lower Academy Island had become rapturous and Zhuo Yifan along with his friends were burning with fury, Wang Baol, who had lasted 2 days and nights in the lava chamber, was completely covered in sweat. He was even seeing stars. He found breathing difficult and was almost at his limits. The lava chamber's interior was at a very high temperature, evaporating Wang Baol's sweat. This made clouds linger inside the lava chamber. I feel like I'm almost cooked. Wang Baol was shuddering with fear. He was really worried about being cooked alive. That would be quite a huge joke. There was a certain group of people in this world who were especially stubborn and also very terrifying. These people were known as dieters. During the weight loss process, they would feel a special kind of happiness that would intensify as the effects of the weight loss became more apparent. It would reach an astounding level, especially if one could achieve stunning results in a very short amount of time. Wang Baol was clearly such a person. He was barely putting up with the worry that he would be cooked alive. However, when he saw how much his body had slimmed down over the past 2 days and nights, he suddenly felt very excited. Screw it. I'll either cook myself alive or unmistakably slim down. Wang Baol clenched his teeth as he raised his right hand to strike the array formations switch. Immediately, the lava chamber quaked once again as even higher temperatures immediately surrounded him. The entire lava chamber appeared warped. Wang Baol's body and even his breath were fiery hot. His body, both inside and out, felt like it was burning. The reason he could endure for so long was that his body had accumulated large amounts of spirit fat. As he experienced the burning, his spirit fat melted and spirit chi spread across his body, constantly nourishing his flesh and blood. Under this nourishment, his blood chi was also being enhanced, especially when the temperature was increased. Immediately, the blood chi within Wang Baol radiated out of his body as a red glow. If anyone were to see the vibrant blood chi, they would definitely be alarmed. The mightiness of the blood chi that exuded violent intent far exceeded the level of other people in the same realm, perhaps due to the absorption of the fiery hot temperatures. With him already nearly at the perfected blood chi level prior to this, after 2 full days of the sweltering heat, his blood chi had reached the limits of the human body. He was only a little short of breaking through to the physical seal realm. It could even be said that he could have broken through already, but Wang Baol had been forcefully repressing it, causing his body to barely maintain himself at the blood chi realm and not reach the physical seal realm. He knew very well that once he stepped into the physical seal realm, he would be insulated from the hot air, forming 2 different worlds inside and outside his body. Then his weight loss plans would end up ineffective. Under this forced insistence, Wang Baol's body began to tremble involuntarily as his fat gradually reduced. As he experienced his pain and excitement, There were more and more people gathering outside the lava chamber. The gasps and exclamations became more common. 3 days. Could this Wang Baol have died inside? That's way too much. Heavens, is he doing it to break through? While many people engaged in discussion, Zhuo Yifan and company went from anger to depression. There were really no two ways about it. There had only been one instance of someone being capable of staying in the lava chamber for 3 days in Ethereal Dao College. The discussion about Wang Baol on the Spirit intranet turned more intense. Amid the discussion, someone even began accepting bets on whether Wang Baol would be able to break the former Federation president's record. Hence, under the close scrutiny and discussion among countless people, the day soon passed and night came. There were still many people outside the lava chamber paying close attention to the matter. There were even some students who looked very professional. They were even holding recording devices and live streaming. There was a long-faced youth whose hair was tied up into that of a Taoist hairstyle, and he had quite a number of freckles, but his eyes were very bright. He held his recording device high up and was speaking loudly in excitement. Thank you, Clearsky, for your cave abode. Thank you, Ash, for your airship. Hey guys, I'm your host, Little Taoist, and your support is the greatest motivation for me. We are now beginning the countdown to the most exciting moment. After this night passes, Wang Baol will have broken the record. Send your gifts. As long as someone gives me, your host, Little Taoist, a rocket today, I'll dig up the secret as to how Wang Baol managed to endure for 3 days and 3 nights at the cost of my life. That night, as such live streams happened outside the lava chamber, the Spirit intranet seemed to boil in excitement. The youth, who called himself Little Taoist, even live streamed the entire night without succumbing to fatigue. When the rays of dawn shone on everyone, Wang Baol's body also reached its limit inside the lava chamber. He was bright red, and his entire body was swaying. Losing weight is so miserable. Wang Baol realized that he could no longer repress his blood chi realm any further. With a lamenting cry, loud booms that sounded like drumbeats instantly emanated from his body. The booms echoed and stirred up the devouring seed in him. Immediately, a stunning suction force began devouring all the heat in the lava chamber, causing an unprecedented level of heat to fill his body. As the clouds swirled around him, his spirit fat shrank at a discernible pace, and all his sweat pores also closed rapidly in that instant. Finally, as though they were sealed, his body's interior was insulated from his exterior completely. At that moment, the 4th night passed outside the combat faculty's lava chamber. Countless students were already shocked to their very cores. At that moment, the amount of time that the indicator had remained alit for Lava Chamber Room 39 had surpassed Ethereal Dao College's record. There were even teachers paying close attention to the matter, and the talk on the Spirit intranet also turned more intense. It's been 3 days and 4 nights. Wang Baol has broken the record. He has surpassed the former Federation president. Among the crowd, the shouts from the live streaming students came from everywhere, especially the long-faced youth. He held his recording device high and screamed at the top of his lungs. Guys, did you see it? Wang Baol has broken the record. Shouldn't such a marvelous moment be a time when gifts are given? I'm repeating, as long as I receive a rocket, I will find out the secret. As a din erupted outside the lava chamber due to the cacophonous discussions by the students, Room 39's indicator light suddenly went off. Someone noticed it almost the instant the indicator light went off as he exclaimed, "Look, the indicator light has switched off. Wang Baol is coming out." The live-streaming Little Taoist was even more excited as he dashed through the crowd and stood right at the front. He did not forget his live stream and said loudly, "Wang Baol is about to appear. Guys, do you have any rockets?" At that moment, all eyes outside the lava chamber stared at the entrance simultaneously. Every student watching the live stream on the Spirit intranet waited in anticipation. Under everyone's watchful eyes, they immediately felt a surge of hot air billow out from the behemoth's mouth, and it instantly spread in every direction, raising the temperature of the surroundings quite substantially. It's so hot. Room 39 must have opened. It's the gust of hot air that came out of it. The hot air surrounded them, instantly filling the crowd with anticipation once again. Immediately following that, a figure slowly appeared in front of them. It looked like a little fatty. He was walking out one step at a time while leaning with one of his hands against the wall. With his appearance and his figure becoming clear, a suppression more stunning than the blood chi realm spread out. It was Wang Baol. He had thinned a lot more than when he first entered the lava chamber. However, he was a little pale and looked a little weak. Yet, the aura his body exuded was extremely keen. It had an indescribable, suppressive might that could acutely be felt. This was precisely the aura, a result of being insulated from the world, that one could clearly feel after the physical seal realm was broken through. Such an aura did not last very long and would typically become unobvious a few days after the breakthrough. The instant Wang Baol appeared, the people outside the lava chamber let out incredulous exclamations. This aura! He has indeed broken through the physical seal realm. His entire body is independent, as though he is isolated from the world. This is the physical seal realm. Exclamations erupted, stunning Wang Baol, who had just come out. His mind was still abuzz. He was not only physically weak due to the rapid weight loss. The high temperatures had also made him mentally exhausted, so he was somewhat dazed by the huge crowd in front of him. At that moment, the live streaming students in the crowd rapidly approached, especially Little Taoist. He was the first to step forward and appear beside Wang Baol. He seemed to be extraordinarily excited as he raised the recording device high to include Wang Baol and himself. He was extremely passionate. Guys, look, this is our fellow student Wang Baol. Although his face cannot be seen entirely on screen because it is a little large, you should still send some gifts. Those without gifts can also subscribe to my channel. The long-faced little Taoist looked excited as he looked at Wang Baol. He did not care about Wang Baol's status or feelings. He knew very clearly that with him live streaming, even if Wang Baol was irritated by him, he would not act out since it was happening live. Wang Baol was still somewhat in a daze as he took a glance at the long-faced little Taoist and saw the number of people and gifts in the recording device that he was holding high in the sky. His exhausted face naturally suffused a look of disparagement. Is this how you live stream? With that bit of popularity, you won't get many gifts. A total of just 2 rockets? Did you give them yourself? Upon hearing that, Little Taoist turned a little embarrassed as he quickly changed the topic while facing his recording device. Guys, do you find Wang Baol handsome or not? If he's handsome, reply 1. If not, reply 2. Are you a newbie? How can you do that? Wang Baol frowned and grabbed the recording device and aimed it at his face, shouting in the process. Brothers, if you find me handsome, reply 1. If you find me especially handsome, reply 2. Those that do not say a word are agreeing to the fact that I'm the most handsome person in the entire universe. Little Taoist was taken aback. Instantly, the screen was filled with unprecedented activity. The word shameless filled the screen. Wang Baol looked at the dazed Little Taoist with a smug look. See that? Look at the amount of activity. Guys, as long as you send a rocket, Little Taoist over here will spend 2 hours in the lava chamber. The more rockets he receives, the longer he will spend in there. In the span of a few seconds, the screen was filled with more than 20 rockets, with them whistling across the screen. Little Taoist was instantly dumbfounded as he widened his eyes in shock. He drew a gasp and felt his back turn cold. A cold sweat broke out as he was about to utter something as an explanation when Wang Baol threw the recording device back at him. Did you see that? This is how you get gifts. Wang Baol held his hands behind his back, feeling pleased with himself. He thought to himself, how dare you say my face is huge? With an inward snort, he left under the watchful gazes of the astounded crowd. Little Taoist was left holding his recording device, with tears nearly streaming down his cheeks. He saw rockets constantly whistling across his device's screen. After the 3-day, 4-night ordeal in the lava chamber, Wang Baol noticed that all the students he encountered on his way back to the Dermic Armament Peak would invariably stare at him. His breaking of the record was simply too astounding. Quite a number of Lower Academy Island teachers had also begun to pay close attention to Wang Beol. After all, it had not yet been a year since school started, and although Wang Beol's breakthroughs were not considered the fastest, the impact he delivered was unmatchable. Furthermore, his feats happened one after another, causing quite a buzz on the Spirit intranet. It made every student on the Lower Academy Island, be they freshmen or senior students, know of Wang Beol. While on his journey back, Wang Beol had logged into the Spirit intranet and learned of the various matters that had happened while he was losing weight. He felt very wistful. All I did was lose some weight, but I ended up causing such a stir. I'm just too extraordinary. This won't do. I am someone who will become the Federation president, so I need to keep a low profile. Wang Beol coughed dryly as he walked to his cave abode. Feeling pleased with himself, he took out some ice spirit water and gulped a big mouthful. Immediately, he felt a lot more refreshed. Losing weight sure isn't easy. As he recalled his weight loss process, Wang Beol took out a bag of snacks with a sigh. Again, he wolfed down the snacks noisily. I have to stay alert. I cannot make myself grow fat again. Losing weight is just too tedious. Wang Beol constantly reminded himself. The thought of the lava chamber's high temperatures left him with a lingering fear as he took out another bag of snacks. I absolutely cannot become fat again. Having resolved himself, Wang Beol spent an entire afternoon eating snacks before he patted his belly. His eyes were filled with determination as he began pondering over his spirit stone purity. The moment he thought of the crazy absorption of spirit chi once his spirit stone reached 85% purity, Wang Beol fell into a dilemma. He sought out a lot of information from the spirit intranet before gaining some confidence. In future refinements, he would increase his control. He would work hard at maintaining the speed at which spirit chi surged in, even at the cost of him being a little slow in the refinement process. As such, although his spirit stone refinement became slow, his meticulous way of handling things prevented the sudden increase in spirit fat. After solving this problem, Wang Beol felt at ease. He felt that becoming head prefect was already something close at hand. With this burning desire, he began attempting to raise his spirit stone purity. However, pleasant times were short-lived. A month later, Wang Beol was depressed to discover that his spirit stone purity had once again hit a bottleneck. He was unable to break past a purity of 86%. This was the second appearance of a bottleneck. In his depression, Wang Beol took out the black mask and, after some hesitation, chose to activate the hallucination realm. The scene in front of him turned blurry but revealed itself to be the familiar icy snow plain when it became clear. Cold winds whistled as Wang Beol quickly lowered his head to touch the black mask in his hand. Despite staring at it for some time, the words on the mask were still about the cleansing pill from before. Nothing had changed. Odd. Does it need me to say it out loud? Wang Beol scratched his head. He recalled that the mask would change while he was muttering to himself. Looking suspiciously at the mask, he whispered, "Mask, oh mask, tell me, is there a way to allow me to break the bottleneck of producing spirit stones with 85% purity and achieve 90% and beyond?" After Wang Beol said that, he stared at the black mask intently. It was just a few seconds before the words on the mask turned blurry. The entire mask even phased away a bit before new words appeared slowly. "There's indeed someone in there." Wang Beol drew a gasp as his heart thumped in his chest, and he looked at the words. Great Void Twisting Technique? There were a lot more words that appeared this time. Wang Beol was stunned when he read everything. It was because the answer the mask gave him was no longer about a pill. It was a cultivation technique that resembled a martial art. Such martial arts were common in Ethereal Tao College, especially with the combat faculty having many types. For example, there were many kinds of twisting techniques. It was nothing surprising. This left Wang Beol a little puzzled as he carefully looked at it again. According to the explanation, the reason for the bottleneck was that the devouring seed in Wang Beol's body was unable to completely fuse with his body, making it difficult for him to do as he wished. The twisting technique was the best method for speeding up his body's fusion with the devouring seed. Once he cultivated it successfully, not only would he increase the devouring seed's suction force, he would be able to intuitively disperse it to any part of his body, allowing him to devour at will. When that happened, he would break past the 85% purity bottleneck and achieve perfection. The first attack here is nothing but bending fingers. Isn't it? Wang Baol blinked. He was clever to begin with, and the great void twisting technique did not appear to be anything special. He raised his left hand and grasped forward. After practicing a few times, he decided that he might as well control the hallucination realm and form a middle-aged man. The man had a blurry face and his cultivation level was around the blood chi realm. He immediately charged at Wang Baol the moment he appeared. Wang Baol widened his eyes as he similarly advanced forward. With his physical seal realm's speed and strength, he threw out a fist, immediately sending the sparring partner's figure into a retreat. With a flash, he came close to the sparring partner and grabbed his palm. When he found his opponent's finger, he tried bending it backward. "This is way too easy," Wang Baol mumbled. A black beam suddenly flashed from the black mask. At the same time, the entire hallucination realm instantly distorted. A cracking sound instantly spread in every direction. "What's happening?" Wang Baol jumped in shock as he hurriedly retreated to observe his surroundings. He realized that the cold wind had turned even colder. Some of the animals in the distance also looked somewhat different. Before Wang Baol could carefully observe his surroundings, the sparring partner he had conjured earlier suddenly looked up. He was still at the blood chi realm, but he seemed to be an entirely new person. With killing intent emanating from him, he rushed toward Wang Baol. Although it was still the same person, he gave Wang Baol a completely different feeling. Without having any time to think, he struck out directly, but this time, the sparring partner did not dodge the instant Wang Baol threw out his punch but, in some inconceivable manner, wrapped Wang Baol's wrist. Wang Baol immediately felt an indescribable numbness spread through his entire arm. His clenched fist immediately relaxed, and even his strength seemed to dissipate. As for the sparring partner, he used his momentum, grabbed Wang Baol's finger, and yanked it upward. "It hurts. Stop. Stop. Stop." The excruciating pain felt like lightning that spread through Wang Baol's body. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat as he could not help but let out a tragic cry. His body seemed to lose all its strength instantly, and he stumbled as a result of his opponent's yank. In response to Wang Baol's cries, his sparring partner immediately released him and took a few steps back. He continued looking at Wang Baol expressionlessly. As he held his finger, Wang Baol panted and looked at his sparring partner with lingering fear. He then looked at the black mask and had a nagging feeling that everything that had just happened was a result of the mask. He immediately felt indignant and somewhat peeved. "What's so impressive about bending fingers? I was just not prepared." Again, Wang Baol's sparring partner charged forward the moment he said that. This time, Wang Baol was prepared. He did not throw out a punch and instead kicked. When his opponent dodged, he grabbed the opportunity to throw a punch at his opponent's temple. But this time, a strange scene appeared. Even though it was clearly Wang Baol who had taken advantage of the dodge to attack, a suction force was suddenly released by his opponent. It seemed to manifest as an invisible hand that grabbed Wang Baol's arm and yanked him, allowing the man to change his punch's direction. After Wang Baol's opponent spun around to grab at his finger, the finger was instantly bent. The familiar feeling of pain surfaced once again as Wang Baol hurriedly yelled for a stop. However, he felt even more disgruntled inwardly, almost to the point of being driven crazy. The finger bending was just too painful. Even Wang Baol, who often berated others for being shameless, felt that such an attack was extremely shameless. The feeling of not being able to use his strength while his opponent aimed to bend his fingers drove him insane. Again, moments later, Wang Baol's pale expression turned for the better. This time, he decided not to use his hands again as he began fighting with his sparring partner once more. Soon, Wang Baol's finger was grabbed by his opponent once again. His body went limp as his hand was raised high. Before his opponent bent his finger, he was already lamenting inwardly. "Heavens! You are too much of a bully. I hid my hands the entire time, but you still managed to bend my finger. Ah! It hurts." Wang Baol was driven to tears, but he was filled with hate inwardly. He could not control the boundless eruption of emotions. His opponent was only at the blood chi realm, and he was already at the physical seal realm. Yet, his opponent was able to grab his finger every single time. The excruciating pain, the resentful feelings, and his helplessness made Wang Baol extremely aggrieved, along with other emotions. I refuse to believe it. Again. Wang Baol clenched his teeth and charged forward once again. Time passed inside the hallucination realm. Wang Baol's tragic cries continued incessantly in what followed. They turned shriller and more tragic until one day later. When Wang Baol left the hallucination realm, he felt weak. He lay in his cave abode and looked at his 10 fingers with tears rolling down his face. Heavens, this finger-bending technique is just too much. There's also the suction force. There's no way to dodge that at all. I have to learn this move? It's powerful. Wang Baol had already realized that the black mask's flash had changed the sparring partner, making it use the Great Void twisting technique on him. If not, there was no way to explain the suction force. It was clearly in accordance with the first move of the Great Void twisting technique. The suction force would form a force that resembled a black hole after the devouring seed spread across the body. After personally experiencing the incisiveness of the Great Void twisting technique, Wang Baol's interest was aroused. He felt that not only would the Great Void twisting technique resolve the problem of his spirit stone purity, it could also equip him with combat arts. This made him determined. Even as he rested for the night, his mind was constantly analyzing and thinking. At daybreak, Wang Baol quickly ate some snacks for breakfast and entered the hallucination realm once again. Days passed as the shrill cries in the hallucination realm continued. Not only did they not decrease, they increased in frequency. As Wang Baol's ability to withstand pain increased, his recovery time reduced. This resulted in him having his fingers bent a lot more often. It hurts. Heavens, who created this twisting technique? My finger almost broke. Finally, even though Wang Baol was a tenacious person, he was almost at his limits. He was already on the brink of insanity. He even lamented over at the unfortunate fact that humans had fingers. Therefore, he thought of a solution. As he negotiated with the mask by muttering to himself, he conjured another junior sparring partner. It was completely different from the previous sparring partner, and it became the target of Wang Baol's frustration. Every time he had his fingers bent, he would spar with the junior sparring partner, transferring the pain and anger he had onto him, bending his finger in the process. Through this ability to vent his frustration, Wang Baol managed to persist with his training. Another month passed, and Wang Baol was depressed to realize that the junior sparring partner he used to vent his frustration was just too weak and rigid. He was completely unable to sustain the madness he was feeling or enhance his combat experience. More importantly, the junior sparring partner did not cry. He would stare at him expressionlessly no matter how his fingers were bent. Wang Baol found this unacceptable. Simultaneously, he had finally gained some insight and experience from his constant battles with the senior sparring partner over the months. He could not hold down the urge to let others experience what he had experienced. Hence, he thought of the Fight Club. Sparring with the junior partner does not enhance my twisting technique at all. Wang Baol left the hallucination realm with anger and helplessness after having his finger bent. He began eating his snacks and pondering. Finally, he clenched his teeth and left the cave abode while munching on the snacks. He departed Ethereal Dao College and headed for Ethereal City. To Wang Baol, he was in desperate need of actual combat. He had been driven crazy by the senior sparring partner, and more importantly, he realized that although the Great Void twisting technique was shameless, it was very powerful in actual combat. To truly grasp it without being tortured by the senior sparring partner, the only way was for him to spar with other real people. By doing so, he could speed up his mastery. Therefore, he instantly thought of the Fight Club. With this thought in mind, Wang Baol entered Ethereal City and went straight to the Fight Club. When he passed by a toy shop on the way, he stopped in his tracks as an idea came to him. After entering and exiting, he was no longer in his school robes, and he had an additional rabbit mask. I'm a specially recruited student of the Tao College after all. It's best if I keep a low profile. Wang Baol felt that he had been appropriately prudent. As he touched the mask close to his chest, he felt rather pleased. The mask made him feel affectionate. By wearing it on his face, he immediately felt that a domineering air could be felt because of his cuteness. It looked quite mighty. Feeling pleased, Wang Baol walked toward the fight club with his hands held behind his back. Fight clubs existed in the 17 main cities of the Federation. Each of them covered a huge area and contained many battle arenas. Everyone was provided with a platform for freestyle fighting. Be it in the past or after the Spirit Inception era, fighting remained a popular sport. Ancient martial arts underwent a renaissance, particularly with the dawn of the Spirit Inception era. All of humanity began cultivating, causing freestyle fighting to become a popular sport across the Federation. There were even quite a number of experts with all sorts of ancient martial arts techniques. No matter the city or time of the day, the fight club was always the loudest spot in the city. Ethereal City was no exception. It was exemplified by the very moment Wang Baol arrived. The oval building in Ethereal City, which looked like a giant fist from afar but like an ancient Roman Colosseum close up, had excited shouts erupting from its open roof. "Come on, let's fight again. Is anyone challenging me? As long as you win, you can take away 10 spirit stones." Uncountable voices filled with belligerence and excitement constantly emanated out of the area. It made pedestrians who passed the fight club involuntarily halt and take a look. Occasionally, there were people eager to try as they stepped into the club. Wang Baol felt pumped when he heard the thundering voices in the club. A sense of excitement rose in him for no reason as he hastened his footsteps to step into the club. The moment he walked in, tumultuous voices almost overwhelmed him. In front of him was a massive hall. The hall was so huge that the ends could not be seen from Wang Baol's position. All he saw in the distance was what appeared to be the hall's center. Erected, there was a gigantic crystal ball that was about 1,000 feet wide. It was very eye-catching. Surrounding the crystal ball were countless men and women dressed in different attires. They were chatting with each other while others were looking up information beside the crystal ball. Apart from that, there were crowds everywhere. The sounds that arose from discussions and cheers made anyone who entered the club feel like they had arrived at a market. Wang Baol also noticed countless doors in the massive hall. Some were closed shut and others were open. Any door that was opened would close once someone stepped in. Clearly, those doors permitted entry to only one person. This place is huge. Wang Baol drew a gasp. Even though he had mentally braced himself while outside, he was still shocked by the interior's sheer size. He squeezed into the crowd after a while. After some probing, he realized that the fight club was split into 3 levels. The first level was the hall. The second level was the true combat area of the fight club. As for the third level, it was seldom open to the public. It was only opened when an important match was held. There were 2 methods to get to the second floor. One of them was to enter through one of the 4 big entrances to the second floor. The other way was to rent an arena. That way, one could accept challenges from others on the second floor as well as challenge others. The doors in the hall were prepared for the latter. Out of the 2 methods, the former was easier, but it did not provide for privacy. The latter was clearly safer and more private, but it cost more. Regardless of which method was chosen, one had to register at the crystal ball in the middle of the hall and pay the requisite spirit stones. If it were anyone else, they might have chosen the method that required less money, but for the Dermic Armament faculty's Wang Baol, who could write IOUs like it was money, it was nothing. Hence, he walked toward the crystal ball with hands by his back. "I came here to practice the bending of fingers. Spirit stones and stuff like that just mean putting on a little more meat." With this thought in mind, Wang Baol was increasingly convinced by how extraordinary he was. He registered his identity at the crystal ball and obtained information from it. After learning of the rules, he paid a number of spirit stones to rent an arena. He looked around and saw an open arena door. He directly stepped in, and the moment he entered, the identity verification he had obtained from the crystal ball was recognized. The arena door closed as a gentle female voice echoed. Dear customer, welcome to the Freestyle Fight Club. Please take note of your anonymity while in here. If necessary, please mask your face before you enter battle. Regardless of whether you begin a battle or return, all you need is to specify your location and shout, "Begin combat," or "Return." The voice explained the club's rules and raised certain matters that needed his attention. It's quite anthropomorphic. Not bad at all. Wang Baol was very pleased with the implementation as he walked forward. In front of him was a passageway with the lights around him producing a soft glow. It looked very comforting, and at the end of the passageway was a chamber. Inside it was a bed, a simple table, a chair, and a mirror. The main purpose of this place was for resting. Another purpose was for the visitor to change their clothes or hide their identity. Standing inside the chamber, Wang Baol regulated his breathing. He felt like he was a general about to head to war as his eyes were filled with a determined look. This place shall be where I, Wang Baol, shall have my first battle at bending fingers. Wang Baol patted his belly as he took out the rabbit mask. As he slowly put it on, the bearing he exuded changed completely. The adorable rabbit mask and his rotund body were quite jarring. But Wang Baol was very pleased with his image. After looking at himself in the mirror, he walked straight to the middle of the chamber and looked up before saying 2 words softly. "Begin combat." The instant he said those words, the ceiling above him opened, and the platform beneath his feet raised him high up, making him appear on the 2nd floor of the Fight Club. Boisterous roars louder than the first level immediately inundated him. In front of Wang Baol was an arena enveloped in transparent glass. The arena was 100 meters wide. Standing there, one could see countless crowds as well as other similar arenas through the glass. The arenas on the 2nd floor probably numbered in the hundreds, perhaps above 1,000. There were constant battles taking place in them. The spectators' cheers and fighters' roars spread out like heat waves. The people there were mostly masked, clearly unwilling to expose themselves. Wang Baol took a deep breath and looked at his surroundings. His heart could not help but race. This environment was both unfamiliar and stimulating to him. He had learned the rules from the crystal ball previously, so he understood that after renting an arena, he could set the number of spirit stones offered and wait for challengers. If the challenger clinched victory, they would win the spirit stones offered. Furthermore, one could restrict the challenger's cultivation realm. And once the challenger was defeated, they would have to pay an equivalent number of spirit stones. Similarly, they could also walk out to challenge others. This is what made this place a freestyle fight club. However, this place did not permit killing. They placed even greater emphasis on the privacy and freedom of their customers. If anyone broke the rules, the club would expeditiously resolve the matter. As he repressed the excitement in him, Wang Baol quickly set the number of spirit stones for his arena. After some thought, he decided to set 10 spirit stones to attract the attention of others and increase the frequency of his training. He sat to one side and began waiting eagerly for a challenger. But after waiting for quite a while, no one challenged him despite many people sweeping their gaze over. Many people felt suspicious when they saw Wang Baol's appearance and the 10 spirit stones. They found it odd. After all, 10 spirit stones was quite a sizable amount of wealth. How long will I have to wait? Wang Baol began losing his patience 5 minutes later. He looked around and decided to leave the arena and join the crowd. Since no one was challenging him, he might as well challenge others. I should begin simple. Wang Baol worked his way through the crowds and saw the glass-encased platforms around him. Finally, he chose an arena that awarded 1 spirit stone and walked over. Sitting cross-legged in the arena was a stout man with a keen glint in his eye. He had a burly body and a cultivation level at the blood chi realm. He gave the crowd a hawkish look, and when he noticed Wang Baol's eager eyes, he sneered and curled his fingers at Wang Baol. "Bunny, come. Spar with me, your grandfather." Wang Baol glared widely as he directly leaped up and stepped into the arena. Although there was a crowd around him, many of them were not interested in a battle of such a level. However, many people halted to take a look when they saw the burly man's stout figure and Wang Baol's rabbit image. Upon seeing Wang Baol accept his challenge, The man's eyes immediately lit up. He roared with laughter as he stood up. His ordinary blood chi cultivation instantly rose to that of the physical seal realm. With a sinister grin, he charged at Wang Baol. The crowd outside the arena were stunned. The man's cultivation levels before and after were just too disparate. I love lowering my cultivation level to lure in bunnies like you. I'll teach you a good lesson today. The man's laughter echoed as his blood chi emanated. He came close to Wang Baol and raised his thick, fleshy palm and smacked at Wang Baol's mask. Wang Baol almost instinctively raised his right hand as the devouring seed within him activated. He directly used the twisting technique that had distressed him greatly in recent days. As the suction force spread out, the man's body was pulled toward him. The direction of his palm attack changed as he stumbled a few steps. Wang Baol nearly grabbed the man, but his reaction was extremely fast. With a low growl, he quickly turned his body and successfully took a step to dodge Wang Baol's grasp. He actually managed to dodge. This infuriated Wang Baol. He closed in on the man, and at that moment the man was gasping for air. The man could tell that something was amiss as he immediately retreated. At the same time, he gave a soft bellow and clenched his fists before unleashing a barrage of fist blows in a bid to avoid Wang Baol. Soon, the two were exchanging blows in the arena. To Wang Baol, this was his first battle in all senses of the word, and this man made a very suitable sparring partner. Gradually, Wang Baol began moving faster. The way he attacked also began to change from what it was before. It could be said that he was undergoing a metamorphic change. The glint in his eyes turned brighter as it was filled with excitement. In contrast, the man's forehead was sweating bullets. He looked like he had seen a ghost, and he had already realized that Wang Baol, who appeared inexperienced, was rapidly improving. He was even forced to seal off his sweat pores to prevent his blood chi from spreading to exchange for greater speed and strength. Even so, he was still no match for Wang Baol, who only effused a cultivation level of the blood chi realm. Darn it! Where did this bunny come from? The man became increasingly alarmed. He clenched his teeth, and with a light grunt, he leaped up and extended his right palm. As though he was using a single palm to prop up his entire body, he came charging at Wang Baol. It was the only combat technique he had grasped. Cosmic Hand. The surrounding spectators were immediately attracted by the battle. Many people exclaimed when they saw the appearance of the Cosmic Hand. But the instant they exclaimed, the situation in the arena changed drastically. When the stocky man's Cosmic Hand approached, Wang Baol's eyes flashed. The senior sparring partner in the hallucination realm surfaced in his mind as he directly took one step forward. The devouring seed's suction force instantly emanated as he attempted a snatch. This attempt made the stocky man's expression change as his palm was once again dragged aside. And this time he failed to dodge. Instantly, his finger was grabbed by Wang Baol and bent backward ruthlessly. A tragic cry came out of the man's mouth as his body quivered. His legs went limp as he nearly knelt down. He instinctively tried to pull his finger away, but Wang Baol's hand was like a pincer. Due to the suction force, his struggles were futile. A string of curses ran through his mind as his voice changed in pitch. Ouch! It hurts. Let go. Ha ha! Do you admit defeat? At that moment, Wang Baol was brimming with excitement. He looked at the burly man in front of him and seemed to see a tragic reflection of his recent self. The feeling of bending fingers was excellent and made him feel invincible. He immediately fell in love with the twisting technique. The crowd outside the arena watched in shock with mouths agape. Moments later, they drew gasps when the burly man pleaded for mercy as he admitted defeat, resulting in an uproar. Did he just bend his opponent's fingers? Heavens, to think this can be done. That's just too shameless. As the crowd booed, the stout man who had his finger bent by Wang Baol quivered. His eyes were filled with tears. The pain from having his finger bent was truly heart-wrenching. It was driving him mad. The pain was difficult to describe. It felt like all his strength had been drained as an excruciating agony pulsed through his finger like waves. It left his scalp tingling, and he began to hate the fact that he even had fingers. This experience made his hate intensify, but he did not dare reveal any of it. His body could not help but conform with Wang Baol's motions, afraid that a slight tug from Wang Baol would break his finger. However, he could not resist feeling a deep sense of indignation. After all, anyone would definitely feel extremely disgruntled if they had their fingers bent while in combat. If he could have gotten away with it, he would have bitten down on Wang Baol's flesh, but now that his finger was in Wang Baol's hand, all he could do was curse inwardly at Wang Baol's shamelessness. He nearly cracked his teeth from forcefully clenching his jaw as he immediately begged for mercy. "Let go, please. It hurts. I admit defeat. Admitting defeat makes you a good child." Wang Baol did not think of himself as a merciless bastard. Feeling deeply satisfied, he released the finger and left the arena while the man had an aggrieved look of fury. With a pleasant feeling, Wang Baol felt like he had vented most of the feelings he had from being tortured by the senior sparring partner. That feeling made him find the freestyle fight club excellent. "It's not your fault losing to my best move. You can only blame me for being too strong." Wang Baol sighed. He looked as though he was invincible. Had the fatty forgotten the tragic cries he had let out back when his fingers were bent? Clearly, by feeling completely at ease and delighted, he had automatically overlooked the tragic state he had been in while practicing that move. If gazes could kill, Wang Baol must have had his heart pierced 1,000 times by the stout man so as to nullify the hate stemming from having his finger bent. The moment Wang Baol stepped out of the arena, the surrounding spectators immediately booed incessantly. However, all of that was automatically ignored by Wang Baol. In his excitement, he happily began searching for other arenas, and soon he found one. After watching it for a moment, he stepped forward. His opponent was a very arrogant youth. Upon noticing Wang Baol's impending challenge, he immediately said coldly, "Report your name." Wang Baol blinked and didn't answer immediately. He knew that the youth was very fast and agile after watching him. He believed that it would take some time if his opponent kept fleeing. Hence, the best solution was to get his opponent to come forward of his own initiative. When he heard that, a glint flashed faintly in his eyes as he took on a humble stance and cupped his fists to bow. "I am—" Before Wang Baol finished his sentence, the youth's eyes flashed as a contemptuous scoff escaped the corner of his mouth. He leaped up and whistled over at an extremely fast speed. He arrived in front of Wang Baol in an instant as he threw a punch. "Trying to use tricks on me?" Wang Baol's eyes lit up. Not only did he not dodge, he even took one sudden step forward. He slammed toward the incoming youth like a mountain as he roared, "Come on. Fight me head-on if you have what it takes." The youth sneered. He took a few steps that looked like missteps, but they miraculously avoided Wang Baol and appeared behind him. "You are so fat. What's more, you are giving me spirit stones for free. It must be hard on you." As the youth ridiculed Wang Baol, he threw a right punch at his back. Before the punch connected, a suction force was emitted by Wang Baol, causing the youth's figure to momentarily jolt under its influence. As the youth's expression changed in shock, Wang Baol turned around instantly. His right hand had a stronger suction force as he snatched his hand forward and grabbed the youth's finger. With a smug smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, he yanked it upwards as he roared, "Kneel!" A tragic cry came out of the youth's mouth as his body instantly turned limp. He felt an unprecedented pain when Wang Baol roared. As though he had lost control of his body, he subconsciously plopped to the ground kneeling. "Let go. It hurts. It really hurts." Wang Baol glared at the youth. "I hate people who are up to devious tricks. Quickly admit defeat and call me daddy." The youth was pushed to the brink of insanity as he was about to swear. However, the moment Wang Baol used some strength, the youth's voice immediately turned into an even shriller cry as he quickly yelled, "Daddy! Daddy, I was wrong. I admit defeat." Wang Baol only felt a comfortable rush as he released his hand with rapturous laughter. He left the arena feeling pleased with himself, and he began searching for his next sparring partner. The youth in the arena rubbed his finger as he glared furiously at Wang Baol's back. He gnashed his teeth but was helpless. He was simply unable to curb the sense of indignation in him. This battle had been noticed by the surrounding crowd. Gradually, it attracted the attention of those in the vicinity. There were even some who had seen Wang Bao's 2 successive battles. Their expressions turned odd. Did this fatty come here to bend fingers? That's just too sick. He bends fingers the moment he attacks. Wang Bao began his 3rd battle under the watchful eyes of the small crowd. It continued to his 3rd, 4th, and 5th battles. He became more excited the more he fought. His movements became more practiced. From needing some time to bend fingers in the beginning, he could eventually bend a finger accurately in an instant, no matter who his opponent was, once they attacked him. During this period of time, there were a series of tragic cries coming from the club. Heavens! Let go! It hurts. It hurts too much. Rabbit, you are shameless. If you have what it takes, don't you bend our fingers. Let go. Daddy, I was wrong. I admit defeat. The Freestyle Fight Club no longer felt the same with Wang Bao's appearance. As tragic cries ensued, more and more people paid attention to Wang Bao. The hubbub and discussion spread everywhere, attracting the attention of more people. How shameless. He's just too crafty. This fat rabbit doesn't look weak. But why does he enjoy bending fingers and making people call him daddy? Darn it. He doesn't even spare the fingers of women. As people discussed the matter furiously, Wang Bao walked out the arena with his hands behind his back. Under the angry gazes of the crowd, he walked with his head held high and his chest puffed out in search for his next sparring partner. He was unafraid since he knew the rules of the fight club. However, having caused quite a commotion, the expressions of many people in the various arenas would change the moment they saw him. They would immediately close their arenas. This left Wang Bao somewhat depressed. Soon, however, Wang Bao excitedly took out his identity token that had been given to him by the fight club. There were several challenge notifications. It left Wang Bao in high spirits as he rushed back to his arena. There were already hundreds of people around it. Quite a number of them were familiar faces. They were his past opponents, such as the youth and the first man from before. When they saw Wang Bao return, all of them glared at him angrily. Oh, it's you guys. No rush, your turn will come. To be honest, I understand what all of you are feeling. Wang Bao laughed out loud as he greeted them and went into the arena. The moment he entered, the youth who had tried to pull a ruse but ended up calling him daddy rushed forward. Rabbit, I challenge you. With that said, the youth used his astounding speed to charge at Wang Bao. He was disgruntled about his loss since he had not been prepared. He was determined to not have his finger bent this time. However, it only took a few more seconds before his tragic cries echoed throughout the arena. Daddy, I was wrong. I admit defeat. Wang Bao had bent the youth's finger with a wistful look. He looked at the youth, impressed by his intelligence, before letting go. However, just after the youth walked out of the arena, he clenched his teeth and turned around before anyone else entered. He charged in again, his eyes bloodshot. Again, he was feeling extremely disgruntled. Although the bending of fingers was painful, he felt that as a student of Ethereal Dao College's combat faculty, he had to seek revenge. Amid his roar, he changed his strategy. Instead of using his hands, he used his feet. Clearly, he had underestimated Wang Bao. Soon, his finger was located by Wang Bao as his tragic cries reverberated everywhere. Daddy, I was at fault. In the end, even Wang Bao was shocked. The youth resembled the former him greatly. He would charge in again and again moments after admitting defeat. His eyes ended up crimson red as though he wanted to bite someone. Even Wang Bao found it quite frightening. The crowd around him increased in number as it reached more than 1,000. The people who had their fingers bent by Wang Bao gnashed their teeth in hate. They despised him greatly. Shameless, way too shameless. This fat rabbit only knows how to bend fingers. I'm willing to offer 1 spirit stone to whoever takes him down. With these people's angry roars, the crowd increased in size as it became even rowdier. The youth did not let up, but each attempt inevitably ended in him shouting daddy. In the end, all 10 fingers of the youth had turned purple. He was taken out of the arena on a stretcher looking as though life held nothing for him. Soon, others stepped forward to challenge Wang Beol. They were of all genders and ages. Much later, a petite girl wearing a kitten's mask ran off in tears after having her finger bent. The surrounding crowd erupted in outrage as a result. "I can't take it. He actually bent the finger of my beloved cat goddess. What a fucker. I'm still willing to give a spirit stone to any expert who can beat the living crap out of that fat rabbit. If you can take off his mask, I'll add on another spirit stone." Wang Beol looked at the unrestrained crowd outside and instantly shuddered in fear. He quickly closed his arena. Standing there, he coughed dryly and felt that it would be a little embarrassing to show his fear. He patted himself on his tummy. "That's it for today. I won't continue. The opponents are so weak that it's meaningless." Wang Beol shook his head with a sigh. As the surrounding crowd produced even louder roars of anger, he calmly shouted, "Return." As the platform sank, he slowly returned to his chamber, which isolated him from the uproar outside. "This club is quite a nice place." Wang Beol heaved a sigh of relief after entering the chamber. Excitement rose up in his chest again as he took off his mask. Feeling pleased, he kept the mask close to his chest as he briskly ran down the passageway. When he came out of the door, he was already on the first level. The moment he walked out, he heard angry bellows from the crowd. "Who's rabbit? Do you dare come out? Darn fat rabbit. If you have what it takes, reveal your identity and let us fight here." The din was deafening. There were even many who appeared out of the second level's exit. All of them were surveying their surroundings with ferocious looks, hoping to find traces of Wang Beol. This scene immediately left Wang Beol alarmed. He was not afraid of a single person, but if it was a legion, Wang Beol blinked. He felt that it was not embarrassing to cower in front of a legion of people. Thankfully, the club had people of all shapes and sizes. He was not the only fat one present, nor was he very conspicuous. Wang Beol quickly left the club and returned to Ethereal Dao College. The crowd failed to find Fat Rabbit in the club and burned with aggrieved anger. They clenched their teeth, resolving to teach Fat Rabbit a good lesson the next time he came. However, not everyone visited the fight club daily. Similarly, there were too many people in the club. After all, its clientele was made up of everyone who liked fighting in Ethereal City. Therefore, although there were many people who had witnessed Wang Beol's dominating actions that day, few people noticed him in the beginning when he came again 3 days later. Even if there were some, they were few in number and the news did not spread. This allowed Wang Beol to visit the fight club every other day. Every time he went there, he would begin as an unknown during his first battle and rapidly develop to the point of driving everyone spectating mad. Slowly, after visiting the fight club more than 10 times, the legend of the fat rabbit who bent fingers slowly spread despite his attempts at maintaining a low profile. "I heard that a fat rabbit who loves bending the fingers of others appeared in the club. The rumors mention a fat rabbit who is extremely evil. When he fights others, all he sees is their fingers. I even heard that the bastard is quite nasty. If he isn't able to bend fingers the entire time, he will not even spare his opponent's toes." All sorts of rumors and discussions constantly spread within the club. It did not reach a point where everyone knew of the fat rabbit, but eventually, the moment Wang Beol appeared, he would instantly gain an audience. It even reached the point where Wang Beol realized that people paid attention to every entrance on the first floor. Not only that, he had also learned from others that people had organized themselves into a rabbit annihilation alliance. This left him astounded. Thankfully, he was already very skilled in finger bending from fighting hundreds of times. He felt that he needed to keep a low profile and decided to end his training. These people are too unreasonable. Since it's a freestyle fight club, why must they be so agitated? I'm not bending fingers but practicing my twisting technique. Wang Beol was peeved. In fact, he had been entering the hallucination realm nearly every day to fight the senior sparring partner. He would only head for the club after being tortured to a certain extent. This cycle not only allowed him to vent his stress, it could also increase his technique greatly. He went from completely not being the senior sparring partner's match, with him being instantly taken down, to being able to resist him for quite some time. This improvement gave Wang Baol hope. Although he did not dare head to the fight club, Wang Baol continued training by himself and, with some confidence, took a deep breath before opening the hallucination realm. The biting cold wind and the fluttering snowflakes encased the area in ice. The familiar surroundings made Wang Baol hold his breath and focus. He looked at the sparring partner that slowly materialized nearby, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Over the months of fighting the senior sparring partner, he had become somewhat infuriated from having his fingers bent countless times. This time, I'll definitely make you admit defeat. Wang Baol loosened his arms for a moment as his aura instantly changed. It was staggeringly sharp. If Wang Baol was said to have been an inchoate sword in the past, the present him had rapidly metamorphosed after numerous battles in the club, turning him into a sharp, unsheathed sword. Although he was not extremely rich in combat experience, he had long exceeded his former self. The instant the senior sparring partner appeared, Wang Baol's speed rose suddenly. He instantly jumped forward and appeared beside his opponent, raising his right hand to grab forward. The senior sparring partner had the same expression as usual. He did not retreat and instead advanced. The suction force in him suddenly emanated as he grabbed at Wang Baol. Almost at the instant they were about to touch, a glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. He released his suction force as an invisible vortex appeared between the two of them. As they tugged at each other, they collided. With a bang, Wang Baol retreated a few steps. The senior sparring partner was no different. No one was able to gain the upper hand when the suction forces were unleashed. Wang Baol's eyes wore a look of excitement. He rapidly approached once again, and soon, he began exchanging blows with the senior sparring partner in the hallucination realm. He was fast, but so was the senior sparring partner. Gradually, their figures meshed together. They would blast backward when the suction force reached its limit each time. It caused the surrounding snow to rapidly fly toward them before violently scattering outwards. Others would definitely have been alarmed if they were to see this scene. In fact, Wang Baol's battle with the senior sparring partner had surpassed the level of physical seal. Even a pulse enrichment expert would be surprised by this battle. In fact, what they were competing in was, more importantly, the control of their suction forces other than their speed and bodily strength. This demanded minute control with the need to be adjusted all the time. Only with different release frequencies would the desired effects be achieved. Not only that, the suction force was not only directed from the palm, but from the entire body. This resulted in many variations when it came to battle strategy. Thus, the need to judge their opponent's battle strategy and lure their opponent into a trap developed in the duo's battle. As the sounds of their clashes shook the surroundings, time slowly passed. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Wang Baol was already panting heavily, but his eyes were filled with excitement. He had not had his finger bent by the senior sparring partner up to his point. It made him very confident. It's time to end this. Senior sparring partner, I'll let you have a taste of how awesome it feels to have your finger bent. Wang Baol roared with laughter. The instant the senior sparring partner approached, his eyes emitted a strange glint. All his sweat pores instantly sealed shut as he used a technique at the physical seal realm. Immediately, the world inside and outside his body seemed isolated from each other, forming two separate worlds. At the same time, the devouring seed began releasing a maniacal suction force under his control. It instantly reached its maximum strength as his body trembled. Unknowingly, he had even slimmed down a little as though his body shape had changed. By sealing his physical body, the suction force was unable to fully permeate his body. This resulted in a vacuum. The instant the senior sparring partner came in front of him, Wang Baol roared. He removed his physical seal realm instantly, and the suction that was brewing in strength was unleashed at full force. Amid the booms, the surrounding wind and snow surged over. The senior sparring partner clearly did not expect this move from Wang Baol. His body was finally under the suction force's influence when it came close, causing him to stumble a little. This slight misstep gave Wang Baol a chance. In his maniacal laughter, he took one step forward and landed in front of the senior sparring partner. His right hand grabbed his finger like lightning, and with his excitement and stirring feelings, he yanked it upwards ruthlessly. "Kneel down and call me daddy." The senior sparring partner's body jolted, and just as he was about to kneel down, a black glint flashed in his eyes. The glint was identical to the light in the black mask. Simultaneously, a fleeting smile tugged at the corners of the senior sparring partner's mouth. He raised his other hand rapidly, pressing down on Wang Baol's wrist firmly. Not only did he manage to stand up straight by pressing down, his suppressive force made Wang Baol cry out. His palm immediately lost its strength as he failed to grab his opponent's finger. His suction force had, for some unknown reason, been severed instantly. Just that alone could be ignored, but when the senior sparring partner got up, he rapidly raised his right foot and kicked Wang Baol in the crotch. A cry more tragic than any before erupted from Wang Baol. It was sharp and ear-piercing. People who had never experienced this before could never imagine such a cry. Wang Baol even felt that he had heard a crack. His mind instantly went blank, overwhelmed by the unprecedented pain. It left him crying tragically as he lost all his strength. He rolled around on the ground, his hands at his crotch. Wang Baol was almost in tears. Cold sweat drenched his shirt. Even the cold winds were unable to make him feel cold. His entire being was on the brink of insanity. He was whimpering in pain with a voice that had a different tone to usual. "They're crushed. Heavens, they're crushed." The senior sparring partner did not continue. He stood by the side, watching Wang Baol without any expression. Only after some time, when the intense pain had somewhat eased, was Wang Baol able to quickly pull open his pants with a pale expression. He heaved a sigh of relief when he looked down. However, the lingering fear in his expression turned more intense. Shameless! Despicable! Wang Baol looked up and clenched his teeth. The hate he had for the senior sparring partner was indescribable. He had been filled with confidence and believed that he could finally turn the tables, but he had never imagined that the senior sparring partner would have such a despicable move. He wished to continue sparring with him but was too afraid. He even wished to protect his crotch, but he realized that he could not do it in the hallucination realm. It appeared that there was something different after the senior sparring partner changed. Finally, Wang Baol left the hallucination realm extremely depressed. He struggled outside for a long while. On the one hand, he would have to experience the excruciating pain if he continuing the sparring, and on the other hand, there was his anticipation of becoming head prefect. Finally, the latter won over the former, and with a loud roar, Wang Baol entered the hallucination realm again. His tragic cries would occasionally echo throughout the hallucination realm. Every time Wang Baol would feel as though his crown jewels had been crushed. Half a month later, his mind was in a mess almost to the point of going crazy. Even when he walked through the Tao College, he would instinctively cover his crotch when anyone gave him a glance. All of this left him burning in a depressive anger. He aimed his sights once again at the freestyle fight club. "I want to engage in real combat." Wang Baol did not particularly want to go to the freestyle fight club. He did not wish to maintain a high profile, but he had no other choice. The junior sparring partner never reacted no matter how hard he kicked, perhaps a result of its construction. He found this unfair and was also driven crazy by this revelation. Therefore, he placed his sights once again on the fight club. "Don't anyone provoke me." Wang Baol, who had been kicked in the crotch for half a month repeatedly, was fuming with anger. He left the Tao College with a belligerent attitude. After stepping into the club, he found a door and entered after settling the simple administrative matters. Soon, he appeared on the second level's arena with his rabbit mask donned. Despite half a month having passed, he still attracted the attention of others and was quickly recognized. The club's second level was thrown into an uproar. "It's the finger-bending Fat Rabbit. Fat Rabbit is here. This shameless bastard has finally appeared. Finger-bending Fat Rabbit is in the house." The hubbub spread as many people immediately took out their voice transmission items. Many places in Ethereal City where people were busy at work received the news. For example, in an upscale district in Ethereal City, there was a huge, extensive manor garden. It was clearly very expensive to own a manor garden in one of the 17 main cities of the Federation. In the garden, two beauties were sparring. The younger beauty looked 16. She had reached the physical seal realm in ancient martial arts, and she was dressed in loose training attire. Her plaited hair was moving along with her body's actions. Her pink skin was extremely smooth and tender, dripping with the rolling sweat. The woman sparring with her looked a little older. She was in her 20s, but she was more beautiful. She was dressed in tight clothes and had beautiful facial features. Her cultivation level exceeded the physical seal realm, at the early stages of the pulse enrichment realm. Sis, you are finally back. You don't know how shameless that darn fat rabbit is. It's so embarrassing to have such a person remain in our club. The young beauty clenched her teeth as she tried to get her breathing under control. Perhaps Wang Baol could not remember her as she was one of the hundreds of challengers he had faced. But he had left a deep impression on her, the girl who had worn the kitten mask. Upon hearing her younger sister's words, the older beauty laughed. Just as she was about to console her, the young beauty's voice transmission ring trembled. She came to a halt and immediately widened her almond-shaped eyes after hearing the transmission. Sis, Fat Rabbit has appeared. You have to help me and teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, in a training chamber of the combat faculty in Ethereal Dao College's Lower Academy Island, there was a youth beating a humanoid wooden puppet with brutal savageness. The wooden puppet was clearly custom-made. Ignoring its fat shape, it wore a rabbit mask that was similar to Wang Baol's. How dare you make me call you daddy? I'll beat you to death. As he fought, the youth suddenly stopped and looked at his voice transmission ring. His eyes lit up as he looked up and roared with laughter. Fat Rabbit, I'll make you call me daddy this time. Many similar scenes happened in various places throughout Ethereal City. Countless figures rushed from every corner of the city to the club. The clamorous discussions in the club kept growing. There was a huge crowd around Wang Baol's arena, with people from other arenas even giving up their fights to rush over. In the hour after Wang Baol's arrival, he had already encountered more than 10 challengers. All of them had their fingers bent as they cried tragically and admitted defeat while calling Wang Baol daddy. Wang Baol was also very depressed. His opponents were too weak, and he could instantly defeat them by bending fingers. There was no need for him to use his crotch-kicking killer blow. He had not had a chance of using it yet. If he had forcibly used it, it would have failed to achieve the effects of a sparring partner. This frustrated Wang Baol as he looked at the crowd around him. He proudly puffed up his chest and said indifferently, "Is there anyone with a bit more skill? All of you are too weak." The moment he said that, the crowd became even more furious. They already found Wang Baol shameless, and now they were being mocked. All of them immediately raised their voices. Fat Rabbit, don't bend fingers if you are so capable. That's right. If you have what it takes, fight us with your fist. Wang Baol glared at the crowd when he heard them. You people only know how to shout. If you have what it takes, don't be a coward. Come on up if you are that great. Wang Baol's response was like pouring gas onto a flame. It caused the crowd to explode as their shouts formed sound waves that permeated the surroundings. Even the club staff rapidly ran over to guard the vicinity, afraid that it would devolve into chaos. Wang Baol was given a fright as well, but he calmed down when he saw the staff. He stood there and continued provoking the crowd. Sweat beads covered the staff as they smiled wryly. It was rare for such a scene to happen in the club. Furthermore, the average person did not possess the ability to make so many people shout so agitatedly. Wang Baol could not be bothered with that. He raised the number of spirit stones needed to challenge him to 20 spirit stones. This number immediately eliminated a large number of weaklings, preventing many from entering the arena without thought. As Wang Baol became impatient from waiting, while he considered lowering the number of spirit stones, a voice suddenly boomed from outside the arena. Fat Rabbit, your daddy is here to challenge you. As the voice rang out, everyone immediately looked over. Wang Baol glanced out of curiosity and immediately saw a familiar youth. He was walking over briskly with arrogance and confidence. The youth was dressed in white combat clothing. He had a peak physical seal aura that was not concealed in any way. Not only that, he had even brought equipment with him. They were two specially tailored gloves. The two gloves were tightly worn on his fists, completely protecting his fingers. It made it impossible for others to grab and bend his fingers. The youth was feeling extremely complacent while he wore the gloves. He strode forward and ran straight for the arena amid the excited cheers of the crowd. It's Lu Zihao from Ethereal Dao College's combat faculty. Fat Rabbit has bent his fingers numerous times in the past. He prepared special gloves this time. Well done. Haha. It looks like there are quite a number of clever people. With the gloves, Fat Rabbit's fingerbending technique is rendered useless automatically. Amid the crowd's excitement, Wang Baol deliberately took a look at the youth's specially tailored gloves. He coughed and took a few steps back, as though he was bracing himself for a powerful opponent. Upon seeing Wang Baol's reaction, the youth became even more excited as he directly leaped into the arena. Fat Rabbit, all you are capable of is bending fingers. You will definitely lose this time. The youth laughed loudly, but he did not underestimate Wang Baol. He charged forward with astounding speed, dashing straight for Wang Baol. He had practiced the same scenario for a long time in the Dao College's training chambers. He was confident that he could quickly make Fat Rabbit know the might of his savage wind fist, which he had trained arduously. As expected of a combat faculty student, this stance of his is enough to make him the cream of the crop among those at the physical seal realm. This battle will be good. Fat Rabbit is finished. The crowd watched with excitement, prepared to see an impressive battle unfold. The situation in the arena changed instantly as Wang Baol retreated a few steps back. When the youth approached him, Wang Baol suddenly took a few steps forward. His right hand raised up, but instead of bending fingers, he pressed down on the youth's wrist. Especially with the suction force from his palm being so fast, the youth found it difficult to dodge. His wrist was directly grabbed by Wang Baol as his joints were twisted. This pressure resulted in a pain no weaker than the bending of fingers. It instantly surged through the youth's body as he held back from screaming. Just as he was about to retaliate, an astounding suction force spread, causing his movements to slow, as if trapped in a quagmire. Wang Baol's surroundings seemed to become a kind of domain due to his control of the suction force. This slowness only happened for an instant. If Wang Baol had employed other methods, it would have been a waste of the opportunity, unless he could subdue his opponent in one strike, since his opponent could recover. But the twisting technique was all about defeating the enemy with one strike. This technique was, in essence, about allowing the weak to defeat the strong. Instantly, Wang Baol pressed down on the youth's wrist and used the instant when he was occupied by the pain of having his joints twisted, kicking out his right foot with an incredible speed, straight for the youth's crotch. "Call me daddy," Wang Baol growled deeply, but he still held back. Despite that, the youth widened his eyes when his foot landed. The color in his face went from a normal shade to a stark white before quickly turning red. Finally, it became purple as the pitch of the voice escaping from his lips changed into an extremely sharp cry. "Oh! Oh! Ouch!" The youth cried in pain as he collapsed to the ground while clasping his crotch. He instinctively shouted as tears flowed down his cheeks. The clasping of his crotch made all the surrounding men draw a grasp as they instinctively covered their crotches. What had happened was too impactful for men. It was very easy for them to identify with the pain, leaving all their scalps tingling. Even the surrounding guards drew a cold gasp of air. Perhaps due to them being able to identify with the pain soon, the angry roars exceeded those from before. They erupted in an unprecedented manner. How shameless! If you have what it takes, permit those in the pulse enrichment realm to challenge you. Darn it! He actually kicks crotches. I offer 30 spirit stones to anyone who takes off Fat Rabbit's mask. I want to know who he is. Amid the crowd's din, Wang Baol watched the youth struggle to crawl out the arena with pity. He knew his opponent's pain acutely and also felt a lot more comfortable. Is no one challenging me? Wang Baol coughed dryly as he looked at the crowd. The Freestyle Fight Club's challenge rules allowed for one to set a realm higher. However, Wang Baol obviously did not do so. He restricted it to a realm below the pulse enrichment realm. When news of him kicking crotches spread, the contemptuous voices increased around him. However, the number of people who challenged him was noticeably lower. The crowd might have felt indignant about his bending of fingers, but crotch kicking left a chill in everyone's heart. None of them dared challenge him frivolously. Wang Baol was being too ostentatious at the moment. He stood by the side of the area and began mocking the onlookers just like before. To think that no one in such a large club dares to fight me. How disappointing. Slowly, there were some who could not tolerate Wang Baol and stepped up disgruntledly. Half a day passed as tragic cries reverberated constantly. Wang Baol's crotch-kicking technique was also constantly honed as he became more skilled in it. As for the atmosphere on the second floor, it reached a whole new level. It forced the club to increase the number of guards. Many cameras were facing that arena like the club was facing a terrifying enemy. In the club's security room on the third floor, there were even quite a number of people bracing themselves for more trouble. They were paying close attention to the situation, afraid that it would devolve into something uncontrollable. This darn fat rabbit. If I possessed the authority, even I would want to see who this bastard is. A few pulse enrichment experts gritted their teeth while inside the security room. There was a rowdy din throughout the fight club's second floor. Angry and aggrieved roars boomed incessantly in waves as the atmosphere was punctuated by all sorts of contemptuous voices. Shameless fat rabbit. All you do is bully us at the physical seal realm. If you've got guts, permit challengers at the pulse enrichment realm to enter your arena. That's right. How can you consider yourself capable when all you do is bully us at the physical seal realm? I'm unconvinced. Those who tragically had their crotches kicked, as well as their close friends and relatives, cursed the loudest. Wang Baol was also very disgruntled hearing them. I'm at the physical seal realm. What do you mean I'm bullying those at the physical seal realm? Stop shouting. Come on up and fight. Perhaps Wang Baol's crotch kicking was too visual. It resulted in fewer people daring to challenge him. But now, Wang Baol's skill at bending fingers and kicking out of the blue was improving with practice. He did not realize that he seemed to have an innate talent for that form of battling. In the end, he was able to create his own moves and kick crotches in different ways. At times, he would kick from the front or from the side, and at other times from below. He even stretched his leg out from the back and curled his foot back. As Wang Baol delivered various styles of crotch kicking, the crowd cursed, but their hearts chilled. They identified with the pain more acutely as their crotches seemed to ache. The denouncement and curses only increased. If someone was thin-skinned, they might have been drowned by the denouncement, but Wang Baol was a thick-skinned person to begin with, even so when he was wearing a mask. All of this made him feel like a fish in water. He felt he could let himself go, and his mocking skills were ever improving. Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? You were shouting quite loudly just now. Didn't you say I shouldn't bend fingers? Come. I guarantee you that I will not bend a single finger. Just as Wang Baol was smugly issuing a challenge, a woman's voice was suddenly heard. Even in the rowdy club, it clearly reached the arena. I'll spar with you. Although it was a woman's voice, it sounded very sonorous and powerful. Accompanying the voice, the crowd rapidly parted to form a path. Gazes instantly landed on that open path where two women were walking over. They were two beauties of different ages. The young beauty was dressed in a training robe, and she wore a kitten mask. The older beauty did not wear a mask. She had excellent features, and her attire was captivating. It showcased her curvaceous body, allowing her entire being to suffuse stunning beauty. Especially with her wavy hair, it made her exude charm. The fighting spirit in her eyes made her look like a wild panther. It attracted every man who fixed their sights on her as their hearts raced. Even more stunning was her aura. It was not at the physical seal realm but at the pulse enrichment realm. The blood chi realm had tremendous amounts of blood chi, which resulted in a leak. Physical seal was like sealing one's body, allowing one's strength to converge. However, it was difficult to maintain it for long and energy would eventually disperse. The last of the ancient martial realms was pulse enrichment. All meridians in the body were sealed shut, allowing one to maintain peak performance for prolonged periods of time. Every sliver of strength could be pushed to the extreme, and it could be considered the pinnacle of body and soul. They were no different from humanoid killing machines. Her appearance immediately caused the surroundings to burst out in exclamation. It's the young mistress of the club, Zhou Lu. Haha. Fat Rabbit is in trouble. This is Zhou Lu. The club is run by her family. She abhors evil and has used her authority to expel the vile before. I heard that she attends White Deer Dow College and is graduating very soon. I have even heard that the military has offered her a job. Goddess. She's my goddess. As the woman walked over, the breaths of the surrounding people hastened. Many burning eyes were fixated on Zhou Lu, making her the focus of all. Wang Baol blinked. He did not know who she was, but after hearing the exclamations from the crowd, he immediately got an understanding of her background, leaving him shocked. This was especially when he heard that her cultivation level exceeded the physical seal realm, leaving Wang Baol wary. He was there to find a sparring partner, not to be beaten to a pulp. He swept his gaze, and before Zhou Lu arrived in front of the glass barrier of his arena, he gave a light cough. Sorry. I only accept challenges from those below the pulse enrichment realm. Young lady, your cultivation has exceeded the requirement. I won't fight you. Besides, my killer blows are too powerful. Once they are unleashed, it will put me in a difficult position since you are a girl. So let's forget it. I'm tired already and shall be leaving. Wang Baol immediately felt that the speech he delivered was perfect. He had not exposed his age and had also rejected her. Nor did he appear cowardly. After he was done with his words, he sighed with regret as he held his hands behind his back and walked toward the exit. Everyone immediately booed. The beauty who wore a kitten's mask dressed in a training costume glared at Wang Baol as she shouted with the crowd. You want to leave? At that moment, Zhou Lu, who was standing outside the glass barrier, had a contemptuous look in her eyes. She abhorred evil, and she felt that it was her responsibility to expel a vile person who did shameless acts like bending fingers from the club. Furthermore, he had bullied her younger sister. How could she spare him? She raised her right hand and produced a purple jade card. She pressed it on the glass barrier, and immediately, the sealed arena opened. This scene immediately left the crowd excited. Cis Authority has used her authority again. Haha, this fat rabbit is in deep shit now. Cheers filled the second floor. As for the crowd in the security room on the third floor, they shook their heads helplessly. Wang Baol was similarly given a shock. He rapidly took a few steps back and looked at Zhou Lu, who entered his arena with widened eyes. Her pulse enrichment aura left his eyes constricted. He wanted to curse, finding the club too shameless, for he had never expected this to happen. He rapidly retreated as he yelled, I'm a customer. The customer is king. You cannot hit me. I will complain. As Wang Baol said those words, the surrounding security turned hesitant. The experts stationed in the security room on the third floor were rendered helpless as well. It was not the first time they had seen the young mistress do such a thing. They knew that, even if they did stop her, they just needed to delay their arrival. Go ahead and complain. It's not like this is the first time I've received complaints. In the arena, Zhou Lu's eyes were filled with arrogance. She was confident she would be able to teach the fat rabbit a lesson that he would remember before the club stopped her. A glint flashed in her eyes as her early-stage pulse enrichment cultivation instantly erupted. Her speed increased to its limits as she charged at Wang Baol. When she heard the surrounding crowd cheering for her, she felt even more convinced that what she was doing was right. The speed of the pulse enrichment realm was too fast. She was in front of Wang Baol in the blink of an eye as she raised her right hand to grab at his mask. At that dangerous juncture in time, Wang Baol cleared away all his thoughts. He rapidly retreated as his accelerated away. His mask missed Zhou Lu's grab by a hair, but as a pulse enrichment realm expert was too powerful, the winds her movements stirred struck Wang Baol and left him stumbling backward. Wang Baol was infuriated as he shouted loudly once again, A clip joint! You people are running a clip joint. However, Zhou Lu ignored him. At the instant Wang Bail retreated, she spun around and raised her right foot for a sweep. With a thud, she struck Wang Bail and caused him to retreat even further. It did not end. Zhou Lu's attacks resembled a blistering storm. Her realm had already surpassed Wang Bail's, and she had begun accumulating combat experience from a young age. She held the absolute initiative by attacking at that moment, and in a flash, she had closed in on Wang Bail and was attempting to grab his mask. Wang Bail was already infuriated. He could ignore that the place was a clip joint, and he could tolerate the use of her authority and her bullying of the weak, but she was even going as far as to take off his mask. She was going overboard. You are going too far, Wang Bail roared. He no longer cared about the differences that stood between them. Although he had never fought an opponent at the physical seal realm, his will to fight had similarly erupted after being bullied to such an extent. The moment he spread his devouring seed, he immediately sealed his body. Zhou Lu was also left shocked with every breath taken. Her body was partially pulled as she came to a momentary pause. Just this brief moment allowed Wang Bail to rapidly approach her with savage-looking eyes. He raised his left hand as he grabbed Zhou Lu's finger and yanked it up before bending it. Kneel down and call me daddy, Wang Bail bellowed as a sharp pain instantly tore through Zhou Lu's body. The pain left her nearly in tears, and despite trying to escape, Wang Bail's palm was like a suction pad. She was completely unable to extricate herself despite being at the pulse enrichment realm. However, she had rich experience in combat. As her strength erupted, she tolerated the pain and twisted her body. Although she failed to escape, she was able to throw a punch at Wang Bail's temple. Wang Bail's eyes had a savage glow in them. He did not dodge, but instead twisted his body slightly. He quickly raised his right hand. As Zhou Lu's back was facing him, he pressed down at her wrist when she swung her fist backward. With a mighty press downward, a cracking sound was heard. After twisting her fingers, even her wrist was twisted. Waves of agony inundated Zhou Lu as they drove her mad. However, she was indignant and extremely disgruntled. She raised her right foot and kicked out at Wang Bail's crotch. This kick stirred up a howling wind. Once it connected, the outcome was obvious. Wang Bail knew the meaning of a sparring session, so he knew how to hold back. As a man who had been taught a good lesson by the senior sparring partner, he knew the pain. The senior sparring partner had no emotions, and although it was a hallucination realm, the pain was an actual experience. But now, Zhou Lu was not holding back any of her strength. She was attacking with full force. This left Wang Bail furious. He instantly unleashed his suction force, which was emitted from his chest. Instantly, this made Zhou Lu lose control of her kick as it changed direction. The force pulled her upward, and due to her instability, most of her kick strength was lost. As for Wang Bail, he did not hesitate to raise his right foot at the cost of being kicked in the stomach. He gave a sharp kick at Zhou Lu's buttocks. Get down! With a boom, both of them struck each other simultaneously. Wang Bail's fat was thick, but even though Zhou Lu's kick had lost most of its strength, it still managed to send him retreating several steps. Zhou Lu let out a tragic cry that had never been heard before. Her buttocks were kicked by Wang Bail as she stumbled forward. The pain left her unable to heed her image. She held her buttocks as she skipped around. Looking from afar, her buttocks were dissimilar in size, looking rather jarring. The crowd failed to react the instant that happened. Only when everything was over did the club's security rush over. Wang Bail was panting as he glared at the buttock-clasping Zhou Lu, holding back his urge to deliver another kick. Recalling that the club was run by her family, Wang Bail harumphed and stood at the spot where he could leave. He controlled the platform to descend, returning to his chamber. He held his tummy as he took off his mask. He quickly left the passageway and, taking advantage of how the people on the second floor had not fully reacted, immediately left the club, pretending like nothing had happened. Only when he left the place did he heave a long sigh of relief. He pressed down on his hurting tummy, but he slowly became excited before feeling puzzled. This twisting technique is indeed useful. It can actually fight the pulse enrichment realm. But Why do I feel like it's meant for a woman's self-defense? Could the person in the mask be female? Wang Baol hesitated for a moment, but when he thought about how useful the twisting technique was, he no longer held much suspicion about it and left excitedly. However, on the second floor of the club, there was an unprecedented uproarious shock when the crowd finally came to. The voices on the club's second floor were extremely vehement. The impression Wang Baol gave all of them was that of a fat rabbit who bent fingers, twisted wrists, or kicked crotches. While all his offensive skills left people shuddering in fear, his actions also garnered him a lot of hate. His kicking of crotches especially left the scalps of others tingling. They could acutely identify with the pain and only found it utterly shameless. From their point of view, be it the bending of fingers or the twisting of wrists, they were all acts of lowly hooligans. As for the kicking of crotches, that was even less acceptable. Even worse, he had an extremely sharp tongue. He had provoked and challenged the crowd from the arena. Thus, under the instigation of the victims, it created a contemptuous denouncement. In everyone's eyes, Fat Rabbit was nothing but trash. One who only knew how to resort to tricks and be extremely shameless. However, what appeared to be an extremely shameless battle technique in everyone's eyes had been used by Wang Baol to defeat a pulse enrichment realm expert. Their preconceived notions crumbled as a result. All the contempt they had turned into shock at that very moment. He actually defeated someone at the pulse enrichment realm. Heavens! A shameless battle technique that bends fingers, twists wrists, and kicks crotches is actually able to produce such formidable might. That's not right. It's difficult for an average person to achieve that. Fat Rabbit must have spent many years to achieve his present skill. Gasps sounded as an uproar erupted. Those that were frequent visitors of the club were aficionados of ancient martial arts. In fact, they had no strict rules deep in their hearts. They could accept something up to a certain extent as long as it had been proven effective. Although Wang Baol's technique was shameless, the battle had proven that the battle technique was effective. As such, many people on the club's second floor gasped as they felt moved. Some even spent spirit stones to seek out video recordings of the hundreds of battles that Wang Baol had engaged in. They began studying those recordings. As there were many people on the second floor, and with Zhou Lu's status, news of Fat Rabbit immediately spread. By then, Wang Baol had already returned to Ethereal Dao College. After one day of training, he realized that he had gained new insights into crotch kicking. Therefore, he entered the hallucination realm again to train with the senior sparring partner. Time passed. Although Wang Baol's cries continued echoing in the hallucination realm, the frequency was gradually decreasing. Outside, news of Fat Rabbit spread, and it finally reached an all-time high. Fat Rabbit's reputation was no longer limited to the club. There had been several Ethereal Dao College students that day at the club. After recovering from their shock, they had begun researching and studying. Therefore, be it on the Dao College's Spirit Intranet or the Spirit Internet that connected the entire Federation, many videos of Wang Baol's fights began to appear. Every video went from having 0 viewers to becoming a viral hit. Everyone who watched it drew a gasp, especially the challengers from before. When they watched it again and recalled the pain they suffered, they became even more motivated to study it seriously. These videos were quickly spread in a short amount of time and were used as learning material by more and more people. There were even people who sought out twisting techniques in ancient martial arts. In fact, that was the original version. What Wang Baol had learned was clearly a modified version. Matched with the devouring seed's strength, it resulted in a unique twisting technique. Certain things were immediately different the moment it had an origin and outlet. For instance, what Wang Baol employed was no longer treated as a shameless battle technique by others. Instead, it had become a combat art. This is what combat is. That's right. More than 1,000 years ago, combat fights were only performances. In our present world, combat is fraught with dangers. It's a battle that decides life and death. That's reasonable. In the face of life and death, no one will care if you bend fingers or kick crotches. That would just be too pedantic. As such opinions spread, there were even organizations that appeared to side with Wang Baol. These organizations were all spontaneously formed. They showed their ardent approval of what Wang Baol did on the spirit internet. Soon, news of Fat Rabbit also spread throughout Ethereal City. All of this made the number of people learning twisting techniques increase. There were even arenas in the club with people bending fingers, twisting wrists, and kicking crotches. Although it still garnered contempt, it slowly became a trend. However, the club quickly announced a restriction. They banned crotch kicking. This was, in effect, condoning the twisting technique. It made even more people passionate about bending fingers and twisting wrists. The twisting techniques were still effective. Although they lacked the horrific effects of Wang Baol's devouring seed, they were still incisive to a particular extent. This trend even slowly spread to Ethereal Dao College. Some of the combat faculty students began practicing it, especially the youth who had been forced to call him daddy numerous times. He crazily trained in his training chamber, studying videos and practicing his twisting technique. I will definitely learn of your identity. When that happens, I, Lu Zihao, swear to make you call me daddy. While the youth trained crazily, Zhou Lu, who was watching videos by the window in a luxurious room in the fight club, was the same. The room was very exquisite. From inside, one could see nearly half of Ethereal City. Amid the swirling clouds, the city appeared like an immortal's world. The decorations in the room were even finer. Every object looked very expensive. Zhou Lu, who was inside this luxurious room, was dressed in her home clothes. She was staring at a projection playing a video of Wang Baol. Losing to someone at the physical seal realm had been a huge blow for her, especially having her buttocks kicked. This made her usual arrogant self fume to the point of insanity. Although she was researching it, she had no intention of learning the twisting technique. Instead, she was trying to think of all possible ways to counter the technique. However, the scenes in the video caused her to quickly lose control. Her fists clenched tightly, and it was at that moment her father, president of the Freestyle Fight Club in Ethereal City, walked in. Upon seeing his daughter's livid face, he smiled bitterly as he gave a sigh. Lulu, why are you so worked up? The president looked like he was in his 40s. His figure stood tall and straight, and although he had a little white hair on his head, his cultivation realm was no longer at the ancient martial realm. He had long surpassed mere mortals, and he was completely unfathomable. Dad, are you telling me that darn Fat Rabbit's identity or not? Zhou Lu looked toward her father as he approached. This was not the first time she had raised such a request. Cut it out, Lulu. The privacy of our customers is the foundation of our club's establishment. This rule cannot be broken. You are about to report to the military soon. So stop working up a fuss. The president shook his head helplessly and gave her a few assuring words. Noticing that his daughter was still infuriated, he felt his head ache. Thankfully, a subordinate had a report for him. He left after comforting her with a few more words. Zhou Lu was left in the room as her chest heaved up and down. She clenched her teeth moments after she stared at the video. Fatty, I'll definitely identify you. Many people in Ethereal City, mostly victims of Wang Baol, were just like Lu Zihao and Zhou Lu, and although their adamant words failed to amount to a curse, they were able to make Wang Baol sneeze several times. Someone is thinking about me again. At that moment, Wang Baol, who was snacking inside his Dao College cave abode, sneezed. He quickly drank some ice spirit water before feeling much better. As he snacked, he mumbled to himself, I've become too famous recently and have to keep a low profile. I'm the person who will become the Federation president after all. Other than the fame that arises from becoming an official, I do not want any other kinds of fame. Wang Baol strongly approved of his decision to use a mask early on. After he finished his snacks with great delight, he patted himself on the stomach and took a deep breath. He activated the hallucination realm before continuing his sparring with the senior sparring partner. Days passed by. Wang Baol became more skilled at the twisting technique, and eventually, his fights with the senior sparring partner were all extremely intense. His talent in wrestling also stood out during the training. The number of times he was kicked in the crotch decreased until, one day, the senior sparring partner could no longer kick him. Wang Bail began his counterattack. But this counterattack did not bring him any joy. Instead, it only gave him nightmares once again. The senior sparring partner's battling technique changed yet again. From twisting wrists, it developed into the twisting of his shoulders, neck, knee, or other joints on his body. It was as though every joint on the human body was a target of the twisting technique. The battles that resulted in Wang Bail having his joints twisted time and time again left him screaming in pain, but he would return to the hallucination realm again. He wished to visit the fight club again, but once he recalled how he had offended the club's young mistress, Wang Bail held back sorrowfully. He began to raise his techniques bit by bit in the hallucination realm. Thankfully, his foundation had been made robust, and the senior sparring partner's changes were limited. It allowed Wang Bail to slowly grasp the twisting technique as his body fully experienced the pain of his joints being twisted, allowing him to improve his skill. Only after another 2 months passed, when he defeated the senior sparring partner, did Wang Bail walk out the hallucination realm. He looked at the blue sky dotted with white clouds outside his cave abode, feeling extremely excited. Finally, I've attained phenomenal success. Phenomenal success stage of the Great Void Twisting Technique. When the formerly despicable and terrifying senior sparring partner in the hallucination realm failed to bend his fingers, kick his crotch, or twist Wang Bail's joints, to the point of being subdued, Wang Bail became excited. Who can stop me from becoming head prefect now? Nobody. After exiting the hallucination realm, he looked at the blue skies and white clouds outside the cave abode. With his arms akimbo, he laughed out loud. He was filled with excitement and anticipation. Ever since he discovered the powers gained from being head prefect, he had spent half a year working hard to become one. At the thought of becoming head prefect, and thus having the right to supervise all Dermic armament faculty students, he felt that he would become an important figure. Although he might not be able to have his absolute way in the Tao College, he would become someone no one dared offend. Just the thought of it left Wang Bail even more excited. Whenever he thought of such a scene, Wang Bail would be filled with anticipation amid his excitement, but most of the time, he would only work more diligently. Now, however, he could already see that scene play out. Him becoming head prefect was already within his grasp. Such close proximity to his goal made Wang Bail's heart race. His feelings of anticipation were extremely intense. Amid his excitement, Wang Bail touched his somewhat shriveled tummy. While anticipating the future, he also felt sorry for himself. To become head prefect, I have lost all desire for food and drink in order to practice in my twisting technique. Now that I have obtained phenomenal success in it, one meal won't hurt. With this thought in mind, Wang Bail could not hold back his eagerness to charge out the cave abode. He went to the Tao College's canteen, ordered 3 servings, and enjoyed a delightful meal. 2 hours later, when Wang Bail returned while chomping on a drumstick, his tummy was bulging. After he threw the drumstick bone away, he patted his tummy and took out a bottle of ice spirit water from his tiny bag. Only after drinking a large mouthful did he enter his cave abode satisfied. As he sat there burping, he could not help but eat another few bags of snacks. He wiped his mouth and took a deep breath. It's time for the head prefect of Ethereal Tao College's Dermic Armament Faculty's Spirit Stones Hall to change. The thought of him becoming head prefect again surfaced in his mind once again. He became even more excited. Head prefect, here I come, he growled as he raised his right hand. The devouring seed in him instantly extended its influence as his entire body seemed to turn into a black hole. After training his twisting technique, he was very close to having absolute control over his devouring seed. The suction forces spread throughout Wang Bail's body as he was able to absorb spirit energy at a much potent level than before. In the blink of an eye, the space in the cave abode distorted. It was as though the cave abode had turned into a vacuum as a result of Wang Bail's devouring seed. He guided the worldly spirit energy outside the cave abode toward him, where he directly absorbed it all into his body as the energy rapidly gathered at his palm. Soon, a resplendent beam emitted out of Wang Bail's palm. The difference between medial-grade spirit stones and superior-grade spirit stones was in the process going from the 84% mark to the 85% mark. This was a bottleneck everyone encountered and had once troubled Wang Baol greatly. But now, with the increase of his devouring seed's suction force and the energy flowing through his meridians without much resistance due to his cultivation of the twisting technique, everything was different from the past. This made his spirit stone refinement instantly overcome the chasm that separated the medial grade from the superior grade. He immediately condensed an 86% pure spirit stone. One thing of note was his body. Perhaps it was because he had not refined spirit stones in a long time, but not only did he not have any spirit fat grow on him, his body was even improving while refining the spirit stone. This made Wang Baol greatly excited. Even if I gain weight, it's fine. At most, I'll think of a way to lose weight. My current goal is to become head prefect in the shortest possible time. Wang Baol felt that, compared to losing weight, becoming head prefect was more important. He stopped paying attention to the changes in his weight as he fully focused on spirit stone refinement. Time passed, and days later, when Wang Baol refined an 89% pure spirit stone, he came to a decision. Seclusion. Seclusion. Wang Baol's desire to become head prefect completely occupied his mind. In order to be certain, he took some time to visit the hall and verified that ranked first in the Spirit Stones hall was Zhang Lin. He had refined a spirit stone of 91% purity. Therefore, he confidently purchased a large amount of food and manically entered seclusion in a bid to strive for head prefect. Days passed one by one as Wang Baol slowly immersed himself in a trance-like manner of refining spirit stones. Finally, his spirit stone's purity exceeded 89% 1 week later, reaching 90% purity. If this matter was made known, it would definitely cause a commotion throughout the Dao College. To increase beyond 85% purity was extremely difficult. Even those with talent like Zhang Lin had to spend more than 2 years to progress from 70% to 90%. Zhang Lin had then spent another year before he reached the present 91%. As for Wang Baol, he had raised his purity from 50% to his present stage. The improvement was immense and unprecedented. Furthermore, he had only spent about half a year to achieve that. Once one's spirit stone purity reached 90%, one could be known as a master when it came to refining of spirit stones. After all, the number of people who had reached 90% in all of Ethereal Dao College on the Spirit Stones Hall roll was at present 2. One was at 91% and another was exactly at 90%. This ranking appeared close, but in fact, to surpass that was extraordinarily difficult. After all, there was difficulty going from 85% to 90%, but above 90% it was like a chasm with every step. In Ethereal Dao College's history, the record of the fastest person to become head prefect was 2 years. It was because he had possessed a stunning talent that allowed him to accomplish the feat. As for freshman head prefects, it was still possible in other faculties, but it had never happened in the Dermic Armament faculty. Wang Baol was rapidly approaching the record. Having disregarded sleep and food, he refined crazily. He paid no attention to his weight, putting all his effort into breaking past 90% to reach 91% purity. As for his weight, it was gradually rising with the slow appearance of spirit fat as his refinement purity increased. After a few days, Wang Baol's body was so massive that he was bigger than the first time he had tried losing weight after matriculating. His spirit stone purity broke through once again, reaching 91%. With victory at hand, Wang Baol lacked the time to consider the matter of losing weight. He did not even think of his family's genealogical table or the Fatso forefathers. He was regulating his breathing and encouraging himself before he continued another refinement. 1 week later, his spirit stone purity made another breakthrough. It reached straight to 92%. However, Wang Baol did not stop. He had considered the possibility of Zhang Lin having broken through during this period of time. That would have been irritating. Therefore, he clenched his teeth and, seeking his limit, continued refining. Unbeknownst to him, his body was very exaggerated at the moment. It far exceeded his fattest point in history, reaching an astounding size. Finally, when Wang Baol's spirit stone purity made another unprecedented breakthrough, with the spirit stone's purity turning from 92% to 93%, Wang Baol saw that the stone in his palm no longer looked resplendent and crystalline. Instead, it emitted rainbow light like a gem. He raised his head and laughed out loud. So this is the legendary Rainbow Spirit Stone. Wang Baol had heard the teacher mention Rainbow Spirit Stones in his first lecture. Later, he had come to understand that this was the highest realm when it came to refining spirit stones. I'm head prefect. In his excitement, Wang Baol suddenly tried to get up. He wanted to head to the hall roll and activate the head prefect test. As long as he refined one spirit stone there and left a record with the hall roll, he would become head prefect. However, when Wang Baol, who had been immersed in his excitement, tried to get up, he suddenly widened his eyes. He looked at his surroundings in a daze. Why do I find the cave abode smaller? Don't tell me. Wang Baol's breathing turned a little stifled. As he muttered, he looked down at his belly and once again looked at his surroundings. Moments later, he let out a shrill and tragic cry. It boomed out of Wang Baol's cave abode. At that moment, in the cave abode, Wang Baol's body had reached a stunning size. He nearly occupied more than half the cave abode. Although the cave abode was not big to begin with, this only served to accentuate how massive Wang Baol was. That terrifying look and ridiculous body were enough to make anyone who saw him draw a gasp and be appalled. Ignoring the question of him being able to stand up, just a look at his cave abode almost brought Wang Baol to tears. He discovered that, even if he could crawl over, he was unable to squeeze out the door. Heavens, I can't even get out. How am I to lose weight? Wang Baol lamented speechlessly. He was nearly driven to the brink of insanity, gripped with anxiety. He felt that he was already head prefect, but just as he was about to take the test to advance to the highest point of his life, he was unable to leave the cave abode. And if he could not leave, there was no way for him to go to the lava chamber to continue his weight loss. All of this became a vicious cycle that left Wang Baol dumbfounded and mad. After struggling internally and finding many of the solutions he thought up useless, Wang Baol sadly raised his voice transmission ring. After struggling with himself, he sought Lu Daobin's help. When Lu Daobin heard this matter, he rushed over quickly. He drew a gasp when he saw Wang Baol inside the cave abode. Heavens! Wang Baol, how did you do it? Wang Baol was in utter sadness. When Lu Daobin saw this, he quickly suggested several solutions, but none of them worked. He could only contact others. And gradually Bunny Zhou Xiaoya came as well as Du Min. Even Chen Ziheng had come. Chen Ziheng widened his eyes as he muttered softly, "Fascinating." As for Du Min, she gave Wang Baol a sidelong glance with a contemptuous look. "Darn fatty, eat less." Bunny Zhou Xiaoya looked worried and very concerned. Wang Baol looked at the crowd outside his cave abode, and with the desperate desire to survive, he immediately said, "Guys, we come from the same town. You guys have to save me." However, Lu Daobin and the others were not as useful as Wang Baol had hoped. None of them could think of a feasible solution. Eventually, it was Bunny who found a senior student named Xianxia and invited him over. Xianxia was quite a famous person in the Dao College. He was acclaimed to have connections from the chancellor to the students, with nothing he could not resolve. Bunny had acquainted herself with him through a pill trade. Soon, a youth of average height came walking down the trail outside Wang Baol's cave. He had his hair gelled up, making it sparkle under the sunlight. He looked like a bright lamp while walking from afar. When he arrived outside Wang Baol's cave abode and looked in, his already brilliant-looking eyes instantly lit up. "Schoolmate, I'm your humble servant, Xianxia. By inviting me here, you can rest assured. I love doing business with people from the Dermic Armament faculty. As long as you have the money, there is nothing I, Xianxia, can't do. Let's not talk about a trivial matter like yours. Even if you want the Chancellor to personally refine a Dermic artifact for you or use Mystic Silver Sand to smith a similar snuff bottle like your Dermic Armament faculty's dean, that is something possible through me. This matter of yours is too simple. Don't you just want to get out? I can demolish your cave abode. Wouldn't that allow you to leave?" Xianxia said passionately as he got straight to business. "Don't doubt me. I, Xianxia, am a professional trader. My mission is to serve all customers. You come troubled, and you shall leave satisfied. You can listen to the satisfied reviews of my customers. In all of Ethereal Dao College, be it the lower academy or upper academy, my name is my brand. As Xianxia spoke, he raised his hand to touch his gelled hair. It shimmered under the sunlight as his eyes exuded a brilliance. He gave a passionate smile as he stood in front of Wang Bao's cave abode. The confidence in his words was striking. After mentioning the chancellor and faculty dean, he even suggested the demolition of the cave abode. This spirit was absolutely not something an ordinary student was capable of. After all, the Dao College's cave abodes all had array formations. They were carved uniformly by the Dao College and were very difficult to destroy. Similarly, everything in the cave abode was the property of the respective faculties. The students only had the privilege of staying in there and not the right to modify it. However, from Xianxia's tone, it appeared like the demolition of the cave abode was nothing difficult. The moment Xianxia said those words, Lu Daobin and company drew a gasp. His words were just too exaggerated. The concept of getting the chancellor to personally smith a dermic artifact could be ignored, but just the faculty dean's snuff bottle, which was made of mystic silver sand, was very rare. That was mystic silver sand at 90% purity. It was extremely valuable. Regarding that snuff box, there was quite a lot of information revealed on the spirit intranet about it. However, Wang Bao knew little about it since he had spent most of his time cultivating the great void chi devouring art after matriculating into the Dao College. Upon hearing that and seeing Lu Daobin and company looking alarmed, Wang Bao twisted his body out of curiosity. He opened the spirit intranet with great difficulty and checked the requirements needed for the chancellor to personally refine a dermic artifact as well as the price of the mystic silver sand snuff box. His eyes immediately widened when he saw the information. From complete despair, he could not help but feel excitement rise in him as his mind was filled with hope. He adjusted his body and looked out the cave abode. You can demolish the cave abode? When he heard Wang Bao's tone that seemed to border on disbelief, Xianxia remained composed. He continued touching his hair as he lightly smiled. This might not be possible for others, but you have to remember that in Ethereal Dao College, if Xianxia say it's impossible, that means that no one can do it. However, the demolition of a cave abode is quite a huge undertaking. It needs some time and at least 10,000 spirit stones. I'm not fleecing you in your time of need. The amount of spirit stones you spend will be worth it, as I need to find someone to remove the array formation, then find someone to appease the dermic armament faculty's dean. Finally, I have to consider the compensation. All of that will need at least 3 months. Xianxia explained very seriously as he extended 3 fingers. That expensive? Dumin, Lu Daobin, and the others drew a cold gasp of air when they heard that. 10,000 spirit stones was a sizable amount of money regardless of the situation. But to Wang Bao, he was not concerned about the spirit stones. Leaving and losing weight were more important. He was almost driven mad when he heard that 3 months was needed. 3 months is just too long. Just as Wang Bao turned anxious, Xianxia bent his back and looked into the cave abode as though he was determining how fat the present Wang Bao was. Upon hearing that, he chuckled. Brother, you have broadened my horizons in a way. I have seen people eat themselves fat, but to reach such a level of obesity and not be able to exit their cave abode, this is something I'm seeing for the first time in my life. Wang Bao was instantly incensed when he heard Xianxia. It was fine if he had a solution, but if he could not solve the problem and instead only mock him, Wang Bao was considering teaching Xianxia a lesson after becoming head prefect. He wanted Xianxia to know that shooting his mouth off would bring him nothing but pain. Xianxia noticed Wang Bao's displeasure as he said with a smile, Actually, to come out, there's no need to demolish the cave abode. I, Xianxia, am a traitor. I will not miss out on simple solutions and expect you to spend excessive money to resolve a problem. In fact, the simplest solution is for you to slim down. That way you will be able to come out. This method will not only save time but will also definitely be better value than demolishing the cave abode. It will only require 500 spirit stones. How about it? Do you have a weight loss solution? Wang Bao's eyes lit up immediately. If he could lose weight, 500 spirit stones was nothing. Wang Bao would not hesitate to pay even more. Schoolmate, I have to warn you not to doubt my capabilities. As long as you have the money, there is nothing I can't do. If you do not slim down, I'll repay you double. Xianxia said lightly as his tone was filled with pride. Wang Baol was also a decisive person. He immediately agreed to the matter, but he would only make the payment after he slimmed down. Xianxia agreed to it. He believed that no one in the Tao College would dare abscond with his spirit stones. Therefore, he turned to leave after happily communicating with Wang Baol. Lu Daobin and company saw that the matter appeared to have been resolved. They oddly gave a look at Wang Baol's cave abode and knew that he was frustrated. So they bade farewell. Bunny did not wish to leave, but she was pulled away by Du Min. Before she left, she gently consoled Wang Baol, moving him greatly. Xiaoya, once I slim down, I'll definitely look for you. After everyone left, Wang Baol sprawled inside his cave abode. He felt that the present him was like a pangolin that was trapped inside a cave. He could not help but turn sorrowful. He subconsciously wanted to eat some snacks, but he realized that he could not reach them. This immediately left Wang Baol even more depressed. Why is it so hard when all I want to be is head prefect? I have to persevere. I must not be disheartened. As the high officials' autobiographies mention, when heaven is about to confer a great office on any man, it first exercises his mind with suffering, and his sinews and bones with toil. Thankfully, Wang Baol was an optimistic person. After he encouraged himself, he steeled his mind. I want to switch to a bigger cave abode. With this driving him, Wang Baol began fantasizing about scenes of him becoming head prefect in the subsequent days. Every time he thought of something exciting, he would find the wait worth it. With that, several days of waiting passed. Finally, 3 days later at dusk, Xianxia returned. He was still dressed in the same attire as 3 days ago. His hair was slicked back with gel, and he stood out under the setting sun. Wang Baol saw the distant him at a glance. Upon seeing Xianxia, Wang Baol shouted out agitatedly, "Brother Xie!" Wang Baol's voice drifted out of the cave abode, and by the time it landed in Xianxia's ears, he had arrived in front of the cave abode. He bent his back and looked in with a warm smile. "Brother, for your matter, I have thought up several solutions to your problem. I finally chose a method that will absolutely work." As Xianxia spoke, he took out a pill bottle. He looked around and, after determining that there was no one around, squatted down, whispering, "This time, I got you some death pills from the underground black market in Ethereal City." Upon seeing Xianxia's mysterious behavior, Wang Baol felt more confident. Upon hearing the words death pills, he was taken aback. "What's that?" Wang Baol was puzzled. He had never heard of death pills. It's normal that you do not know either. After all, the death pill is a banned substance. This pill was, in fact, refined accidentally by a crazy person of the alchemy faculty in the past. As consuming them makes one feel like they are experiencing death, they are thus called death pills. There is a secret roll in the alchemy faculty that documents the people who have consumed death pills. On it, the greatest number of death pills the record holder has eaten is 3 before he couldn't take it anymore. As Xianxia spoke, he said it in all seriousness. Finally, he said with great certainty, "Schoolmate, if you can endure it, this death pill will definitely make you lose weight. That, I dare guarantee you." Wang Baol immediately considered the problem. The words death pills did sound terrifying. He secretly contacted Bunny and Du Min and, after some inquiries, opened the spirit intranet with great difficulty to investigate the pill. This investigation gave him a fright. The description of the death pills on the spirit intranet was extremely terrifying. Some people mentioned actual death, with people thinning to nothing but bones. Others mentioned that consuming the pill was challenging one's life. Regardless which message it was, there was a final statement that persuaded people never to consume the pills. But it was precisely so that more people wished to attempt it. Moments later, Wang Baol, who was determined to lose weight, gritted his teeth. "Bring it here. I'll eat it. That's the spirit." Xianxia gave him a big thumbs up. "But I can't give you all of them. Let's try one at a time. After all, you haven't paid me yet. Can't let you die. I'll first let you eat one. If it's possible, we will try a second one. Xianxia felt that he was already a very scrupulous person. He wore a specialized glove and carefully took out one pill from the pill bottle and handed it into the cave abode. After Wang Baol received it, he took a look at it. The death pill was crimson in color. It looked quite worrisome at a glance. He first took a sniff and gauged that it was identical to the description he had seen on the spirit intranet. With a deep breath, he directly put it into his mouth and chewed on it. Before he could fully experience its taste, he swallowed it down. This thing is actually quite tasty. Wang Baol licked his lips. He had eaten it too quickly and could only taste the remnant flavors in his mouth. He found it more delicious than his snacks. Give me another one. Wang Baol, who had not eaten snacks in days, immediately felt his appetite whetted. Ah! Xianxia was taken aback. He had always acted like an esteemed expert in front of Wang Baol, but in his amazement, he looked at the pill bottle in his hand and back at Wang Baol. He hesitated for a moment before carefully taking out a second pill and handing it over. After Wang Baol swallowed it again, he wanted yet another one. Xianxia was already alarmed as he asked uncertainly, Do you feel anything? I don't feel anything. It's quite tasty. Give me a few more. Wang Baol licked his lips. The pills were spicy, and they warmed his stomach. Xianxia felt his entire being turn flustered. After a momentary daze, he subconsciously handed over 3 pills. When he realized what he'd done, he trembled and was just about to stop Wang Baol, but Wang Baol had already chomped down 3 death pills. Heavens, you have eaten 5. Xianxia was utterly shocked as he exclaimed. But, at that moment, Wang Baol only felt that his body was a little hotter than before. There was still not much of a reaction, so he immediately became dissatisfied. Is it a fake? You previously extolled it so much and mentioned how a person can at most eat 3. I have already eaten 5, and there's not the slightest reaction. Wang Baol found it unacceptable. He felt like he had been swindled. Xianxia's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. There were still 5 pills inside his bottle. He was very certain that he had obtained genuine pills, but now he was suspicious. After hearing Wang Baol's words, he immediately grumbled in anger. Did someone dare cheat me? Won't you know if you eat one? Wang Baol was very displeased. Xianxia was also quite a character. He was suspicious that he had been cheated and was burning with rage. Gritting his teeth, he took out 1 pill and threw it into his mouth. However, the moment it entered his mouth, his eyes widened as his mind seemed to instantly buzz. Xianxia widened his mouth as though he wanted to say something, but he could not even finish a sentence. His face had instantly turned crimson red, and even his eyes were bloodshot. His entire person was breathing heavily as the veins on his forehead protruded. It was as though he had been struck by lightning. Heavens! Xianxia let out a tragic cry as he convulsed all over. His pupils dilated rapidly as sweat poured down his forehead like it was raining. His first reaction was to open his mouth to belch in an attempt to spit out the death pill. However, the death pill had already melted. No matter how he belched, he failed to regurgitate any of it. After a few dry heaves, his body convulsed even more violently as he clasped his throat and let out a hoarse cry. Water! I want water! He felt as though molten metal was in his mouth. His throat felt like it was being suffocated as his mind went blank. Only his body seemed to reject this external object, and the pain that resulted made him roar out involuntarily. This roar seemed to come out like a wild beast's. His body seemed to lose control, with it needing to vent. He jumped up suddenly and kept doing so outside Wang Baol's cave abode. He was letting out unclear screams constantly. Water! Give me water! I can't take it anymore. All of this was witnessed by Wang Baol. Watching Xianxia go berserk, Wang Baol drew a gasp, but his eyes had a skeptical look. Is it an act? Wang Baol was puzzled. He felt that the so-called death pill was only able to heat up his stomach. It did not appear as exaggerated as what he had been told. But noticing that Xianxia's shirt was drenched in sweat within seconds, and with him crying out so tragically, as though he wished to pull out his tongue, Wang Baol was once again astounded. This was made even more apparent when Xianxia seemed to lose his balance as he directly knelt outside the cave abode. As he roared, he constantly struck the ground. Most astounding of all, Xianxia's lips were swelling rapidly, and soon, his lips turned into two purplish-black sausages from Wang Baol's perspective. It was as though he had transformed. The sausage lips appalled Wang Baol, making him seriously afraid. With great difficulty, he took out a bottle of ice spirit water that was no longer cold and threw it over. Is this thing really that powerful? Wang Baol was alarmed. As he threw out the ice spirit water, Xianxia pounced at it with red eyes. He looked like he could not wait to open the bottle cap as he crushed the bottle's neck with his teeth and gulped it down. After drinking a few mouthfuls, his eyes widened before he spewed it all out. The spirit water that splattered to the ground produced white, misty steam. Heavens, it's too spicy. When he drank the spirit water, not only did it fail to comfort him, it even made the spicy feeling turn more intense. Previously, the spiciness had been limited to his throat, but now, with the spirit water flowing down rapidly and straight into his stomach, the heat immediately exploded out violently from his body. Even parts of his body that were not fat had gradually slimmed down. It was as though his body's potential had been stimulated by the death pills. This was the death pill, which would bring a person death if they simply ate one, according to the alchemy faculty's legend. The recipe to create it was nothing out of the ordinary. The alchemist back then had accidentally concocted it, but it resulted in something so spicy that even a behemoth would not be able to withstand, much less a human. It exceeded the limits of one's endurance and was an experience that made one feel like they were stepping into hell. It made anyone who had tried it wish to never ever experience it a second time. Wang Baol was sprawled out in his cave abode, watching the entire process that ensued after Xianxia consumed the death pill. This sort of shocking spectacle almost overwhelmed his senses. It made his initial plan of giving up change after he noticed Xianxia slimming down. Wang Baol's breath hastened as he went for broke and said anxiously, "It can really lose weight. Quick, give me the death pills." Xianxia was already in a crazed state from the spiciness. He could not think clearly and was already enervated in both body and mind. He lay there on the ground, looking as though life held nothing for him. He did not have the luxury of time to think it through as he simply threw the death pill bottle into the cave abode. I, Xianxia, am honest to all customers. I absolutely do not sell fake goods. Even in such a situation, his brand and reputation were still on his mind. This immediately made Wang Baol respect him. He felt that Xianxia was indeed someone reliable. Nice one, brother. I misunderstood you. Wang Baol took the pill bottle and consoled Xianxia before he took another pill. He did not get a kick from it and took another pill. As he felt the temperature in his stomach rapidly rise, Wang Baol looked again at his fat and clenched his teeth. He steeled his heart and swallowed all the death pills. To become head prefect and to lose weight, I'll risk it. With Xianxia having eaten one pill, the remaining 9 pills in the bottle of death pills were in Wang Baol's stomach. Finally, the tolerance Wang Baol had gained from withstanding the lava chamber's high temperatures broke down at that moment. Furthermore, the 9 death pills did not immediately show their effects, but instead transformed when gathered together. Immediately, they rose up like an erupting flame, a heat that Wang Baol had never felt in his life, one that far exceeded the crazy heat in the lava chamber, burned in his stomach like a sea of fire. It burned formlessly as his mouth instantly swelled. He was immediately unable to deliver any words through his throat. Everything inside his body felt like it was about to explode. Heavens! A hoarse scream immediately escaped out of Wang Baol's throat. With him trapped inside his cave abode, he was driven to the brink of insanity. It felt like all the heat could not be vented and could only be used to burn his spirit fat. Immediately, his body convulsed while he screamed tragically, shrinking at a discernible pace. This pain would have been completely unbearable to a common person, but to a fatty who only needed to lose weight, it was something that had to be done once and for all. Then, no matter the challenge, he would overcome it. That way, Wang Baol and Xianxia began wailing one after another inside and outside the cave abode. Thankfully, few people came around, otherwise they would have been horrified by what was happening. About 2 hours later, Xianxia gradually recovered. He had an excitement that stemmed from surviving a calamity. However, Wang Baol's tragic cries continued. Being inside a cave, his voice resounded as though he was crazy. There were just too many death pills that were making their effects shown. It left Wang Baol's body burning. It was way more intense than the slow rise in heat of the lava chamber. The feeling of being burned inside out made him understand why Xianxia had seemed to have been going deranged. What's more, he was feeling a pain more than 10 times worse than Xianxia. In the beginning, Xianxia had been gloating over Wang Baol's misfortune. After consuming the death pill, the feeling of seeing another person suffer was different. But gradually 2 hours passed. Xianxia's breathing began to pulse with anxiety as he wiped his sweat in shock. How many did you eat? He was already appalled. The commotion Wang Baol had created was just too excessive. According to his own experience, it was not right that Wang Baol's agony would last that long. Soon it was the 6th hour, followed by the 8th, until 10 hours passed before the roars from the cave abode ceased. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, afraid that Wang Baol had died. He rushed into the cave abode and saw a pill bottle on the ground not far away. As he looked at the empty bottle, Xianxia's mind buzzed. That's way too crazy. You ate a total of 9 pills. Xianxia felt his scalp tingle. He could not imagine what sort of person could consume 9 death pills. To him, that was like a fantasy, but it had happened right before his very eyes. As he gasped for breath, he looked up and instantly saw, in the corner of the cave abode, a clearly thinned Wang Baol. His hair was disheveled, and his clothes were torn. He was lying motionless in there with his limbs twitching from time to time. Xianxia's eyes were filled with respect as though he had seen a man of God. He looked at Wang Baol as he probed with a question. Schoolmate, are you fine? Just as Xianxia said those words, Wang Baol's eyes opened. He looked dazed, but soon he seemed to come around. He quickly looked down at his body, and when he saw the tiny tummy that was a long-forgotten memory, he became excited. The title of head prefect is mine. Wang Baol laughed with his head high. With a leap, he stood up. The moment he said those words, massive amounts of blood chi surged before they instantly vanished like they had been sealed. All of it converged into Wang Baol's body. At that moment, the feeling of having his body separate itself from the rest of the world was even more intense than before. Perfected. Physical seal realm. Xianxia's eyes widened as he exclaimed involuntarily. Once one reached the physical seal realm, any improvement was very difficult. To go from the early stage of the physical seal realm to the perfected stage was something that would typically take several years. Most people even had to spend more than 10 years. But at that instant, Wang Baol's aura and that strong sense of isolation represented that his physical seal had reached complete perfection. He was only short of entering the final pulse enrichment realm. How is this possible? The eating of death pills actually allows a breakthrough in cultivation? Xianxia's mind immediately turned into a mess. He found the matter baffling. Even though he had learned of Wang Baol's identity and knew that Wang Baol had previously broken through by lifting weights and spending time in the lava chamber, he still felt shocked to his very core as his mind went abuzz. He knew very well that if this news was spread, there would probably be many students who would purchase death pills and try it in secret. Be it the route circling the island and the weightlifting grounds or the combat faculty's lava chamber, they were now filled with many people attempting a breakthrough every day. The joy that came from having his cultivation raised and successfully losing weight left Wang Baol extremely excited, especially when he thought of how he was about to become head prefect. His mind could not help but surface with scenes of him becoming head prefect while his eyes emitted a dazzling light. This day has finally come. While feeling overjoyed, Wang Baol's heart could not help but race. He was prepared to rush to the hall when he noticed the dazed Xianxia. Wang Baol was immediately filled with gratitude as he stepped forward to give Xianxia a passionate hug. Great going, schoolmate. Your weight loss solution worked really well. Let's keep in contact in the future. Here. These are the spirit stones we agreed upon. Wang Baol laughed out loud as he handed the spirit stones over to Xianxia. Following that, he said a few pleasantries in joy, but he soon realized that Xianxia was still in a daze as though he had no thoughts of leaving. Hey, schoolmate Xia, it's not early anymore. Why don't I give you a treat another day? If this were any other time, Wang Baol would definitely have interacted with Xianxia more. But now, with him being occupied with thoughts of becoming head prefect, he felt his heart itching with an eagerness like a kitten was scratching at it. It was the reason for his hint. How did you do it? Your cultivation actually improved. Fascinating. Xianxia looked at Wang Baol as his mind remained in chaos. He had been doing business in the Dao College for years and had encountered countless customers. There was no lack of people who had consumed death pills, but this was the first time he had seen someone break through after consuming the pills. It's probably possible after eating a few pills, quipped Wang Baol casually. As he spoke, he placed his arm around Xianxia's shoulders and walked the dazed Xianxia out his cave abode. Even when he left, Xianxia was still in a state of shock. He was uttering in fascination as he descended the mountain with jumbled thoughts. While watching Xianxia leave, Wang Baol looked into the distant setting sun. He could not help it as he rushed straight to the Spirit Stones Hall. I'm about to become head prefect. Wang Baol laughed out loud. He was in an especially good mood. He had already learned how to become head prefect. All he needed to do was activate the test in front of the hall roll monument in the school hall. There, he would record his spirit stone refinement process. Once the purity reached the required number, he would immediately become head prefect. Once I become head prefect, I will become one of a handful of important people in the dermic armament faculty. When the time comes, I want to see who dares bully me. Wang Baol was burning with eagerness as his anticipation became extremely intense. It felt like the blood coursing through his body was speeding up. Although the distance from his cave abode to the school hall was not very far, it was still non-zero. In his excitement, Wang Baol did not notice a senior student from the dermic armament faculty pass him by. When he saw Wang Baol, his eyes lit up. He noticed that Wang Baol was wearing his specially recruited student robes in tatters. He immediately lifted his voice transmission ring and whispered, I see Wang Baol. His clothes are untidy. Meanwhile, as the student sent a voice transmission, on the mountain peak of the dermic armament faculty, there were 3 very striking pavilion buildings. The 3 of them were close to one of the dermic armament's 3 main halls. They were completely purple in color and looked like a constable's office in feudal China. They seemed to have an oppressing aura, which could be felt clearly by anyone who saw it. There were even students appearing like guards at the entrances of these 3 pavilion buildings. They stood there, coldly looking at everyone who passed by. Usually, any student who passed the 3 buildings would subconsciously speed up their pace to depart the area, unwilling to stay a moment longer. The 3 purple pavilion buildings represented the college discipline department, a place that had a stature and power that was only second to the faculty dean and teachers in the dermic armament faculty. Many people liked to call these 3 buildings the head prefect pavilions. It was because the person responsible for the college discipline department was the head prefect of the respective faculty. In Ethereal Dao College's lower academy island, each faculty had different head prefects and had respective college discipline departments that were responsible for their respective faculties. The position of head prefect was obtained through their own strength. This was originally one of the rules of Ethereal Dao College, making the identity of head prefect extraordinary. The only person who could order them was the chancellor. Therefore, every head prefect was also known as a disciple of the chancellor. As for the respective faculty's college discipline department that they were responsible for, the chancellor had handed over authority. It was now in the hands of the black-robed, middle-aged man who had been unhappy about Wang Baol. That also meant that the vice-chancellor held the authority. Due to these special circumstances, although the faculty deans could instruct their faculty's head prefect, they would generally not act on it. They would usually agree in public but disagree inwardly, leaving things to the head prefect. At this moment, inside the Spirit Stone's head prefect's pavilion, beside the Spirit Stone's hall, there were about 8 senior students dressed in black robes who were unlike ordinary students, chatting merrily. If any one of them walked in the Dermic armament faculty, it would make many students tiptoe around them. Commissioned as college discipline department inspectors by the Spirit Stone's hall's head prefect, they had quite immense authority. They could monitor all students in the Dermic armament faculty for the violation of college rules. 2 of them were the youths that had escorted Wang Beol from the hall back them. As they casually chatted, one of them lowered his head to look at his voice transmission ring. When he looked up, he revealed a smile. "Everyone, let's continue later. Let's go deal with Wang Beol. Someone saw him violating college rules. He's on the way to the Spirit Stone's hall." The moment he said that, the students around him laughed as well. "He has finally been caught?" Some time ago, head prefect had asked me about this when I reported to him. Speaking of which, it has been more than half a year since the head prefect gave us this mission. I have been cracking my head about this. That fatty has been like a ghost for the past half year. He's practically unseen. However, I believe the mission is not because he offended head prefect. Haha, we don't have to care about that. It's likely that head prefect is just helping someone. If he really had offended head prefect, the fatty would have long been in trouble. But we need to look fierce. That fatty pisses me off too. The group quickly left the college discipline department amid casual chatter. The moment they walked out, their expressions turned stern and forbidding. More than 10 of them walked formidably straight for the route that was necessary to reach the Spirit Stone Hall. Their trip out immediately garnered the notice of several students. When they saw the entourage, they shuddered and knew that someone was in trouble. As they discussed, some even followed behind the entourage from afar, in the hope of seeing the college discipline department enforce the college rules. On the tiny path outside the Spirit Stone's hall, an excited Wang Beol appeared not long later. He met with the entourage of college discipline department inspectors along the way. The tiny path was not considered very wide, but it was enough for about 5 people to proceed forward shoulder to shoulder. Wang Beol was in a very good mood, and when he saw the group of inspectors, he immediately recalled how he would be their superior moments later. He could not help but smile and even raised his hand to greet them. "Everyone." Before he finished his words, the group of black-clothed inspectors opposite him sneered. One of them suddenly roared, interrupting Wang Beol's sentence. "Wang Beol, you are wandering around in unkempt clothes. By dressing up strangely, you are in violation of our Ethereal Tao College's Rule 3, Clause 7. Come with us now." As the inspector bellowed, he walked toward Wang Beol and raised his right hand to grab Wang Beol's shoulder. He did not care about Wang Beol's specially recruited status or his cultivation level. From his point of view, no student would dare resist arrest in the Dermic armament faculty, especially when there was outright evidence. Wang Beol frowned and took half a step back to avoid the strike. "Schoolmates, I'm really sorry. There is a reason for this. I'll be changing my clothes in a while. I'll also go to the college discipline department to cooperate with you to resolve the matter shortly." Wang Beol narrowed his eyes and replied patiently. He was indeed dressed in tatters, but it was because he had gained so much weight that his pliable, specially recruited Tao robes had torn apart. In his eagerness to become head prefect, he had not had the time to collect a new set of robes. It was quite a trivial matter. If not for the Spirit Stone's head prefect's instructions, this matter could have been resolved by spending some spirit stones. It was even possible for them to turn a blind eye for his violation because of his specially recruited status. But it had not been easy for the few black-robed inspectors to find a fault with Wang Beol. So how could they give up? The youth was immediately displeased to see that Wang Beol dared dodge his grab. "You dare resist? Cut the crap. Take him away." As the young inspector spoke, he reached out for Wang Beol once again. The other inspectors to his side him were sneering as they quickly came over. Clearly, they planned on arresting Wang Beol and taking him to the college discipline department. Once there, it was not up to Wang Beol's decision if he had violated any other rules. They had the means to pile Wang Beol with violations. Although it was unlikely to expel him from school, they could definitely give him a black mark. The students who had followed a distance away widened their eyes when they saw this. If anyone else had been arrested, they might not have even bothered. It was Wang Bao's specially recruited status and the numerous times he had been in the limelight that made everyone feel that he was someone important. Wang Bao was a clever person. He had been speaking nicely because he knew he was about to become head prefect. But upon seeing the inspector's reactions and their unrelenting stance, it left him wary and impatient. At the instant the youth extended his hand, Wang Bao raised his right hand and grabbed his wrist. Glaring into his eyes, he slowly enunciated each word. Which rule of the college discipline department requires such a level of arrest for untidy clothes? You dare grab my wrists and talk about the rules? Wang Bao, you are resisting disciplinary enforcement. That adds another count to your charge. He can now be apprehended. The youth who had his wrist grabbed sneered. He was in no way nervous, and his voice sounded arrogant. Furthermore, he had raised his other hand to punch Wang Bao. Upon hearing the youth's words and seeing his expression, Wang Bao's face dropped. He appeared to have a happy-go-lucky character usually, but once he was bullied, he showed no hesitation at striking back. To think that the atrocities the college discipline department partakes in have reached such an outrageous level. Upon saying that, Wang Bao's eyes flashed. He bent the wrist, causing a cracking sound. A sharp scream came out of the youth as his body was thrown out by a swing from Wang Bao. He fell to the side involuntarily. His cries were shrill as sweat covered his face instantly. A shrill scream, which contained an indescribable pain, echoed. Clearly, Wang Bao had bent the joints with considerable force due to his rage. Although he had held back a little and had not broken the inspector's wrist, the excruciating pain of having a joint twisted turned the youth faint. How dare you? Wang Bao, you are in violation of the college's rules 2 and 4. You resisted arrest and even engaged in assault. Grab him. The other black-robed inspectors were alarmed and furious. They thought themselves above the law and had never encountered such a situation. They immediately released their cultivation and, while charging toward Wang Bao, roared with a rebuking voice. This scene captured the attention of everyone nearby. They widened their eyes as they drew gasps. This Wang Bao actually dared to assault inspectors. Heavens, that's unprecedented. This is going to be huge. As everyone reeled in shock, the college discipline department inspectors charged at Wang Bao furiously. Their cultivation levels were all unequal. The weakest was at the blood chi realm, and the strongest was at the physical seal realm. After all, to become the trusted henchman of the Spirit Stone's Hall head prefect, their cultivation levels could not be too weak even if they were also students of the dermic armament faculty. Especially with the numbers advantage and their belief that they were enforcing the college rules, they became more overbearing as they rushed toward Wang Bao. When you attack, it's called enforcing the rules. Right and wrong are all determined by what you say. All I did was dodge and it became resisting arrest. All I did was block a wrist and I had another charge added. College discipline department. Nice going. From this, I can see that your head prefect must not have been disciplining all of you and has condoned to your actions. Wang Bao was enraged as well. Their arrival was clearly abnormal. Although he did not know the reason, he knew they were doing it on purpose. How dare you think of rising above us? You are unqualified. What a sharp tongue. Let's see if you can remain so once you are inside the college discipline department. The black-robed inspectors were infuriated when they heard that. In their eyes, the arrest of Wang Bao was no longer a mission handed to them by the head prefect. Instead, they wanted to make Wang Bao know how formidable their college discipline department was. As they growled, the black-robed inspectors approached him. If this was any other time, Wang Bao might have found other ways to handle the situation, but now he was already considered a quasi-head prefect. All he needed to do was take a test to immediately become their superior. This left him intolerant of their actions. The moment the black-robed inspectors approached, he snorted coldly and took a step forward. Since your head prefect isn't disciplining you, I shall do the honors. The moment Wang Bao said that, he sped up tremendously. His right hand raised up as he grabbed a person's finger and bent it ruthlessly. The cracking sound was immediately drowned out by a shrill cry. He raised his right foot to kick him away. Turning his body, he grabbed another person's wrist and twisted the joint. Shrill cries resounded as Wang Baol phased away, dodging the combined attacks of 3 people. He clenched his fist and emanated the powers of his physical seal realm. After striking out with his fist, his body seemed to casually send a kick, landing it on another person's crotch. His body did not stop, and when he walked forward, he began using his twisting technique. Immediately, all the black-robed inspectors beside him wailed as though they could not find their footing. All of this happened too quickly. Wang Baol's figure seemed like flowing water as he tore through the 10+ black-robed inspectors. Tragic cries erupted as the shrill screams spread everywhere. Soon Wang Baol came to a stop. All the black-robed inspectors around him had fallen to the ground. They were either grabbing their wrists, their fingers, or their crotches. All of them were screaming. Their bodies were drenched in sweat, and when they looked at Wang Baol, their rage had a savageness to it. Wang Baol, you will definitely be expelled. Wang Baol, I have already reported this to the head prefect. You have committed a serious violation. The group roared angrily. Meanwhile, on the peak of the Dermic Armament Faculty's mountain, in a region where there was rich spirit qi, there was a cave abode that looked more majestic than Wang Baol's residence. Inside the cave abode was a youth dressed in a purple head prefect robe. He had average looks and his face was a little freckled. He was holding a spirit stone and was fully focused on carving an inscription on it. It appeared as though he could not divert any attention, but at that moment, his voice transmission ring vibrated. This immediately affected the youth as his palm missed and ruined the inscription. With a bang, the spirit stone shattered and turned to dust. Darn it! The youth looked up suddenly, his eyes filled with displeasure. He was none other than the Spirit Stones Hall's head prefect, Zhang Lin. His voice transmission ring was unique to the college discipline department. Usually, the inspectors under him knew of his habits. Most of them would report to him outside the door. Very few of them sent him voice transmissions. Now, a rare voice transmission ring immediately caused his inscription to fail. This left Zhang Lin sullen, and just as he was about to take out the voice transmission ring to curse, he heard the lamenting voice coming from it. His eyes revealed a look of rage. Wang Baol? So what if he's specially recruited? He snorted coldly and walked out his cave abode immediately. Toward people who dared challenge his college discipline department, his usual modus operandi was to strike them down swiftly. Meanwhile, the crowd that was paying attention to the matter on the tiny path toward the Spirit Stones Hall stood in shock, mouths agape. They were astonished that Wang Baol had retaliated. Some even immediately recognized it to be a twisting technique that had recently been trending in the Dao College. As it was trending, most people did not make too many connections. Furthermore, they were still in shock at Wang Baol's brutal assault of the college discipline department. Simultaneously, they could not help but feel pleased. Many of them had pent-up anger toward the college discipline department. However, they were afraid of any vengeance that might befall them, so they did not dare cheer him on and could only exclaim, "Heavens! He actually dared beat up a bunch of people from the college discipline department. The consequences of beating the college discipline department are extremely severe. Is this Wang Baol mad?" As the crowd discussed while the 10+ black-robed inspectors glared viciously, Wang Baol remained composed while he walked toward the Spirit Stones Hall. To others, his assault of the college discipline department was a severe matter, but to him the solution was very simple. Becoming head prefect was enough. With this thought in mind, a glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes. He took a few brisk steps and arrived in the Spirit Stones Hall. There were no classes, and although there were students outside the lecture hall, there were not many people. Wang Baol's arrival garnered their attention, but the news outside had not reached them. By the time they learned of the assault, Wang Baol's figure had stepped into the lecture hall, vanishing from their sights. Standing beside the rostrum, in front of the gigantic, blue stone wall, Wang Baol's eyes emitted a glimmer of anticipation. He took out his identity jade token and pressed it against the stone wall directly. He said solemnly, "Student Wang Baol. Application for the Spirit Stones test." The moment Wang Baol said those words, the blue stone pillar immediately emitted light, which rapidly gathered inside Wang Baol's identity jade token. With a stately voice, the stone wall said, "Permitted." Wang Baol took a deep breath and sat cross-legged. He took out an empty stone, and holding it in hand, he immediately began refining the spirit stone. Spirit chi instantly surged wantonly toward him as his eyes shimmered. The empty stone in his hand rapidly turned resplendent, and in a blink of an eye, it had reached 60% purity and was constantly turning purer. Meanwhile, the head prefect of Spirit Stones Hall, Zhang Lin, the freckled youth, had led dozens of black-robed inspectors to the path where Wang Baol had delivered his assault. His appearance left the surrounding crowd silent. It also excited the black-robed inspectors who had been beaten. Head prefect, that Wang Baol has gone in the direction of the Spirit Stones Hall. He has gone way overboard. Wang Baol has violated the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 7th college rules. Head prefect, please administer justice for us. When he saw his subordinates in such a wretched state, the rage in Zhang Lin's eyes turned more intense. He did not say anything but a light remark. Such an outrageous and unreasonable student has no right to continue as a student of our ethereal Tao College. With that said, he walked toward the Spirit Stones Hall with dozens of black-robed inspectors behind him. All of them were fuming as they helped up their companions, and the entourage stomped toward the Spirit Stones Hall angrily. The crowd was alarmed as the news quickly spread while they followed closely behind. At that moment, with the changes in the situation, the news of Wang Baol's assault quickly spread. Similarly, the news disseminated rapidly on the Spirit intranet. Not only did it garner the attention of the other faculties, the number of discussion threads and the uproar in reality constantly increased. It made the eyes of little Taoist, who was a live-streaming aficionado, light up. He rushed straight for the dermic armament faculty from his traps faculty. Little Taoist was extremely excited. As he ran toward the dermic armament peak, he roared at his recording device, "Guys, all of you must have heard of the situation between Wang Baol and the college discipline department. As long as someone gifts a rocket, I will risk the danger of approaching Wang Baol once again. I will risk my life for this live stream." The direction in which Wang Baol was heading had been exposed by someone. There were people who had even entered the hall and transmitted scenes of what they saw. The news of Wang Baol taking the Spirit Stone Purity test broke out like a storm. For real? Wang Baol went to take the test after his assault. What's he thinking? Does he think he can become head prefect? Haha. How is that possible? That can't be. Become head prefect. Those who managed to enroll in Ethereal Tao College had a certain level of intelligence. Someone quickly figured out the answer, but this answer gave the person who came up with it a fright. The person was filled with disbelief and shock, finding the matter ridiculous. As more and more people rushed to dermic armament peak, head prefect Zhang Lin had arrived outside the Spirit Stones Hall. Someone beside him was keeping close tabs on the Spirit intranet, murmuring to him the speculation that was adrift on the Spirit intranet. He wants to be head prefect? He's just a mere freshman. He's far from qualified. Zhang Lin laughed when he heard the news. His eyes had a contemptuous look and did not seem to mind at all. The dozens of inspectors behind him sneered derisively. He is just attempting desperate measures. No matter what he tries, there is no way he can escape his doomed fate. How dare he beat people from our college discipline department? It's no one's fault but his own that this Wang Baol is courting death. Let's see what happens in a while. Let's see if Wang Baol still dares to act as arrogantly as before. Didn't he beat someone? I want to know if he will beg for mercy once he comes out. Upon hearing his subordinate's comments, Zhang Lin looked at the Spirit Stones Hall. The contempt in his eyes turned more intense. Without stopping, he led more inspectors from the college discipline department toward the Spirit Stones Hall. When they approached the hall, The inspectors drew their respective weapons and revealed ferocious looks like they were a dark cloud looming. This left the crowd so afraid that they did not dare approach. They even breathed carefully. Inside the hall, Wang Baol was sitting cross-legged in front of the blue stone wall. He had an austere expression and did not allow himself to be distracted. He focused on the spirit stone that was emitting light in his hand. I previously taught the college discipline department a lesson. They must definitely hold a grudge against me. This time, it's best I make them feel utter despair. It will make no one have any hopes of touching my spot as head prefect. Wang Baol gritted his teeth, and after taking a deep breath, he infused more spirit qi into the empty stone. As the spirit qi surged in, the empty stone gradually produced cracking sounds like it was about to shatter at any time. Such a shattering did not necessarily mean anything bad. It represented that the purity was rapidly increased. Although the refinement with an empty stone was different from Wang Baol's great void qi devouring art, he had been cultivating such a method from a young age. He was thoroughly acquainted with it. Even if he was not condensing a spirit stone out of thin air, it was just an additional step for him. Although it was somewhat superfluous, he deeply knew the importance of keeping a secret. He did not require any empty stones. He was in full concentration, and as the spirit qi surged in him, the invisible vortex around him grew bigger. Finally, it spread outside the hall, and from afar, it looked like a black hole had appeared where the hall was. This took time to describe, but in reality only a few seconds passed. The cracking sounds produced by the spirit stone in Wang Baol's hand turned more intense, and soon, it dissipated to dust and was suddenly pulverized. With the destruction of the empty stone, the remnant core suddenly burst out with a glaring rainbow irradiance like a gem. It was extremely resplendent and dazzling. Even the hall's walls could not block the radiance. In an instant, rainbow light emanated through the hall. At the instant the radiance penetrated the hall, the radiance burst out directly, blanketing every spot outside the hall with rainbow colors. From afar, the rainbow radiance soared high above Dermic Armament Peak. Everyone outside the hall, or even everyone in the Dermic Armament faculty, witnessed this unforgettable scene with their own eyes. That's a rainbow irradiance. A rainbow spirit stone. Heavens, it's a rainbow spirit stone. Legend has it that only by reaching 93% purity would a rainbow spirit stone, which surpasses superior-grade spirit stones, be formed. With the commotion, nearly all the Dermic Armament faculty students in the various regions of Dermic Armament Peak saw the rainbow radiance burst out of the spirit stone's hall. Feeling shaken to the core, they ran toward the hall. Even on the spirit intranet, news regarding this matter spread like a storm. The live-streaming aficionado Little Taoist had arrived outside the hall. He was so stunned by the scene in front of him that he forgot to request for rocket gifts. Everyone outside the hall widened their eyes when the beams burst out. Instantly, their expressions changed. Jiang Lin felt weak in his knees, as though he had seen a ghost. His mind turned abuzz as he failed to remain composed. He let out a cry filled with shock. Impossible! At that moment, gongs were heard. The sound spread throughout Dermic Armament Peak and stirred everyone. They were the gongs that symbolized the appearance of a new head prefect. There were 9 gongs that represented the appearance of a new head prefect. As the gongs resounded, the noisy surroundings let out exclamations that exceeded anything from before. The head prefect gongs. Wang Baol has been promoted to head prefect. It's shocking. How is it possible? The entire Spirit Intranet and Dermic Armament faculty were astounded. The teachers of Dermic Armament Peak could not sit still either. All of them rushed over with incredulous expressions. A rainbow spirit stone has appeared. A new head prefect has appeared. In the Dean's Hall at the mountaintop, the goateed dean of the Dermic Armament faculty, who held his beloved snuff bottle, was pondering over matters with his eyes closed. His eyes shot open when he heard the gongs. He was somewhat taken aback and found it inexplicable. After a moment of thought, he used his voice transmission ring to inquire, only to have his eyes widen suddenly. Wang Baol? Rainbow Spirit Stone. newly promoted head prefect. He trembled as Wang Baol's appearance surfaced in his mind. He could not help but feel an odd feeling rise up in him, as though the piece of dog shit that he had bought blindly hid a gold nugget in it. As the gongs sent the dermic armament faculty into a flurry and countless people exclaimed at the miraculous turn of events, the college discipline department inspectors outside the hall drew gasps as their expressions changed drastically. Under the illumination of the rainbow radiance, they appeared somewhat funny. The turning of tables had simply happened too fast. Their minds were in a state of perturbation, like the tumultuous waves of the sea in a storm. They found it impossible to comprehend the new information. As for Jiang Lin, the color had drained from his face. He was trembling, unable to stand stably. The reason he led a charmed life in the Dao College was that of his identity as head prefect. But all of this, the power conferred upon him by his status, rapidly crumbled as the gongs resounded. As he felt faint, he had an extreme sense of indignation, which seemed to erupt crazily in his heart. "It's absolutely impossible," Jiang Lin roared as he took out a token. It was crimson red, and on it were the words head prefect, engraved clearly. It was the head prefect token that was automatically given by the blue wall the instant a student became head prefect. However, the head prefect token in Jiang Lin's hands were cracking noisily, as though it was about to crumble to dust. "Wang Baol!" Jiang Lin looked at the head prefect token in his hands as his eyes turned red. The cracking lines seemed to reflect in his heart. At that moment, a deranged fit exploded from within him. Just as he was about to push open the Spirit Stone's hall with a roar, the door opened automatically before he could touch it. As it opened, everyone cast their gaze over. They saw Wang Baol walking out of the Spirit Stone's hall. He was still in his tattered student robes, but at that moment, everyone looked at him differently. He was the newly promoted head prefect. The instant he walked out, the head prefect token in Jiang Lin's hand seemed incapable of withstanding the aura that Wang Baol exuded. It disintegrated immediately and turned to dust. The shattering of the token represented that Jiang Lin was now history. From that moment forth, Wang Baol controlled the college discipline department. He was equal to the other two head prefects of the dermic armament faculty, an important figure who no one could ignore. With the crumbling of the head prefect token, Jiang Lin's entire body trembled while his eyes were filled with blood strands. He glared furiously at Wang Baol like a deranged beast. If his gaze could kill, he would have ripped Wang Baol into pieces by now. Upon noticing the crowd's shocked expressions, the dozens of black-robed inspectors, who were unable to accept the reality before them despite wielding their weapons, and in particular Jiang Lin's eyes that were filled with extreme hate, Wang Baol chuckled lightly. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He knew that if he had not become head prefect, he would definitely have been held captive. And the inspector's arrogance and acts of rushing here no doubt signaled their ill intent. Towards these people with ill intent, Wang Baol would absolutely not be merciful. He grabbed something out of his robes with his right hand, immediately pulling out a brand new, crimson-red token as he held it up high. It represented authority over the college discipline department, the head prefect token. With the token revealed, everyone outside the Spirit Stone's hall felt their bodies and minds quake. As head prefect of the Spirit Stone's hall, I shall terminate your statuses as inspectors. From this moment forth, none of you are inspectors of the Spirit Stone's hall's college discipline department. Wang Baol looked at the inspectors, his cold voice reaching every corner like a cold wind that blew. It made the inspectors, who were wielding weapons, turn ghastly pale. Their bodies trembled as many of them loosened their grips, causing their weapons to fall to the ground. One sentence from him was enough to determine their futures. But this was not over. After he terminated their statuses, a glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes as he spoke again. All disciplinary matters that happened during your tenure will undergo a retrial. Injustices will absolutely not be tolerated. Similarly, his one sentence no longer determined their futures but their fates. The moment that was said, the minds of all the former inspectors buzzed. Their breathing hastened, and there was someone who even roared out angrily in despair. Wang Baol, you are bent on destroying us. Ignoring the former inspectors, who had previously cursed him viciously but were now putting on tough appearances, Wang Baol turned to look coldly at Zhang Lin. He said indifferently, Zhang Lin, as head of the college discipline department, you instigated the crowd to create a disturbance. You are now terminated of all roles in the college discipline department. You shall be remanded in the college discipline department to await trial. Wang Baol's voice was not loud, but it sounded like echoing thunder in the ears of Zhang Lin and the former inspectors. It sounded like every word he said would be enforced to the letter, and instantly, the tide had turned. It made all these people with their previously formidable stances plummet from their lofty pedestals. Wang Baol, how dare you? Everyone attack! This Wang Baol is abusing his power. We cannot accept it. Zhang Lin was already hysterical. Everything that had happened today was too sudden. Furthermore, he had lost everything in an instant. Deep down, he still could not accept that he had been head prefect moments ago, and now he was to be held captive. He roared with reddened eyes as he rashly ran toward Wang Baol. His eyes even had a sliver of killing intent. As for the inspectors, they were his subordinates to begin with. It would have been fine if Wang Baol had not been verbally vicious. They might have hesitated. However, now they were about to be investigated, and all of them had skeletons in their closets. Therefore, in their raging emotions, they were bold enough to do anything. Although not everyone followed blindly, there were more than 10 people who charged at Wang Baol. Wang Baol sneered. The reason he had delivered such a salient message was to make these people attack him in rage. If not, he would have had to find other reasons to deal with them. These people had previously been filled with ill intent toward him, so his decisive and assertive character presented itself at that very moment. The resistance of disciplinary enforcement adds another count to your charge. As Wang Baol spoke, he suddenly took one step forward. As Wang Baol walked forward, he appeared in front of a former inspector that was charging at him. He suddenly pressed down at the person's extended hand, and with his twisting technique, he bent his joint. Immediately, the person screamed painfully as his wrist broke with a cracking sound. The assault of the head prefect adds another count to your charge. Wang Baol did not stop. He took another step forward and lifted his foot. He kicked another person's knee, and with the same cracking sound and tragic scream, the person wailed in pain while holding onto his knee, unable to stand up. Harassment that causes disorderliness in the Dao College adds another count. This took time to describe, but in fact, with Wang Baol's martial prowess, the inspectors who had acted rashly were quickly jolted to their senses by the excruciating pain. They slumped to the ground, wailing tragically. It was at that moment when Zhang Lin charged over with a furious roar. He had arrived in front of Wang Baol and had even taken out his dermic artifact. A dermic artifact was considered extremely precious to students. Even senior students needed to save up for years to obtain one. As for Wang Baol, he had not even seen a single dermic artifact up to now. Zhang Lin's dermic artifact was a wooden sword. The sword, which was whistling toward Wang Baol, emitted a spirit chi halo. However, it was apparent that he was still unable to fully control it. A glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes as his body phased away, his speed rising abruptly. After he dodged the wooden sword, he came close to Zhang Lin. He raised his right hand in a bid to grab Zhang Lin's finger. He did so without problems and ruthlessly bent the finger. As the former head prefect, you were negligent in your duties, fouling up the college discipline department. Your faults cannot be tolerated. As Wang Baol spoke, Zhang Lin, who was crying out in pain, struggled to get up. But in terms of combat experience, he was too inferior to Wang Baol, who had fought in hundreds of battles in the Fight Club. Before he could collect himself for any further action, Wang Baol kicked out, aiming his foot straight at Zhang Lin's crotch. With a bang, the tone of Zhang Lin's painful cries changed. He was sent flying. This was still under the circumstances of Wang Baol being afraid that Zhang Lin would die. He did not use his full strength, for if he had done so with his perfected physical seal strength, it was completely possible that he would have kicked Zhang Lin to death, considering how it was such a weak spot. This scene was seen by everyone around him. They drew gasps, and while feeling shocked at Wang Bao's attacks, it also felt like this was the first time they were getting to know him. The ones who had been beaten by him were shouting too tragically. Their fingers or wrists had suffered different degrees of fracturing. Jiang Lin was the most apparent of them all. His face was nearly purple as he held his crotch. He could not even utter a sound despite having his mouth open. Teachers had already arrived in the sky by that moment. After seeing everything that had happened, they also felt deeply shocked. But no one did a thing to stop Wang Bao. This was because Wang Bao had declared the reason before every move. Furthermore, he was the newly promoted head prefect. He held power over the Spirit Stones Hall's college discipline department, and it was only normal for him to handle his subordinates and purge any undesirables. After cleanly subduing Jiang Lin and the unruly inspectors, Wang Bao stood there and looked at the inspectors who had not participated in the attack. "I'm giving you a chance to atone for your faults. What are you waiting for? Take these students who have violated the rules back to the college discipline department." The moment Wang Bao said that, the former inspectors immediately gave him an affirmative while shuddering in fear. They did not care if the people wailing on the ground were their partners. They rushed forward and took them all away. Even the ones who had been injured struggled to get up as a show of their submission. Wang Bao resolved the crisis as swift as lightning, and it gave him a deep understanding of the power and stature a head prefect had. He felt extremely excited. This goal that had been in the making for more than half a year had finally been accomplished. It made him find the twilight sky at dusk especially beautiful. With so many students watching his promotion, it only made it better. He took a deep breath and beamed. He looked at the crowd and teachers before cupping his fists and giving a deep bow. "I will be counting on all my fellow schoolmates and teachers to take care of me in the future." This bow immediately left the still astounded students around him solemn. They bowed back at Wang Bao, looking at him with fear and reverence. As for the teachers, although they did not share the same sentiments as the students, they no longer treated him as an ordinary student when they looked at Wang Bao. All of them nodded, their impression toward Wang Bao deepening. After all, he was head prefect, not a role the Dao College assigned. Every head prefect had earned their status through their hard work. Even if they had immense amounts of power, the Dao College's students had no qualms about it since it was all about one's intrinsic quality. Especially with them having come to the realization that Wang Bao had only been in the Dao College for less than a year. In less than a year, he had become head prefect as a freshman. He had refined a rainbow spirit stone, and this alone represented his extraordinariness. After bowing at the surrounding students, Wang Bao stood straight up. He was feeling extremely pleased with himself at that moment. He slowly breathed in and walked toward the small path that led from the Spirit Stones Hall. Countless pairs of eyes were fixated on him. Even the live-streaming little Taoist was shocked. It took him a while to recover before quickly he softly requested for rockets on his live stream. "Guys, I am now secretly filming Wang Bao, whose huge face cannot be completely contained by the screen. He is extremely dangerous, and I'm in need of rockets to protect myself. Come on, let the rockets rain." But the moment he said that, his body shuddered as a baffling pressure bore down on him. He turned his head, and his eyes widened suddenly. He saw that Wang Bao, who had been walking toward the trail, had suddenly appeared beside him. Head prefect. Little Taoist turned short of breath. Just as he was about to say something, Wang Bao leaned over and took a look at his recording device. "Say, why haven't you learned how to live stream?" Wang Bao had a dissatisfied look. He did not snatch the recording device this time. Instead, he coughed dryly and shouted at it. "Guys, did this little Taoist visit the lava chamber back then? If he didn't, tell me. I'll personally escort him there. I will absolutely not allow your rockets to be wasted for nothing." Before Wang Bao finished his sentence, the viewers in the live streaming channel exploded. It immediately bustled as messages flooded the screen. Little Taoist held his breath as he saw messages about him not entering the lava chamber fill the screen. It had not been easy to get the viewers to let the matter pass back then. Now, with Wang Bao raising the issue again, he nearly fainted. Wang Baol snorted inwardly. He had a sharp ear and had heard little Taoist mention how his face was huge. He was obviously not going to let the matter rest. Feeling pleased with his actions, Wang Baol happily walked into the distance with his hands behind his back while humming a tune. Soon, with Wang Baol's departure, not only was the discussion in the live stream channel boosted, tumultuous voices broke out around the Spirit Stones Hall. Only little Taoist was left there, feeling too sorrowful for tears. He felt that Wang Baol was his nemesis in his live streaming career. At the same time, in the head prefect residence of the Dermic Armament Faculty's Spirit Kernel Hall, there were two youths standing at its penthouse, looking far into the distance where the Spirit Stones Hall was. The both of them were two of the three head prefects of the Dermic Armament Faculty, the Inscription's head prefect and the Spirit Kernel head prefect. The Spirit Kernel head prefect was handsome. He effused an air of nobility, and it was apparent he came from an affluent family. It was a bearing formed by the training and habits he had since he was young. Compared to the gloomy expression of the Inscription's head prefect behind him, he remained calm. Even the gongs had only made a glint flash in his eyes. At that moment, the Inscription's head prefect behind the luxurious youth looked down at his voice transmission ring and said slowly, "Brother Lin, Jiang Lin has been captured." The luxurious youth was somewhat surprised when he heard that. After careful questioning, he learned of the reason and could not help but chuckle. Jiang Lin is too stupid. By acting himself, he only has himself to blame for being captured. However, this Wang Baol is quite an interesting fella. Brother Lin, this Wang Baol is probably different from us. Now that Jiang Lin has lost his position as head prefect, we will have some trouble controlling the Dermic Armament Faculty, said the Inscription's head prefect in a deep voice as he frowned. The luxurious youth smiled upon hearing that. He was very composed as he turned to pat the Inscription's head prefect's shoulder. "Brother Chow, there's no hurry. Let's allow Wang Baol to feel complacent for a few days. I heard that the college will be implementing some major changes to the head prefects in the near future." The luxurious youth's smile seemed to indicate that there was something deeper. As he spoke, he turned to look back at the Spirit Stone's head prefect's residence. A look of contempt flashed in his eyes. The Inscription's head prefect immediately heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what the luxurious youth had to say. When he thought of the background of the person in front of him, he felt relieved. Although he stood with the luxurious youth, one would notice that he stood half a step behind if one took a careful look. Clearly, the luxurious youth was the leader. In fact, among the three head prefects of the Dermic Armament Faculty, it was the Spirit Kernel head prefect that held the greatest power. Apart from his identity as head prefect, what was more important was his exceedingly terrifying background. The Inscription's head prefect could only guess the luxurious youth's background. He had nothing comprehensive. However, he had once personally witnessed the powerful vice-chancellor of the Lower Academy Island appear very polite to the Spirit Kernel head prefect. He was even willing to abide by his wishes to arrange certain matters for him. For example, he had helped him arrange to obtain a specially recruited student nomination for this batch's Dermic Armament Faculty. Although he had ultimately failed, the reason was not the vice-chancellor's fault. Instead, it had to do with the surprise that was Wang Baol. Wang Baol, the Inscription's head prefect, smiled. After being relieved of his pressure, he took on a new view of him. He felt that even if Wang Baol had some means, he would have to learn to bow his head in the Dermic Armament Faculty. That night, little Taoist pleaded on the live stream again and again, using all possible means to get the viewers to let the matter pass or promise them a whole other bunch of things before they agreed to allow him to enter the lava chamber in separate instances. When he entered the lava chamber, he sat there and experienced the high temperatures of his surroundings. The tears that came out of his eyes immediately evaporated as he held his recording device high while trembling. "Guys, your host, little Taoist, is now in the lava chamber. Don't worry, it's only 37 rockets. I'll definitely finish them all." But before he finished his sentence, a newcomer entered his live streaming channel. The newcomer's nickname was very domineering. It was Federation President Daddy. The moment the user entered, he sent 10 rockets. As they whooshed across the recording device's screen, he left a message. Little Taoist, all the best. Here are 10 rockets for you. For an additional 20 hours. Little Taoist was instantly dumbfounded. He usually loved receiving rockets, but today, in this lava chamber, he did not want any of them. However, he understood that for someone to easily give 10 rockets upon entry meant that they were a huge client. He immediately thanked him. Thank you, Federation President Daddy, for your rockets. As he spoke halfway, he found the name extremely odd. As he bit the bullet to finish reading the name, Federation President Daddy appeared very happy, sending him another 10 rockets. After the gift, Federation President Daddy did not stay long. He quickly went offline, leaving little Taoist feeling pleasantly surprised and in a dilemma. Meanwhile, news of Wang Baol's promotion to head prefect of the Spirit Stones Hall spread widely in the Dermic Armament faculty. While it caused an uproar as well as stir attention, all the Dermic Armament faculty students knew very well that the figures who held power in the Dermic Armament faculty no longer included Zhang Lin but now had the addition of Wang Baol. The next morning was ushered in as the stir due to Wang Baol's promotion continued outside. Wang Baol stood in front of his cave abode's mirror, wearing a set of purple head prefect robes. He took in the material as well as the might it exuded, one that far exceeded his specially recruited robes. He looked at the mirror with his chin up for quite some time. As he looked at his rotund self in the mirror, Wang Baol's eyes seemed to have an automatic filter. He looked from different angles as he posed in different ways, finding himself more and more impressive. How handsome, and so slim at that. Good at studies too. Just too excellent. I can't even help but worship myself. While Wang Baol lost himself to his delusions, he subconsciously took out a bag of snacks. As he ate, he continued looking at himself in the mirror. At times, he would turn his head or body to the side, admiring his perfect body from different angles. I'm so envious of these head prefect robes. If they had intelligence, they would definitely feel honored to be donned by such a handsome man. After finishing his snacks moments later and feeling satisfied, Wang Baol held his head and chest high while walking out his cave abode. He went straight to the Spirit Stones Hall's head prefect pavilion and began his first day as head prefect. As he walked over, all the students who saw Wang Baol would stop and respectfully greet him. The 3 head prefects wielded too much power. Although they were responsible over the college discipline department and had overlapping degrees of responsibilities among themselves, they generally held independent roles. The respective head prefect pavilion would have absolute authority over any violator of the college regulations it caught. Therefore, to ordinary students, the head prefect was absolutely not to be offended. It was even to the point that if the head prefect took good care of them, they would definitely lead a comfortable life in the Tao College. After receiving endless greetings, Wang Baol was feeling extremely pleased, especially when he saw many female schoolmates greet him with sweet voices. Some even requested his contact information. Wang Baol's spirits rose as his eyes lit up. He was more and more impressed by the benefits the status as head prefect gave him. Hence, he would chuckle and greet them back. He felt that the sun was particularly bright and the sky extremely blue. In his good mood, Wang Baol arrived at the Spirit Stones Hall's head prefect pavilion. The moment he came close, he saw more than 70 inspectors standing outside head prefect pavilion. They were standing there orderly and solemnly, and the moment they noticed Wang Baol, all 70+ of them greeted him with gusto in unison. Good morning, head prefect. The 70+ black-robed inspectors had bent their backs in unison. Their uniform voices immediately attracted many students who were passing by. All of them turned their heads and discussed among themselves. Schoolmates, good morning. Wang Baol coughed dryly. His hands were held behind his back, and with an entourage of black-robed inspectors, he stepped into the head prefect pavilion. The black-robed inspectors were all fawning and treating him carefully as they walked from the main door of head prefect pavilion to the head prefect office. Head prefect, you came over so early in the morning. I believe you haven't had breakfast. Am I right? I've already bought it for you. It's placed on your table. Head prefect, my family is from Wui City 1. I have already brewed a pot of the spirit tea that it produces. Head prefect, we both share a common hobby. I also love eating snacks. I have already bought all of them for you as well as ice spirit water. They have been chilled, and you can drink them at your pleasure. It will greatly refresh you. Upon hearing them, Wang Baol felt extremely pleased. However, he took on a resigned facade and pointed at them. Wang Baol coughed dryly before he spoke categorically. All of you, what should I do about you? Don't do this in the future. As students, you have to first establish yourselves, watch your speech, and finally mind your conduct. Head prefect, you are right. We were at fault. The black-robed inspectors immediately answered. From their reply, it could be seen that they had put in a great deal of effort. After all, they had found out Wang Baol's preferences overnight and learned what he had previously said. None of them had slept the previous night. They had been uneasy, knowing that, although Wang Baol appeared amiable and jovial, they had heard how he had taken down more than 10 inspectors and Jiang Lin yesterday outside the Spirit Stones Hall. He had terminated their statuses in public and had apprehended them. The swift judgment left them alarmed and afraid. There were even some of them who had borne witness yesterday. They knew that the seemingly harmless Wang Baol was very terrifying once decorum was lost. Furthermore, all of them were riddled with crimes. None of them dared not work hard. As he briefly enjoyed the crowd's flattery, Wang Baol held his hands to his back, feeling very pleased. After he entered his head prefect office, he could not help but sigh when he saw the luxurious room. I must not waste the kindness of my schoolmates, considering how well they protect and take care of me. As Wang Baol sighed, he drank the nourishing spirit tea and the exquisite breakfast his subordinate had bought for him. Then he took out a bag of snacks and, as he ate, pondered over things. Finally, he instructed someone to summon Lu Daobin. Soon, Lu Daobin was politely invited over by the inspectors. After he saw Wang Baol inside the head prefect office, Lu Daobin felt mixed emotions and was a little lost. Although he had learned that Wang Baol had become head prefect yesterday, he still found it incredible. Wang! Just as he was about to shout out Wang Baol's name, the inspector beside him glared at him. Lu Daobin's heart tightened as he instinctively recalled the scenes he had seen from his father. He immediately took a few brisk steps over and gave Wang Baol a deep bow. Greetings, head prefect. Daobin, why are you this way, too? We are all schoolmates. What's all this about greetings? Wang Baol feigned anger and went forward to get Lu Daobin to stand up straight. He dismissed the inspectors around him and invited Lu Daobin to take a seat. Daobin, it's been half a year in a blink of an eye. I still recall the turn of events back during our test. Wang Baol stroked the tiny stubble that had just grown out his chin, as though he was recalling the past. This was an opening statement he had learned from the high officials' autobiographies. However, regardless of how one looked at it, having such an expression as a teenager just felt odd. Lu Daobin found it odd as well but quickly repressed his thoughts. Although he had been invited by Wang Baol to sit, he recalled the actions his father did daily when facing superiors. He quickly mimicked his father and sat forward, taking only half of the seat. He wore a very attentive expression on his face. Head prefect, it was all thanks to you for saving my life. I, Daobin, will never forget it. He waited for Wang Baol to finish his sentence, and his response was in line with Wang Baol's words. Now that there are no outsiders here, you can call me by my name. Daobin, I do not treat you as an outsider. Wang Baol sized up Lu Daobin and was first amazed by Lu Daobin's sitting stance and reply before being very pleased. However, he was quite perplexed as to how Lu Daobin appeared more attuned toward the etiquette among official circles than he was. Has he also read the high officials' autobiographies? While Wang Baol remained perplexed, he secretly remembered the way Lu Daobin sat and studied it inwardly. Lu Daobin immediately answered with the affirmative. He deliberately made himself look relaxed, but, in fact, he did not change the way he sat at all. This way, the two engaged in a casual conversation that broadened Wang Baol's horizons. He suddenly felt that Lu Daobin was very impressive. I didn't notice it before, but this fellow has quite a special way of doing things. Wang Baol felt that he had benefited greatly. He then suggested his earnest intention to make Lu Daobin one of the inspectors of the Spirit Stones Hall's College Discipline Department. The moment he said that, Lu Daobin's breathing immediately hastened. Even though he was well-read and had learned a lot of knowledge from his father, he was still a young man. The moment he heard that he could become an inspector, he immediately stood up in excitement. "Thank you, head prefect. I will definitely obey any instructions you have for me in the future." Wang Beol laughed out loud, and after giving Lu Daobin a few words of encouragement, he promoted a few students from Phoenix City. Finally, he let Lu Daobin recommend a few people before making all those people become inspectors of the Spirit Stones Hall's College Discipline Department by giving his orders as head prefect. "I just took over this college discipline department. Daobin, you will have to help me watch it in the future." Finally, Wang Beol gave him a few more instructions before the extremely excited Lu Daobin took his leave. He sat in his chair, placed his leg on the table, and drank the ice spirit water. He felt especially good as he picked up a dossier placed on the table and began casually browsing it. These dossiers were about matters that the Spirit Stones Hall's inspectors had dealt with regarding college regulation violations. They needed his final decision. Upon seeing the thick dossier, Wang Beol gave it a cursory glance. Apart from a person named Sun Qifang, who had been caught for stealing the manuals of the Dermic Armament faculty, the others were trivial violations of the college regulations. Even the severity of theft of manuals could vary. All these were cases where the Spirit Stones Hall inspectors had made the arrest. Therefore, Wang Beol had the absolute power to deal with them. After a quick glance, he found it boring and threw the dossier to the side before continuing eating his snacks. "This college discipline department just needs them to be afraid of me. I do not have the time and effort to deal with such matters." Back in the test, Lu Daobin quickly organized a group of people and acted as leader. "He seems rather experienced. I can consider letting him watch them." From a young age, Wang Beol's dream had been to become the Federation president. Now that he had become head prefect, he felt that he had taken a big step toward becoming the Federation president. However, power was only a secondary reason for him wanting to become the Federation president. More importantly, he did not wish to be bullied by others. Now that he had become head prefect, he believed that it was unlikely anyone in the Dermic Armament faculty could bully him. With this thought in mind, Wang Beol did not wish to stay any longer. He went out and circled the grounds before exchanging for the Chi Fostering Arts second volume and the manuals of the study of inscriptions. He returned to his cave abode and began cultivating as well as researching the second volume of the Chi Fostering Art. From his point of view, he had already attained his goal. He was here in the Dao College to study. In the coming days, all he needed to do was focus on his studies. Time passed, and soon, a week was over. During this week, Wang Beol would occasionally head to Head Prefect Pavilion while spending most of his time researching the second volume of the Chi Fostering Art. Although he was not around, Lu Daobin managed to surprise Wang Beol once again with his management talent in the week following his promotion. Everything was handled in a very methodical manner, and any matters, be they major or minor, would be reported politely to Wang Beol in a summary for his call. He made sure to not make Wang Beol misunderstand or have thoughts that he was seizing power. In fact, the Dao College's head prefect pavilions had no instances of power usurpation. When it came down to it, the head prefect pavilion had the power of appointment, allowing them to level any matters if one overstepped one's bounds. This was something Lu Daobin knew very well. Meanwhile, in the combat faculty, although he was not head prefect, Lu Zihao secretly mustered himself to battle Chen Ziheng and Zhuo Yifan for the post of head prefect. He was suspiciously checking the news about Wang Beol on the Spirit intranet when he took notice of some pictures. The more he stared at Wang Beol in the pictures, the more he felt something amiss. Moments later, he took out his voice transmission ring and immediately sent a voice transmission to Zhou Lu's younger sister from the Fight Club. "Zhou Jing, help me gather the information regarding that shameless fat rabbit. I think I've found a target." Wang Beol was very pleased having Lu Daobin in charge of the college discipline department. He also placed more time and effort on the second volume of the Chi Fostering Art. The second volume could only be obtained by people who could refine spirit stones at 80% purity or higher. It also described information regarding the other two main topics in the Dermic Armament faculty. They were respectively the study of inscriptions and spirit kernels. At that moment, Wang Baol was sitting cross-legged in his cave abode. As he ate his snacks, he was studying the second volume of the Chi Fostering Art. He was no longer uninformed about the dermic armament faculty, unlike back when he had first arrived at the Tao College. After half a year of interactions, he had a very good understanding of the faculty. He knew that the so-called dermic armament faculty was about the refinement of dermic artifacts, and the refinement process had 5 steps. The first 3 steps could be learned in the Lower Academy Island. As for the final 2 steps, they could only be learned after being accepted into the Upper Academy Island. Spirit stones, inscriptions, spirit kernel, material refinement, forging. Wang Baol ruminated as he ate his snacks. The second volume of the Chi Fostering Art introduced the different grades of dermic artifacts. The first and second grades were known as dermic artifacts. From the 3rd to 6th grade, they were known as numinous treasures. At the 7th grade, they were considered dermic armaments. In addition, armament marks were introduced. Only when an artifact became a 3rd-grade numinous treasure would 3 natural marks appear, representing its grade. The present Federation's artifact refinement methods came from methods recorded on the gigantic sword fragments. Everything was based on the foundation of spirit stones. To refine a dermic artifact, the first step was to refine a spirit stone. Following that, one had to inscribe the spirit stone with inscriptions. Different inscriptions would determine the differences between the usage and direction to which a dermic artifact could develop. Spirit stones were the foundation, while inscriptions were the skeleton. Their importance was so great that they were known as the core of dermic artifacts. Every inscription had a unique effect. When inscriptions matched with one another, they would generate even more changes. To refine a dermic artifact, one had to make a robust foundation, and the more one was familiar with inscriptions, the easier it was to refine a dermic artifact in the future. Therefore, the second volume of the Chi Fostering Art contained quite a lengthy record. Contained all sorts of inscriptions. Wang Baol made a rough estimate, and just the number of inscriptions recorded in the Chi Fostering Art second volume was no fewer than 100,000. This was not including the inscription dictionary handed out by the Inscriptions Hall. The number of inscriptions in that manual numbered as many as 1,000,000. If the inscriptions changed as a result of the matching interactions, one would have to memorize even more. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as a sea of information. The Inscriptions Hall of the Dermic Armament Faculty's 3 halls tested the students on their memorization of inscriptions. There was no trick to such memorization, and success depended on the individual. It was just too difficult to memorize and understand 1,000,000 available inscriptions. Even the present Inscriptions Hall's head prefect could only memorize 400,000 inscriptions. As for more, not only did it need talent, it also needed perseverance and time. Once someone became accomplished in inscriptions, they could mix and match the 1,000,000 fixed inscriptions to a certain extent to create brand new effects. However, such acts required a deep foundation. Only an artifact refinement master was capable of doing so. As the memorization was too difficult, the Inscriptions Hall of Ethereal Tao College's Dermic Armament Faculty only tested on the number of inscriptions one memorized, but in fact, as long as one memorized more than 100,000 inscriptions, one would pass it and be allowed to begin the study of spirit kernels. After all, there were just too many inscriptions. It was completely impossible for the average person to memorize all of them. Therefore, there were inscription dictionaries that aided them. However, an inscription dictionary was still very different from a word dictionary. In addition, the refinement of artifacts typically had a strict requirement on time. There were also many variations. While the checking of an inscription dictionary needed time, there was also a need to understand and have a basic mastery of things. Therefore, although an inscription dictionary was useful, the aid given was not especially great. After roughly studying the rest of the Chi Fostering Art second volume, Wang Baol took a deep breath. He knew deep down that, although he was currently the Spirit Stones Hall's head prefect, he had only embarked on his first step into the subject of dermic armaments. I still need to continue working hard. Wang Baol picked up the inscription dictionary and casually flipped it open. When he saw the dense records and the sinuous inscription dictionary, he immediately felt a migraine coming on. Moments later, he gritted his teeth and began memorizing. However, such memorization was limited. For a million, even Wang Baol felt a deep sense of helplessness toward it despite his belief that he had a good memory. Although the inscription dictionary mentioned a few pills that could aid one's memories, Wang Baol discovered on the Spirit intranet that these pills were pretty much priceless. They were even rarer than the cleansing pill. To obtain any required a bit of luck. In addition, although these pills were effective, they would ultimately result in drug resistance. If one ate too many, one could even hallucinate. Therefore, one could not solely rely on pills to memorize. Inevitably, people still had to rely on themselves. Wang Baol sighed, and as he searched for the pills, he bit the bullet and began memorizing bit by bit. Time quickly passed, and soon, another week was over. During this week, there were students that called on him nearly every day. They would deliver all sorts of gifts, but in response to these, Wang Baol would directly reject them. He was categorical about it since he had read the high officials' autobiographies. He knew that accepting gifts so flagrantly was not right. Apart from the visits and gifts from Dermic armament faculty students, the head prefects from the other faculties also successively sent congratulatory gifts. Although they were simple gifts, all of them left a voice transmission ring mark. Clearly, they intended to acquaint themselves with Wang Baol. Wang Baol placed a great emphasis on these other faculty head prefects. He accepted their gifts because he knew the importance of a social circle. Hence, he sent them gifts in return, and although they had never met, they established ties in this way. Another few days passed until Wang Baol, who was becoming groggy from memorizing the inscriptions, received a gift from the alchemy faculty's vegetation head prefect, Xianxia. The gift was very precious, and it far exceeded any gift of the other head prefects. It was a crystal memory pill. This pill was recorded in the inscription dictionary as one of the pills that could aid in one's memory. It was difficult to buy it on the market, and it was definitely not cheap. It left Wang Baol greatly surprised. As he held the pill bottle, he looked at the crystalline pill inside. As he felt moved, Wang Baol fell silent for a moment. He activated his voice transmission ring and connected to vegetation head prefect Zhang Liang's voice transmission ring with the mark that had come with the gift. The communication with Zhang Liang went smoothly. Wang Baol first thanked him for his pills politely. After a casual conversation, Zhang Liang invited Wang Baol to the alchemy faculty. He probably guessed that Wang Baol was puzzled by the pill. With a smiling tone, Zhang Liang spoke through the voice transmission ring. Junior brother Baol, to be honest, I have refined a pill and am in desperate need for spirit stones above 90% purity to be used as the cauldron fire's foundation. As you know, such spirit stones are not easily bought on the market, so I thought of troubling you. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, Wang Baol also understood the reason. He laughed out loud and did not reject it. He accepted Zhang Liang's invitation. Zhang Liang was very pleased as he made an appointment with Wang Baol before ending the conversation. In Ethereal Dao College, unless they were head prefects of the same faculty, the head prefects would have a very cordial relationship among themselves. They were also willing to befriend each other at a deeper level. After all, everyone was of the same standing. If their friendship reached a certain extent, they could be very helpful to each other. Days later, Wang Baol left his cave abode at the appointed time. He walked toward the alchemy faculty. Wang Baol had spent most of his time on Dermic Armament Peak despite having lived in Ethereal Dao College for half a year. He seldom went to the other faculties, and it was his first time visiting to the alchemy faculty. As he walked on the alchemy faculty's mountain peak, he looked at the luxuriant vegetation, pavilions, and buildings around him. He immediately felt the difference between the Dermic Armament faculty and the alchemy faculty. The spirit chi here is actually richer than the Dermic Armament faculty. Furthermore, it's a lot milder. Wang Baol was very sensitive to spirit chi after cultivating in the great void chi devouring art. As he marveled while proceeding forward, a herbal fragrance could be detected in the surrounding air. The further he proceeded, the thicker the herbal fragrance became. Eventually, Wang Baol discovered that the entire alchemy peak was lingering with herbal fragrance. The herbal fragrance that entered his nose did not aid his cultivation in any way, but it raised his spirits. It left Wang Baol surprised. There were herbal gardens outside every building, and he could see many students engaging in plantation work. Apart from that, he also saw students setting up stalls along the road. They would promote the pills they refined. Some alchemical cauldrons were even for sale. Many people would take a look when they passed by. Some would immediately buy anything that they fancied. This scene was not something seen in the dermic armament faculty. As Wang Baol passed by, he felt that the alchemy faculty was clearly simpler and more elegant, especially with the number of girls taking the majority. It was a treat for the eyes. This place is great. I should have entered the alchemy faculty back then. As Wang Baol marveled at the alchemy faculty, many of the alchemy faculty students that had set up stalls also noticed him. They instantly recognized Wang Baol and began discussing amid whispers. Wang Baol's reputation preceded him. Ever since he entered the Dao College, a series of events relating to him had pushed him to prominence, especially with his promotion to head prefect. It had spread throughout the Dao College. His fame was so great that students from the various other faculties had long since heard of him. It's Wang Baol. People from the dermic armament faculty are rich to begin with. As head prefect, I heard that Wang Baol is able to refine spirit stones of 90% purity. He's basically a walking money bag. Humph, what's the big deal? All he does is refine spirit stones. There's no way he can compare with our alchemy faculty. This was not the dermic armament faculty after all. Therefore, the students did not seem to show any fear while discussing him. There was some hint of sour grapes, as the money-printing reputation of the dermic armament faculty left the other faculties jealous and envious. After reaching the perfected physical seal realm, Wang Baol's ears had become sharper. When he heard those discussions, he pricked up his brows and curled the corners of his mouth. He went straight for the students who had set up shop, and the moment he came over, all the students looked at him. Wang Baol ignored the crowd's gazes and lowered his head to look at the pills being sold. Then, he raised his right hand and pointed at a few pills. This and that. Put these 2 pills aside. Wang Baol pointed at the store that was run by a ponytailed girl. She had been one of the ones who had spoken with a sour tone. When she saw Wang Baol come, she had first been taken aback before being pleasantly surprised. However, when she heard that Wang Baol was apparently only buying 2 of the most ordinary pills, she immediately lost her fervor. She pouted, thinking to herself that the dermic armament faculty was not as crazy as people made it out to be. The way he spent was even inferior to students from other faculties. Therefore, she languidly picked up the pills that Wang Baol had pointed out. Just as she was about to hand it to Wang Baol, he said, "I don't want these 2. I'll take the rest." The moment he said that, the girl with the ponytail widened her eyes. She was somewhat taken aback as the other students that had set up shop as well as those choosing pills quivered. All of them looked toward Wang Baol. "What? Aren't you selling them?" Wang Baol coughed, feeling extremely pleased with himself. However, he had a nonchalant air to his expression. Felt like he was not buying pills, but out buying cabbage at the market. "Yes, definitely." The ponytailed girl became extremely excited. She rushed to wrap up all the pills without thought and excitedly handed them to Wang Baol. After a moment's thought, she decided to just stand behind Wang Baol while holding onto the goods. "Head prefect, there's no need for you to carry them. I'll carry these pills for you. In the future, if you have any requests, you can tell me at any time. Why don't you leave me your contact details? If you have any requests, I'll personally deliver the pills to your cave abode." The ponytailed girl had average looks, but her figure was extremely provocative. In her excitement, her eyes had a strange glint. "That's good. Carry them for me then." Wang Baol felt pleased as he continued walking toward the next stall with his hands behind his back. Nearly all the students who had set up shop, be they men or women, were bubbling with excitement. They charged forward, trying their best to promote their pills. "Head prefect, you are so handsome. Look at the pills I have here. Each one is personally refined by me." "Handsome head prefect, I have some pills here. Come take a look." Wang Baol could not help but feel wistful when he saw how they were fawning over him instantly despite their previously envious attitudes. He felt that, as a dermic armament faculty head prefect, he needed to make the people from the alchemy faculty understand how the dermic armament faculty spent money. Therefore, he waved his hand without much thought. "I'll buy it." The moment he said that, the alchemy faculty students around him immediately exclaimed in excitement. Most of them were females. Their tiny faces blushed red with excitement. Even with ordinary looks, they looked different with their blushing red faces. Therefore, when the vegetation hall's head prefect, Xianxia, rushed over, he saw a group of people circling around Wang Baol, carrying bags of all shapes and sizes. All of them looked at him with a strange glint in their eyes as they took the initiative to request his contact details. The head prefect of Alchemy Faculty's Vegetation Hall, Zhang Liang, was a third-year student. He was handsome with sword-like brows and eyes like stars. He had an elegant bearing about him. When he arrived, he had a faint smile. But when he saw Wang Baol and the girls surrounding him, his expression turned odd. It was as though Wang Baol's entire body was emitting a luster akin to a spirit stone at that moment. And the girl's passion made Zhang Liang smile wryly. He had mixed emotions that stemmed from the sore feelings of seeing someone from another faculty come to his own faculty to hit on girls. However, he was a head prefect after all. He quickly shrugged away those thoughts and, with a laugh, revealed an amiable smile. "Are you junior brother Baol? I'm Zhang Liang from the Alchemy Faculty." Zhang Liang wore a warm look as he walked over with a smile. There were 7 or 8 students that followed him. All of them endured the strange feelings in their hearts as they greeted Wang Baol. Simultaneously, they sized him up, since he had become extremely famous in recent days. Even they had paid attention to his escapades. "Greetings, senior brother Zhang." Wang Baol noticed Zhang Liang and hurriedly extricated himself from the cellars. He went forward to cup his fists. As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, took out a spirit stone of 90% purity, and handed it over. "Senior brother Zhang, I'm someone who has always been impressed with people that focus on alchemy. I should have prepared a gift on my first trip here, but since I'm in a rush, I hope you will accept the spirit stone I personally refined." Wang Baol placed the spirit stone in Zhang Liang's hand amid laughter. The spirit stone was a way of returning the favor of the crystal memory pill. Besides, he had deliberately made it known that he had personally refined the spirit stone. Zhang Liang's smile immediately widened. He did not stand on ceremony with Wang Baol and put away the spirit stone before taking out a bottle to hand it to Wang Baol. "Junior brother Baol, inside is a spirit-clearing pill I refined. It can clear one's mind, and it makes memorizing things a lot easier." One had the intention to befriend, while the other was tactful. Soon, the two were talking cheerfully. The students who had followed Zhang Liang exchanged looks and saw the recondite look in each other's eyes when they saw this scene. They realized that Wang Baol really lived up to his reputation. Even if he was lacking in other aspects, just his way of treating others made him spectacular. With Zhang Liang leading the way, the duo proceeded forward. Along the way, they would encounter other students from the alchemy faculty who would greet them with cupped fists. Soon, the duo became more acquainted with each other. After all the scenic points of the alchemy faculty were introduced, Zhang Liang invited Wang Baol to his head prefect pavilion with a smile. This head prefect pavilion was different from the dermic armament faculties as well. Most obvious was the surrounding vegetation, which was filled with spirit qi, and when Wang Baol saw it, he could not help but marvel. Zhang Liang chuckled as he said generously, "Junior brother Baol, if you like it, I can get someone to send you some of their seeds. You can plant them around your cave abode as a decoration." Wang Baol immediately thanked him. As he looked at the handsome Zhang Liang in front of him, he felt that they clicked well. Hence, he took out 4 spirit stones of 90% purity and handed them over. The moment Zhang Liang saw that, he was immediately delighted. He carefully took them, cupped his fists, and bowed at Wang Baol. "Thank you, junior brother Baol." He had a very sincere expression. He was indeed in desperate need for spirit stones of 90% purity, and he also wished to befriend Wang Baol. With Wang Baol being so generous, His fondness for Wang Baol was greatly elevated. He got up, took out 2 pill bottles, and placed them in front of Wang Baol. Junior brother Baol, there are a total of 5 crystal memory pills here. Unfortunately, that is all I have, but don't you worry. I'll arrange to buy more for you. According to their agreement over the voice transmission ring, they would exchange a spirit stone for a pill. When Wang Baol saw that Zhang Liang had taken out an additional 2, he knew that he was returning a favor with a favor. Hence, he smiled, thanked him, and put them away. He began conversing with Zhang Liang, and although it was their first meeting, they gradually regretted that they had not met earlier amid their joy. Finally, Zhang Liang decided to extend an invitation to Wang Baol after hearing about his interest in pill refinement. Junior brother Baol, if you are in no hurry to return, why don't I bring you to tour our alchemy faculty's alchemical labs? They are extremely big, allowing for thousands of people to refine their pills at the same time. Inside is bustling, and people aren't usually permitted entry. Wang Baol was indeed curious about alchemy. He agreed readily, and with Zhang Liang leading the way, he arrived in the famous alchemical labs of the alchemy faculty. They were located in the Alchemy Peak's interior and were massive in size. The moment he entered, Wang Baol felt a hot gust of air embrace him. He could see everything in the massive space ahead at a glance. There were thousands of alchemical cauldrons inside the space, with many alchemy faculty students refining pills by the side of the alchemical cauldrons. There were chambers lining the surroundings with herbal fragrances flowing out of them. The scene was very spectacular, and it made Wang Baol deeply shocked when he swept his gaze over the lab. How is it? There are some differences compared to the spirit cauldron cave of your dermic armament faculty, right? Zhang Liang laughed as he led Wang Baol in. When the surrounding people saw him, they immediately greeted him respectfully. Wang Baol could not help but exclaim, I thought that pill refinement was similar to artifact refinement in the past, but from the looks of it, there are quite a number of major differences. He had not been to the dermic armament faculty's spirit cauldron cave either, but he had heard of it. In principle, it was only open to senior students who had grasped a certain level when it came to the study of spirit kernels. In there, they could easily gain rudimentary experience at fusing material and creating simple, ungraded dermic artifacts. While Wang Baol was marveling at his surroundings, his gaze suddenly came to a pause. He saw a girl among the group of people. She was wiping her sweat and was jumping for joy as she opened the alchemical cauldron's lid in front of her. She seemed to even let out a pleasant cry of surprise. Bunny! Wang Baol's eyes lit up as he raised his hand to shout a greeting. Xianxia. Bunny was opening a cauldron, happily looking inside at the pills that she had refined by herself. She carefully took them out, but when she heard someone call out to her, she curiously looked up and around. Soon, she saw Wang Baol waving his hands at her. She was immediately pleasantly surprised. Baol! Bunny's eyes were very bright. Her already pleasant mood turned to joy after seeing Wang Baol. She hurriedly ran in front of Wang Baol. Xianxia? Junior brother Baol, I remember that back when you first joined the Tao College, you had once confessed on the spirit intranet. Zhang Liang swept his gaze at Xianxia as he gave Wang Baol a teasing look. At the same time, he remembered Xianxia's name and was prepared to inform his subordinates to take good care of her. Although Zhang Liang had brought up past matters, Wang Baol laughed out loud due to his thick skin. However, Xianxia was thin-skinned. Her face blushed immediately. She lowered her head, feeling a little embarrassed, but she suddenly recalled something and looked up again. She stretched out her tiny hand and said happily, Baol, I can already refine pills now. Look, this is a rainbow pill I just refined. Does it look pretty? Xianxia was very excited, as though she wanted to share her joy with Wang Baol. In the middle of her palm was a colorful pill that appeared as beautiful as her. Xiaoya, I find your hands prettier, said Wang Baol with a blinking smile. Bunny immediately blushed again as she glared at Wang Baol, but deep down, she felt very happy. By the way, where's Du Min? Wang Baol recalled Du Min when he saw Bunny. He could not help but look around, but there were just too many people. He could not instantly pinpoint her. Sister Du Min isn't here. She's really impressive. She has been taken in as a disciple of the alchemy faculty's dean. Bunny had an envious look, but she also had a pleased look. It was as though the more excellent Du Min was, the happier she would be. That impressive? Wang Baol was taken aback. Junior brother Baol, you also know Du Min? Zhang Liang was astonished when he heard Du Min's name. He began to explain when he noticed Wang Baol looking at him. This Du Min is quite a remarkable person. Her talent in alchemy is astonishing. She has been taken in as a disciple of our faculty dean. Although she's not head prefect, her status and standing are extraordinary as well. Wang Baol touched his nose. He had the feeling of taking a blow before he could even flaunt his identity as head prefect in front of her. However, Wang Baol could understand when he recalled the experiences Du Min had undergone since she was young. She's an A-grade student. She has been one since she was young. While Wang Baol felt a little sour deep down, he also felt that he needed to work harder. If not, it would be embarrassing if he were overtaken by Washboard Min. He had a casual chat with Bunny, but she had no choice but to bid Wang Baol farewell reluctantly, as she had yet to complete the refinement of another cauldron of pills. She then returned to continue the refinement. As for Wang Baol, he watched for a moment before suggesting his departure. With Zhang Liang sending him off, he walked to the entrance of Alchemy Peak. Having sent Wang Baol here, Zhang Liang looked at him and suddenly whispered, "Junior brother Baol, we hit it off very nicely, and it might seem that I am saying too much as someone you've just met, but I do have to warn you that the complexities of your dermic armament faculty run deep." Wang Baol's expression changed as he listened carefully. When Zhang Liang saw Wang Baol's expression, he continued in a low voice. Previously, the 3 head prefects of your dermic armament faculty were unlike the head prefects of the other faculties. They were very united. It also has to do with them having close ties with the vice-chancellor. Therefore, it results in your dermic armament faculty's dean having nearly no authority in matters regarding college discipline. And the main reason your dermic armament faculty's head prefects are united has to do with the spirit kernel head prefect, Lin Tianhao. He has a huge background. Unfortunately, I have not been able to discover his true identity. Zhang Liang shared whatever he knew with Wang Baol and warned him before patting him on the shoulder. He bade farewell and left after telling him that the pills he had previously bought would be sent to the dermic armament faculty. Wang Baol blinked when he saw Zhang Liang walk far away. He could tell the good intentions from the warning that Zhang Liang had given to him. After some thought, he kept it close to his heart. Isn't it because he has a powerful father? He is a head prefect, but so am I. What's there to be afraid of? Didn't Zhuo Yifan also have a background? Didn't he get beaten by me as he rightfully deserved? With this conclusion, Wang Baol immediately relaxed. As he hummed a tune with his hands behind his back, he returned to dermic armament peak. The moment he entered the cave abode, he saw Lu Daobin reverently standing there with a bag. He appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. When he noticed Wang Baol, he took a deep breath, adjusted his clothing, and walked quickly to Wang Baol to bow with cupped fists. "Greetings, head prefect. Ah, Daobin, you came. You must have waited quite some time. Why didn't you tell me you would be coming?" Wang Baol smiled faintly. He felt that ever since Lu Daobin became an inspector, it felt like he had turned into a completely different person. He was particularly fastidious about the rules, and the way he did things was very comforting. "It's nothing. I just came as well," said Lu Daobin with a smile. He entered the cave abode upon Wang Baol's invitation. However, he was always one step behind Wang Baol. This scene made Wang Baol feel like he had learned a new trick. After entering the cave abode, Lu Daobin deftly cleaned the place, moving the many empty ice spirit water bottles and snack bags into a corner. Following that, he took out some spirit tea in a very practiced manner before offering it to Wang Baol. This scene prompted Wang Baol to lift his teacup to take a sip, as well as ask out of curiosity, "Daobin, what does your family do?" "About that, my dad is the deputy city lord of our hometown, Phoenix City. To be honest, I have been frequently seeking my dad's help on how to do certain things," said Lu Daobin with a little embarrassment and awkwardness. "Deputy city lord? Wang Bao's eyes widened. He had a marvelous feeling rise up in him. Before he came to the Dao College, Phoenix City's deputy city lord had definitely been a major figure in Wang Bao's eyes. Now, such a major figure's son was under him. This made the marvelous feelings inside him become more intense. Ahem. Daobin, it's almost the holidays. Speaking of which, this is the first time I've been away from home for such a long period of time. I kind of miss Phoenix City. Wang Bao coughed dryly, feeling inexplicably pleased as he put down his teacup. Although our Phoenix City is small, it's a place with quite an abundance of treasures such as its local products. Head Prefect, I wasn't acquainted with you in the past, but for the vacation this time, you have to give me a chance to shine, Lu Daobin said immediately. In fact, he had no intention of taking up the career of an official, but ever since Wang Bao promoted him in the Dao College, he realized that being an inspector seemed to suit him even more, especially with him now having realized that whatever he had seen and learned from his father from a young age was bearing fruit ever since he became inspector. Wang Bao was very pleased hearing what Lu Daobin had to say. He smiled slightly and asked him more about the college discipline department before raising his teacup. This motion of lifting his tea was something he learned from his high officials' autobiographies. In it, Wang Bao discovered that many high officials seemed to enjoy drinking tea. From time to time, they would lift their teacup, and a lot of knowledge could be gained in between the time the teacup was lifted and placed down. Although he did not understand it completely, he felt that such an action brought out his stature. Therefore, he began mimicking it. When Lu Daobin noticed Wang Bao lifting the teacup, he was taken aback. He recalled the actions his father took when he was with his subordinates. He immediately understood that Wang Bao was done with exchanging pleasantries with him. Wang Bao was waiting for him to explain the reason for his appearance here. Therefore, he took out a package from his bag. He placed spirit stones, pills, and some daggers, which were not dermic artifacts, to the side. Head Prefect, after I became an inspector, many students came to gift me items. Some of these gifts are very valuable. In my fluster, I was unsure whether I should accept them or not. Accepting them makes me a little disturbed, but not accepting them makes me afraid that I'll disappoint their sincerity. Lu Daobin smiled wryly as he looked at Wang Bao, his eyes looking very candid. A hint of surprise flashed in Wang Bao's eyes. He had recently heard people at the college discipline department snitching about Lu Daobin accepting bribes. However, all Wang Bao did was take mental note of it and not question his subordinate. Now that he was seeing these items, Wang Bao's attitude toward Lu Daobin was that of satisfaction and approval. They're not overly valuable items. You should not disappoint the students given how sincere they are. Keep them. Wang Bao smiled as he lifted the teacup and placed it down again. Lu Daobin was observing Wang Bao's expression from the very beginning. When he saw Wang Bao's smile looking warmer than before, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had taken the right course of action. Hence, he cupped his fists and thanked Wang Bao. He took back half the items he had taken out, leaving behind 2 of the most valuable pills as he said, "Head Prefect, you aren't lacking in anything. I'm just offering a gift to you at the expense of others to show my sincerity as your subordinate. I will never forget how you saved me during the hallucination nexus test." He cupped his fists again. He raised the issue about the test once again since it was this matter that was the intrinsic reason for having a better relationship with Wang Bao than others. Oh! Wang Bao's eyes lit up. He felt that Lu Daobin seemed to be much wiser with his choice of words. Furthermore, he could learn things him. He felt that Lu Daobin's words especially comforted him, and he could tell the intent from them. He beamed even more as he raised his hand and pointed at Lu Daobin. "Sai, you can stop with your probes. Take them for yourself." Lu Daobin gave an embarrassed look but did not store away the items. He stood there and chatted with Wang Bao. As for Wang Bao, he did not tell to him to take away the gifts again either. After asking about Lu Daobin's studies and giving him a few words of encouragement, Wang Bao picked up his teacup again and sipped it. This time, it was a way to politely ask Lu Daobin to leave. Wang Bao felt that Lu Daobin must have learned the knowledge from his father and would likely know his intention. He was also very pleased with his ability at handling official situations. Head Prefect, I do have a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to something on account of my diligent hard work. Lu Daobin took a deep breath, as though he did not notice Wang Baol's intentions. He cupped his fists and gave a deep bow to Wang Baol. He picked up an empty ice spirit water and looked extremely earnest. Head Prefect, can you give me this bottle? What did you say? Wang Baol frowned immediately when he realized that Lu Daobin did not seem to have understood his intentions. But when he heard his request, he was also taken aback. He nearly spewed out the mouthful of tea while looking at Lu Daobin in a daze. Wang Baol never expected that Lu Daobin's serious request would be for an empty bottle. Lu Daobin quickly went forward to pat Wang Baol on the back as he spoke with a very earnest tone. Head Prefect, don't belittle this bottle. You might not be aware, but currently in Head Prefect Pavilion, and even in the Dermic Armament faculty, there are too many students who revere you greatly. After all, you are not only a talented person who managed to become Head Prefect in less than a year. More importantly, with the connivance of Jiang Lin, the inspectors abused their power, causing many of the students to fear them and not speak a word despite their anger. Furthermore, with you reforming the college discipline department, everyone appreciates it. Everyone wishes to rub off a bit of your otherworldly aura. If this bottle is taken out by me, everyone will go nuts for it. My trip here was actually due to a request from everyone. They wish for you will sell them the empty bottles and snack bags on account of how diligent they have been. Lu Daobin looked gingerly at Wang Baol after he finished his sentence. Wang Baol slowed down his breathing. He had seen many gift rejection instances from the high officials' autobiographies. All sorts of gifting methods had been used, but what Lu Daobin had done was a first. His expression could not help but turn odd as he pondered if it was something Lu Daobin had learned from his father. With this thought in mind, Wang Baol came to a greater realization that Lu Daobin's father was someone rather extraordinary. Head Prefect, please be sympathetic toward them and give them a chance. Lu Daobin had a look as if he was bemoaning the fate of all mankind. He bowed once again, looking as though he would not get up if he did not receive Wang Baol's agreement. Finally, under Lu Daobin's repeated pleas, Wang Baol finally sighed reluctantly. Fine. It's true I should not disappoint everyone. However, be sure not to make this a precedent. Also, Daobin, you must not disappoint everyone with matters in the college discipline department. Remember this well. Lu Daobin immediately turned excited as he quickly thanked and gave his confirmation. He thought to himself how useful the trick his father had taught him was. Next, he picked up the empty bottles and snack bags from the ground, as though they were treasures before leaving gratefully. Only when he left did Wang Baol suddenly stand up. He circled his cave abode a few times before taking out his tiny notebook, recording everything that Lu Daobin had used today. A talent, Lu Daobin is a talent. His father's abilities are even greater. He might one day become city lord. Wang Baol gave great approbation, feeling that he had widened his knowledge. Deep down, he enjoyed the feeling of being fawned upon, especially when the flattery was so ingeniously executed. It left Wang Baol even more satisfied. 3 days quickly passed. When Lu Daobin came again, he brought more than 10 pill bottles with him. These pills were meant to supplement one's memory. Although the effects were inferior to those that Zheng Liang had gifted, Wang Baol eagerly needed them. Wang Baol could not help but sigh once again upon seeing this. Lu Daobin was indeed a talent. His belief was that he could not disappoint such a talent, so a reward was needed. After some thought, Wang Baol suddenly spoke up just before Lu Daobin was about to leave. Daobin, investigate Sun Qifeng's case. Wang Baol had previously read about Sun Qifeng's case when he took over the college discipline department. It had contained detailed information and background of the person in question from when he was young, much of which was unknown to outsiders. His family ran an artifact refinement shop, and he came from an honest family. He had once been a student of the Dermic Armament faculty, but he had violated the Dao College's rules by stealing a recipe from the Dermic Armament faculty's treasure repository. This secret recipe contained the creation method of a particular spirit kernel. He had planned on handing over the recipe to his family clan after stealing it. After all, nearly all the artifact refinement recipes in the Federation were in the hands of the 4 great Dao colleges. Ethereal Dao College's dermic armament lineage was the best among the 4 great Dao colleges, so it contained an extremely huge number of recipes. Furthermore, there was a very strict confidentiality about them. Students that failed to reach a particular level had little chance of coming into contact with them. Even if they did, the knowledge was not to be spread externally. Although Sun Qifeng had stolen the recipe because he had some skill, he had not been fast enough to take it away before being discovered by the Spirit Stone's head prefect pavilion's inspectors. He had been remanded to the Spirit Stone's College Discipline Department, awaiting Wang Bao's final decision. As the recipe that was stolen was not particularly important, the matter's importance was variable. Back when Wang Bao read the case, he had immediately sensed that something was odd about it. However, his mind had not been with it, so he had paid no attention to it. He planned on getting his men to investigate the matter before fairly handling it. Now, with Lu Daobin being so sensible, he decided to hand the case to him. Handling such a case in the college discipline department represented power itself. When investigating Sun Qifeng, make sure to have a sense of propriety. Wang Bao gave Lu Daobin a look before lifting his teacup again. This time, he did not immediately place it down. Lu Daobin was pondering over Sun Qifeng's case that Wang Bao had mentioned when he noticed Wang Bao lift up his teacup. He immediately understood that Wang Bao was politely signaling for him to leave. He bade farewell and left. Wang Bao smiled smugly when he saw Lu Daobin's departing back. He felt that he had learned a lot from Lu Daobin. By fusing it with the high officials' autobiographies, he was already very adept in the art of handling subordinates. He took another look at the pills as he took them out one by one. After carefully studying to confirm that they had not been unsealed before and that there were no problems with them, he swallowed the pills with glee. In a good mood, he continued his memorization of inscriptions. Meanwhile, Lu Daobin, who had walked out of Wang Bao's cave abode, quickly contacted his father on the way back to his dormitory. His eyes lit up when his father pointed out the crux of the matter. So, the crux of what head prefect said was in his last sentence. Have a sense of propriety. Days later, Wang Bao had memorized about 70 to 80,000 inscriptions. The reason he was so fast had to do with the crystal memory pills and the memory enhancement pills Lu Daobin had given him. Although the effects of those pills were good, there were just not enough. It left Wang Bao depressed. Even as head prefect, there were not enough of these pills to go around even if he had spirit stones. Simultaneously, the students from the inscriptions hall had a high demand for them. Therefore, purchasing more was taking quite some time. Even if he used his authority as head prefect, he was unable to match the speed at which he expended the pills. Most importantly, Wang Bao understood that it was not a long-term solution since the Qi fostering art had explained that pills were only effective in the early stages. Things related to memory would quickly result in a drug resistance, and ultimately one had to rely on one's own hard work. It was only worth it if he could obtain pills that were even more effective, ones that could aid him in memorizing more than 100,000 inscriptions, even if they did have a limit. As such, he contacted Xianxia, but even Xianxia required time to obtain higher quality pills. However, he did tell Wang Bao that Ethereal City had an underground black market that he might be able to obtain some from. He also told Wang Bao the method to enter the underground black market. However, he finally warned Wang Bao that although spirit stones were a common currency in the black market, there were certain priceless treasures that one could only obtain through an exchange of goods. Also, he needed to hide his identity as that place was filled with all sorts of characters. If he was not careful, he might attract trouble. Just as Wang Bao was vexing over the problem of memorization, Lu Daobin came once again. The moment they met, he immediately came forward and spoke politely. Head Prefect, Sun Qifeng's case has been investigated thoroughly. There are indeed some problems with the case. What problems are there? Wang Bao put down the inscription dictionary in his hand and pressed his burgeoning forehead. Just as he was about to take a bottle of ice spirit water, he realized that Lu Daobin had already taken the initiative to hand him a bottle from his bag. Such a caring act left Wang Beol very pleased. This Sun Qifang is quite a pitiful person. It was only a trivial case of theft, and before he succeeded, he was caught. As a result, Jiang Lin used this as a way to extort half his Sun family's fortune. Jiang Lin threatened to send Sun Qifang to the Dao College's courts for internal judgment if his request was not met. Head Prefect, now that their family has heard that you have reformed the department, they took the initiative to seek me. They asked if we could be merciful on this matter. Head Prefect, what do you think about it? Asked Lu Daobin with a whisper. Wang Beol got a clearer picture of the situation after being briefed. He had a general guess about the case, and now that Lu Daobin had investigated and confirmed his conjecture, he came to a decision. Sun Qifang was indeed at fault, but Jiang Lin had gone too overboard. He sighed deeply and raised his head to speak to Lu Daobin. Sun Qifang is indeed at fault in this case. However, the punishment does not need to be so severe. Take disciplinary action on him and put him on probation in the college. He can be let off once he shows signs of rehabilitation. Head Prefect, you are strict and impartial. I'm impressed. Lu Daobin marveled as he cupped his fists. Lu Daobin's words delighted Wang Beol greatly. He slowly drank the ice spirit water on the table. Noticing that Wang Beol was in a good mood, Lu Daobin took a few steps forward and whispered into Wang Beol's ear. In order to express their gratitude, his family is willing to donate half a kilogram of 90% pure mystic silver sand to our college discipline department. Mystic silver sand? Wang Beol blinked. He knew about it. It was a kind of material that was often required in the refinement of high-quality dermic artifacts. He took another look at Lu Daobin and knew that Lu Daobin had received a form of bribery. However, Wang Beol had his own judgment of this case and knew that, even if Lu Daobin was biased, he would not dare twist facts. In addition, the Sun family was skilled at navigating about interpersonal relations. They had not given it in private to him, but instead gifted the college discipline department. Furthermore, he had already decided on handling the case impartially, so it was not a form of bribery or extortion. Therefore, he picked up the ice spirit water and considered his words before replying. Daobin, do you know the one thing I regret most in my life? It's becoming head prefect. I didn't want to become head prefect at all. That way, I would not encounter so many troubles. That way, I would have lots of time to study. Whatever, I'll leave the matter of the gifts to our college discipline department to you. However, make sure not to do it without thought. Everything has to be done justly, Wang Beol said with a sigh, as he swept Lu Daobin with his gaze. These words were things he had learned from the high officials' autobiographies. Lu Daobin hurriedly gave the affirmative to expression his loyalty, as well as indicate that he remembered Wang Beol's teachings. Wang Beol smiled before have a short chat with him. Finally, he yawned, to which Lu Daobin immediately understood. He respectfully took his leave. Once Lu Daobin was gone, Wang Beol sat there and finished the ice spirit water in his hand in one gulp. His mind was still ruminating over Sun Qifang's case. Although the case was settled, Wang Beol realized that the 4 great Dao colleges held a very high status in the Federation from this matter. The power a head prefect had over the students was enough to make a family clan enter a fix. Although it was not a big and powerful family clan, the general implications were enough to prove the extraordinary status the Dao College had. In fact, Wang Beol had heard of some of these matters in the past and knew that although the 4 great Dao colleges appeared separate, they were a complete system akin to the Federation. They were bound together for good or ill. It appeared like a massive entity and enjoyed an extremely high status in the Federation. Be it the former or present Federation president, they had come from the 4 great Dao colleges. There were even innumerable official positions that were helmed by graduates of the 4 great Dao colleges. It could even be said that more than half of the Federation's positions were part of the 4 great Dao colleges system. However, there was another party that maintained a balance within the Federation. They were the 17-member Senate. The 17 city lords of the 17 main cities formed the 17-member Senate. They could decide on the main governmental policies of the Federation and could restrict the Federation president. Of course, this also was intrinsically tied to one's cultivation and the number of experts. Although both parties seemed to balance each other, appearing united outwardly but divided at heart, there were other factions from all over the world that resembled nobles that forced them to be united. The noble-like factions had formed an independent system among themselves due to the history of the Beast Wars as well as their retrieval of the cosmic ancient swords fragments. Wang Baol paid attention to the news and knew that they were the Trillionaris Corporation, Galactic Dusk Sect, Plume Manifestation Khanate Sect, and the Five-Generation Sky Clan. These four factions seemed submissive to the Federation on the surface, acknowledging that they were part of the Federation, but in fact they were highly autonomous and were part of a separatist regime. Although any faction could not resist the Federation in its entirety, their combined forces was enough to make the Federation apprehensive. Now that he was head prefect, Wang Baol finally got a deeper understanding of this power. After some thought, he determined that the way he had dealt with the situation was fine and that he had a clear conscience. With that, he patted his belly in satisfaction and picked up the inscription dictionary to continue memorizing the inscriptions. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Lu Daobin came again, he brought with him the mystic silver sand. Each sand particle was resplendent and glaring to the eye. They appeared like gems when they caught the light and appeared extremely hard. After Wang Baol saw them, he felt that these items were extraordinary. Head Prefect, this mystic silver sand is given by the Sun family to thank the college discipline department for being impartial. Head Prefect, I shall defer its handling to you. Wang Baol took a look at the mystic silver sand and then back at Lu Daobin. There was a deep, knowing look in his eyes that made Lu Daobin somewhat nervous. Sweat began dripping from his forehead, and only after some time did Wang Baol say coolly, "Just this once." Upon hearing Wang Baol's words, Lu Daobin immediately gave the affirmative. He did not notice that his back was already wet. Wang Baol's cold gaze had given him immense pressure. He knew that Wang Baol was acutely aware of the dealings he had with the Sun family. Although he had benefited from the Sun family, he had investigated the matter justly and did not show partiality for Sun Qifeng. He gradually understood Wang Baol's principles and knew that Wang Baol's principles were different from his father's judgment. He had made a mistake from the very beginning. Wang Baol's mention of propriety was that he had to go by established norms while doing the investigation and not ask for bribes. When he came to this realization, Lu Daobin drew a deep gasp. He looked at Wang Baol with an even deeper sense of reverence. He knew how to act in the future. Wang Baol did not take all of the mystic silver sand. Instead, he divided a portion for Lu Daobin so that he could give it to the rest of the college discipline department. After sending off Lu Daobin, Wang Baol did not look at the mystic silver sand. He knew that such refinement materials were not of much practical use to him for the time being. What I need the most now are some high-quality memory supplements. Wang Baol thought for a moment and decided to take some of the mystic silver sand to exchange them for better pills at the underground black market. To do exchanges in the black market, one needed to conceal one's identity to prevent any unnecessary trouble. Wang Baol was cognizant of such common knowledge. Therefore, he disguised himself and left the Dao College. On the way, he looked down at his figure and scratched his head. This won't do. My figure is too slim. It's easy for others to recognize me. The vexed Wang Baol gritted his teeth and found a store to buy a set of tight clothing. After putting it on, he felt that the effects were not particularly effective with his flesh bound tightly inside his clothes. It's time to lose weight. Wang Baol was somewhat vexed. He felt that he was the person hardest on himself when it came to losing weight, but he could not slim down for some reason. No, I will continue to lose weight from tomorrow. Wang Baol's eyes effused a look of determination. He bought another 7 or 8 sets of clothes and wore all of them. Finally, he disguised his figure completely and finally wore a loose robe. From his body's shape, even someone familiar would hardly be able to recognize him at a glance. However, it was just so tight that Wang Baol found it difficult to breathe. But in order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he put up with it. He found a mask to wear as his entire person changed drastically, and he rushed for the underground black market. From today forth, I will not eat meals. I'll be dieting. On the way, Wang Baol walked very stiffly, afraid that he would burst his tight clothes accidentally. Therefore, he resolved once again to lose weight. However, the moment he made up his mind, he could not help but pause when he passed by a snacks shop. This is... Wang Baol licked his lips as he looked at the advertisement stand placed outside the shop. There was a poster hung on it that showed the latest snacks. He struggled for a moment. Since I start dieting tomorrow, it shouldn't matter if I buy some more today. With this in mind, Wang Baol quickly bought a few bags. He walked as he ate, and when he finished it, the satisfied him had arrived at the underground black market. The pill exchange process went smoothly. Soon, Wang Baol had exchanged for a sufficient number of high-quality pills and left the black market. As he walked in the bustling, ethereal city to find a place to take off his tight clothes, he suddenly heard a scream from further down the street he was on. "Quick, dodge! Heavens! How can you drive a cruiser like that? It's falling!" The shouts came from countless passers-by on the road. The yells in the sky were piercing to the ears as Wang Baol quickly looked over after recovering from his shock. He saw a cruiser emitting thick smoke and plummeting straight to the ground as though it had lost control. The cruiser was too fast. Even though people fled in panic, there was still some people who failed to dodge in time. One of them was a 7- or 8-year-old girl who was carrying a backpack. She stood rooted to the ground in fear. Before she could even cry, the cruiser had plummeted right down at her. Even though the young girl did not suffer a direct hit, her body was battered and bruised. Immediately, she was covered in blood as she flew out, and by the time she landed on the ground, she was barely breathing. The bloody face made the hearts of everyone who saw her tremble. The crowd who saw the scene broke out into an angry uproar. When Wang Baol rushed over and saw all of this, his expression changed. Rage filled his eyes when he noticed the people walking out from the crashed cruiser. Although the cruiser had plummeted to the ground, damaging several of the surrounding buildings and leaving a deep crater in the ground, its surface did not appear damaged. The door to the cruiser had opened and 4 youths walked out of it. The 4 of them were wearing Ethereal Dao College student robes, and from the logos on their clothing, they were students of the Dermic Armament faculty. The moment they appeared, the angry mob around them drew gasps. None of them dared speak loudly. Instead, they murmured in discussion. After all, Ethereal Dao College was one of the 4 great Dao colleges of the Federation. Furthermore, it was connected to Ethereal City. Many of the students who graduated would take up positions in the various departments in the Federation. Such a Dao college had an unimaginably strong heritage. It would have been fine if the accident involved them, but now, with the accident having nothing much to do with them, the crowd did not wish to cross the students verbally. Also, it was clear at a glance that the 4 youths came from quite spectacular backgrounds. The 4 youths who walked out of the cruiser completely ignored the crowd. They were even chatting jubilantly as though nothing had happened. They had also seen the girl that their cruiser had sent flying, but they thought nothing of her. One of them casually lifted his voice transmission ring and gave a few instructions after making the connecting call. "Something happened. Help us deal with it." With that said, he looked at the students beside him and sighed. "Huang Jing, do you know how to drive a cruiser? That is Han Lu's graduation work. What do you think about this matter, Han Lu?" "Zhang Lan, isn't it all because you nudged me? But then again, Han Lu, I'm sorry about this." The youth named Huang Jing shrugged his shoulders with a wry smile. The youth named Han Lu, who was being looked at by the other 2, had a dark and heavy expression. He quickly walked to the cruiser, where he examined the damage, before he turned his head in contempt to look at the barely breathing girl. "It's nothing major. It just got stained by a bit of blood. Rubbing it off will do." They pretended as though the crowd didn't exist, and their attitude toward the bloody girl was of complete indifference. Immediately, the surrounding crowd fumed, but they could only put up with it when they saw Ethereal Dao College robes they donned. All of this was seen by Wang Baol. The anger in him grew. From Zhang Lin's case, he knew that the college was not some safe space, but he had never imagined that Ethereal Dao College students thought so little of innocent lives. In addition, they placed themselves above ordinary people because of their status as Dao College students. This scene added an additional coldness to Wang Baol's fuming gaze. Just as he was about to take a few steps forward, a spectator beside him held him back out of goodwill and murmured, "Don't go over. They are people from Ethereal Tao College. Once they graduate, each one of them will be an elite. Furthermore, from how they appear fearless, it's clear that their family clan is powerful. They are not people we can provoke." Wang Bao's expression was grim and solemn underneath his mask. He gently struggled free from the person and continued walking straight forward. He did not walk toward the 4 Ethereal Tao College students and instead came to the girl. As he looked at her blood-covered face, his body trembled slightly. He pressed down on the barely breathing child, directed spirit chi into her body, and said gently, "Little girl, don't be afraid. You will be fine." With that said, Wang Bao took out some of the pills he had bought from the alchemy faculty back then and fed them to her. "Brother, I'm in pain. I'm so scared. I want mommy." The girl had been in shock previously, but now, having seen Wang Bao and heard his gentle voice, she immediately cried. Her voice was weak, as though she could not last much longer. "Little girl, don't be afraid. You will be fine." Wang Bao stroked the girl's head and increased the amount of spirit chi he injected. While treating the girl's wounds, he placed even more pills in her mouth. Although her injury was heavy, the recuperation pills the alchemy faculty refined were very miraculous for ordinary mortals. Soon, the girl's injuries took a turn for the better. Under Wang Bao's nourishing spirit chi, she gradually fell asleep. Meanwhile, the 4 youths who had alighted from the cruiser smiled when they saw this happen, as though they felt that the matter had been settled. Therefore, they began engaging in banter while planning to turn and leave. Even Zhang Lan, who had previously sent a voice transmission for manpower, took out his voice transmission ring and said that there was no need for their presence. This contemptuous act, to the point of not even apologizing, made all the spectators burn with anger. Although none of them dared berate them in public, it was obvious from their eyes. This scene similarly infuriated Wang Bao. His fury was set alight as he carried the girl closer to the spectating crowd and put her down gently. He turned to look coldly at the few Ethereal Tao College students and said in a deep voice, "Stop!" Wang Bao's voice was ice-cold. There was no courtesy in his words as he shouted what the crowd did not dare say. When has Ethereal Tao College admitted such scum that are devoid of conscience? The moment Wang Bao said that sentence, the 4 students who were prepared to leave came to a halt. They turned to look coldly at Wang Bao. Zhang Lan, who had sent a voice transmission to his family clan, clearly had the hottest temper. He immediately walked toward Wang Bao. "Who are you? Do you have a death wish? How dare you scold me? I'm Ethereal Tao College's dermic armament." Zhang Lan's tone was unfriendly. As he grumbled, he approached to push Wang Bao. But before he finished his sentence, Wang Bao instantly raised his right hand and grabbed the youth's finger. While fuming in anger, he showed no mercy and bent the finger before raising his foot to aim at his knee and kicking it. A crack sounded instantly as a sharp cry that did not sound human was uttered from the youth's mouth. He felt an excruciating pain as he stumbled more than 10 hops away on one foot before collapsing to the ground. This scene left the hearts of the surrounding crowd stirring. Heavens, he actually dared attack Ethereal Tao College's students. This masked guy is in big trouble. It's so rare to see people rising gallantly to the occasion these days. This person is too foolish. The crowd gasped one after another. The expressions of the 3 Ethereal Tao College students changed as they immediately drew their weapons and circulated their cultivation. "Who are you? How gutsy you are. We are from Ethereal Tao College. We are dermic armament faculty students. If you dare resort to violence, we will make you regret living in this world." The trio was alarmed and furious. As they bellowed angrily, Wang Bao sneered. Others might have been afraid of Ethereal Tao College students, but he wasn't. Just as he was about to attack, a shout was heard nearby. The crowd quickly parted as more than 10 strong men in combat attire charged forward. In front of the men was an elder. He had a pulse enrichment cultivation level, and his eyes had a sharp glint to them. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Zhang Lan wailing on the ground. Immediately, his expression changed. "Young master!" the elder yelled as he rushed forward to help him up. The strongmen behind him looked menacingly at Wang Baol as they quickly surrounded him. They had almost arrived back when they received the voice transmission. Therefore, they did not return but instead continued rushing over. As the elder saw that his young lord's finger was purplish-black and twisted, obvious that it had been snapped, he immediately raged. He looked up with killing intent and shouted coldly, "How dare you to resort to violence in broad daylight?" After the elder said that, Zhang Lan, who had his finger broken from Wang Baol's bending, shouted at his subordinates with a distorted expression while sweating profusely from the pain, "What are you waiting for? Beat him to death. It hurts so badly." When the four strongmen heard that, they charged straight for Wang Baol fiercely. The three ethereal Dao college students also heaved a sigh of relief. They had been alarmed by Wang Baol's attack as well. Now that their schoolmate's family was here, they looked at Wang Baol with derision. Wang Baol's fury was not appeased. Be it in the Dao College or at the Freestyle Fight Club, he had held back when he fought apart from fighting the Fight Club's young mistress. But now, in his rage, a cold glint flashed in Wang Baol's eyes when the men approached him. He suddenly took one step forward. He gave a direct punch that seemed to tear space itself. It landed on a strongman's body, and he spewed out blood. His body bent like a shrimp as his entire being was sent flying. Wang Baol did not stop. He raised his right foot and swept it. With two thuds, another two strongmen spewed out mouthfuls of blood before landing unconscious from receiving a direct kick. It was this moment that the other men had come close, but Wang Baol was just too fast. Turning around, he grabbed a person's wrist and cleanly twisted it before raising his right foot to kick another person in the crotch ruthlessly. As Wang Baol walked forward, not one of the 10 strongmen managed to last more than a few seconds. Amid the shock of the crowd, they collapsed to the ground, groaning incessantly in pain. A cold glint flashed in the pulse enrichment realm elder's eyes. He charged forward at the instant Wang Baol turned around. He raised his right hand, which produced a tiger's roar. It even appeared as though a ferocious black tiger had appeared around the elder. But at the instant the elder came close, Wang Baol's devouring seed instantly activated even though his body was sideways. A stunning suction force immediately influenced the surroundings, forming an invisible vortex. The elder's expression changed as his body changed direction involuntarily. By then, Wang Baol had already turned around, his right hand raised to grab the elder's wrist. With a crack, the elder's wrist was suddenly snapped as he cried out in pain. Wang Baol kicked the elder in the crotch using extreme force. With a boom, the elder spewed out a mouthful of blood. Even his crotch bled as he was sent flying before he landed on the ground convulsing. This scene left the onlookers holding their breaths. They were shocked stiff. Wang Baol had been extremely fast in his battle with the elder. It was also very straightforward and extremely ruthless. They could not help but be stunned. The three students widened their eyes as well. As for Zhang Lan, who had his finger broken, he was pale in the face. His eyes were filled with horror as he was crawling backwards. However, Wang Baol appeared next to him in one step. He stepped on the youth's twisted finger, and as the youth cried out, Wang Baol said lightly, "Apologize." This word seemed to transform into a force when Wang Baol said it. It made the blood that coursed through the surrounding crowd's bodies speed up as intense looks appeared in their eyes. They knew that Wang Baol was seeking justice for the girl by demanding an apology. They did not have the ability to do such things, but having seen someone do it, they immediately became excited. Ardor and zeal coursed through their blood as they looked at the youth who had his fingers stepped on. "Stop. No matter who you are in big trouble. How dare you resort to violence for such a trivial matter?" The other three ethereal Dao college students nearby were panicking. They growled at Wang Baol as a front to hide their timidness. As for Zhang Lan, whose fingers were stepped on by Wang Baol, he clenched his teeth hatefully to endure the pain while glaring at Wang Baol. If gazes could kill, Wang Baol would have long been dead. "How smug of you to bully us. You can be smug now. You are strong just because you have cultivated a few years more than us, but our future is different. In a few years, you will be nothing in front of us." Zhang Lan's eyes were extremely vicious. As he hissed for breath through his clenched teeth, he enunciated each word hatefully. I've seen many instances of people like you. Do you dare kill us? This is Ethereal City. We are from Ethereal Dao College. Prepare to be arrested. As for the few of us, even if we have done wrong, it should be Ethereal Dao College that questions us. An irrelevant person like you has no right to order me. With that said, the vicious look in Zhang Lan's eyes turned even more intense. I do not have the right? Wang Baol looked at the contemptuous youth and the trio that appeared afraid but felt contempt toward him deep down. He nodded. Then, does being Spirit Stone's Hall Head Prefect of Ethereal Dao College's Dermic Armament faculty give me the right? When Wang Baol said that, he took off his mask, and as he flexed his body, the tight clothes beneath his robes tore apart, revealing his rotund figure once again. You? Head Prefect? Impossible! The instant Wang Baol said those words and took off his mask, the three Dermic Armament faculty students screamed like they had seen in a ghost. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as the color in their faces drained completely. As though they had lost all their strength, they stumbled to the ground. As for the contemptuous-looking Zhang Lan, his entire body began trembling. He constantly gasped for air as his pupils dilated. The thoughts of his brave front from before were immediately overturned by tumultuous perturbations throughout his psyche as he exclaimed in shock. Wang Baol! Their breathing became stifled while their expressions changed constantly at an unprecedented rate. They felt shock and horror so intense that it was indescribable. As Dao College students, they were unafraid of anyone. They could even ignore the officials of Ethereal City. But Wang Baol was different. He was head prefect of the Dermic Armament faculty. He held power over their fates. And of all people, they had bumped right into Wang Baol. When they recalled their vicious words at Wang Baol and recalled the rumors about Wang Baol in the Dermic Armament faculty, they immediately trembled as though they had lost half their lives. They lamented deep in their hearts as they felt faint. The servants around them were appalled as well. Even the elder who had been kicked in the crotch was struggling to regain his consciousness. Upon seeing this scene, he drew a gasp and fainted once again. Despite his vicious thoughts, he could not even muster the thought of revenge. He was even worried that Wang Baol would exact revenge on him. After all, his young master was a student of the Dao College. That's the head prefect. The onlookers were also shocked by the sudden turn of events. Their minds were abuzz as they watched in shock, mouths agape. The reversal was so jarring that went beyond their imagination. Wang Baol continued stepping on Zhanglan's finger as he asked calmly, Now, do I have the right to make you apologize? Before Zhanglan, who had his finger broken, could speak, the other three Ethereal Dao College students immediately got up and rushed over to the girl and quickly apologized. Little girl, sorry. We did not do it intentionally. Little girl, please forgive us. The three students were desperate as their voices trembled. They were regretting their actions deeply, for they knew very well the repercussions of being caught by Wang Baol. Now, they were feeling anxious as their faces were brimming with tears. As for Zhanglan, whose fingers were still being stepped on by Wang Baol, he even forgot the pain in his horror. He hurriedly apologized. All his arrogance had vanished the moment Wang Baol took off his mask. As for compensation, he immediately roared at the men beside him. He immediately got them to find the best hospital and best doctors for the girl. Furthermore, the girl's parents were to be located and given the greatest compensation. The men also looked reverently at Wang Baol. After obtaining Wang Baol's approval, they ran off and carefully carried the girl, sending her to the hospital at the fastest speed possible. Wang Baol believed that they would not dare pull any cheap tricks later on. After all, the quartet's future and fate could be determined at a snap of his finger. The four of you, do you want me to drag you back to the college discipline department after I beat the living crap out of you? Or do you want to follow me obediently? Make your choice. Wang Baol grunted coldly as he walked toward the Dao College with his arms behind his back. The four exchanged looks and saw the horror and bitterness in each other's eyes. They could only bite the bullet and get up, following Wang Baol with ashen faces. They couldn't even be bothered with the cruiser. They felt shaken the entire journey as they followed Wang Bail back to Dermic Armament Peak. At the Spirit Stones Hall's College Discipline Department, they did not dare resist before being sent to the cells. Wang Bail planned to punish them severely for this matter. Furthermore, as Spirit Stones Hall's head prefect, he had not paid too much attention to such matters since he took office, but this was the first case where he had personally made an arrest. Be it Lu Daobin or the other inspectors, they knew very well that Wang Bail was truly furious about the matter and that he would make this case ironclad after they investigated. In addition, there were many witnesses for this case. Therefore, the Dao College only needed to follow the procedures before the matter was sent to the Dao College's internal courts, leaving it to them to handle the matter. As for the punishment, Wang Bail directly offered his preference: expulsion. This sort of extremely vile case, for which he had made the arrest personally while providing ample evidence, was a very difficult matter to suppress even if the vice-chancellor wanted to do so. In summary, Wang Bail's preference was the ultimate outcome. Soon, this matter spread in the Dermic Armament faculty. No student wasn't alarmed after hearing the news. As they told themselves not to do something similar in the future, many of them cursed. They were naturally not cursing Wang Bail, but the scum that had marred the reputation of the Dermic Armament faculty. This news also quickly spread on the Spirit Internet, winning the kudos from many. After all, arrogance like the quartets was not common in the Dao College. Against such methods that incurred the wrath of both men and gods, they naturally had their own judgment. Simultaneously, Wang Bail's fame spread once again because of this matter. There were even many girls who felt more affectionate toward Wang Bail after catching wind of the matter. This was especially so for the young women in the alchemy faculty. After hearing that Wang Bail had used their pills to save someone, all of them sent Wang Bail voice transmission inquiries. There were even bold ones who directly asked him out on a date. As for the 4 students' family, they also turned anxious when they caught wind of the news. They tried their best to get envoys to ask for his mercy, but Wang Bail simply ignored them. Helpless, they sought the aid of Lu Daobin and the other inspectors, but knowing Wang Bail's attitude on this matter, none of them dared accept any bribes and rejected the requests categorically. Eventually, the family of the 4 students went to the inscription's head prefect, Chao Kuan. That night, in Spirit Colonel Hall's head prefect pavilion, its head prefect, Lin Tianhao, was sampling some spirit tea as he held an ancient scroll. Standing beside him was inscription's head prefect Chao Kuan, who was whispering to him. Brother Lin, the others can be ignored but Zhang Lan. His family clan is willing to offer a 5th-grade numinous treasure. Upon hearing the words numinous treasure, Lin Tianhao looked up slightly with a thoughtful expression. One had to know that 1st and 2nd grades were known as dermic artifacts. From the 3rd to 6th grade, they were known as numinous treasures. At the 7th grade, they were considered dermic armaments. It could be said numinous treasures were already very valuable, much less a 5th-grade numinous treasure. Even he was moved. Therefore, he took out his voice transmission ring and directly asked the vice-chancellor about a particular matter. He then lowered it and smiled faintly. The Dao College's motion against the head prefects will begin in a few days with the dermic armament faculty as a trial. This Wang Bail has been doing quite a bit recently. It's time for him to take a rest, Lin Tianhao said as he lifted the spirit tea. He discovered that there wasn't much water in it, and before he put it down, Chao Kuan had filled it to the brim with hot water. When the time comes, we will just release Zhang Lan and the rest. Lin Tianhao smiled as he looked in the direction of the Spirit Stones Hall with a contemptuous expression. Chao Kuan immediately turned excited when he heard that. Time flew, and 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Wang Bail was absorbed in memorizing the inscriptions with the help of the pills bought with the mystic silver sand from the black market. With the high-quality pills, Wang Bail was finally able to memorize 150,000 inscriptions. But he felt like dying. At this point, after having scratched his head swollen, Wang Bail took out his snacks to eat. However, upon taking out the bag of snacks, he found that they were covered with inscriptions, and the illusion sent him into a daze. What is happening? Wang Bail blinked furiously to clear his blurred vision. Before his eyes, the bag of snacks seemed to return to normal. Dazed, Wang Bail took some potato chips out of bag of snacks, but when he glanced at them, his eyes widened suddenly. How can there be inscriptions on these potato chips too? Unless I have supernatural powers. Frightened, Wang Bail wondered if there was something wrong with him, as he was even seeing inscriptions on his snacks. In his panic, Wang Bail picked up the ice spirit water to calm his nerves. However, it seemed that even on the bottle, there were countless inscriptions swimming on the surface. This scene shocked Wang Bail. He stood up quickly but suddenly felt dizzy. In his vision, he could see even more inscriptions leading from the wall to the terrace. When he looked around, the sky, the earth, the grass, the trees, and even the air were filled with inscriptions. This scene caused Wang Bail to realize that it was not because he had supernatural powers, but because he had memorized too many inscriptions and eaten too many pills that he had started to experience the negative side effects described in the second half of the Chi fostering arts. He was starting to hallucinate. Heavens! These inscriptions are going to drive me crazy. His head spinning, Wang Bail realized that during this period of time, other than going out a few times, he had spent most of his time taking pills and memorizing. Having to memorize the 150,000 Tao inscriptions, he had relied on the combined power of the pills collected in his head. This had taken a huge toll on him mentally, and he had gradually begun to hallucinate. In this spirit inception era, it was not uncommon to have students of the dermic armament faculty driven mad while memorizing these inscriptions. After all, such shocking memorization work was extremely horrifying. Even with words, those in common usage were only a few thousand. The sum of 150,000 was so large that it was like memorizing the words of many different languages. 1,000 years ago, this feat would not have been possible. However, with the arrival of the spirit inception era and the ubiquitous Chi fostering art, humans' bodies and minds had undergone metamorphosis. As such, the impossible had become possible. Nevertheless, the inscriptions and words still had their differences. However, even though they were different, if one did not look carefully, it was difficult to tell them apart. As such, this made the memorization exponentially more difficult, especially as one needed to understand the different meanings. Each inscription had a different effect, so Wang Bail felt like he was going mad memorizing the inscriptions. Even though his feat could not be considered amazing in the dermic armament faculty, what made Wang Bail the most dispirited was the fact that while he could memorize 150,000 inscriptions, 1 person out of 10 would be able to match him. After all, among the students who were able to enter the 4 main Dao colleges, there were many top students. Furthermore, he had yet to match these inscriptions. After all, this involved the study of spirit kernels. Otherwise, it would have been far more difficult. In addition, with the appearance of the hallucinations, Wang Bail was even more terrified of taking more pills. He was worried that if he continued to memorize as before, he would really go mad. When he remembered that he had yet to become the Federation president, Wang Bail felt that he definitely had to stay sane. At the same time, he could not resist imagining how he would not be able to control his weight if he went mad. Then he would definitely have to reunite with his fatso forefathers. At this thought, he imagined himself drooling and stupidly memorizing inscriptions with the fatso forefathers. Stop thinking about it. Wang Bail shuddered violently and exhaled. Feeling like he could not continue this way, he paused for a moment before picking up the second half of the Chi fostering art and flipping through it. While memorizing 100,000 inscriptions fits the basic requirements of the inscriptions hall, I should stop memorizing and begin studying spirit kernels first. By matching both of them, won't the effect be even better? Wang Bail felt that this was a good idea, so he immediately started to research spirit kernels. The study of spirit kernels was the skill of carving the inscriptions onto the spirit stones. One needed to practice thoroughly before mastering the skill, while remembering a massive number of spirit kernel formulations. These spirit kernel formulations recorded the method of matching the different inscriptions. Through matching and carving practice, one would finally refine a spirit kernel. It might have sounded easy, but in actual fact it was difficult to learn. However, to Wang Bail, as long as he did not need to memorize the inscriptions, he was willing to do anything else. Thus, with this research, he took out the spirit stones and started practicing his carving. Just like that, the days passed. Under this painful study, Wang Bail continually tried to find various ways of studying, but his results never seemed to improve. Just as he reached his breaking point of depression, where he hoped he could have ripped the book of Qi fostering art, there were suddenly rumors traveling about Ethereal Dao College. These rumors were related to the head prefects. It painted a vivid picture of how the four main Dao colleges were successively reforming their head prefect systems. Because of the old rules, this gave the head prefects alarming powers. As each had their own administration, each faculty was in a state of disunity. As they were too divided, it was unlikely for them to unite, so a complete reshuffle was necessary. To put it simply, changing the system meant establishing a head prefect assembly in every faculty. Each head prefect had the power of one vote, and through a vote, the majority would manage their faculty's college discipline department. Among the four main Dao colleges, White Deer Dao College had already started implementing the new regulations. As for the other three, White Deer Branch College, Holy River Dao College, and Ethereal Dao College, they would have to choose a faculty as a starting point. Once it succeeded, it would begin to be implemented throughout the Lower Academy Island. The rumors had spread quickly, immediately eliciting many opinions. Even though it was only a rework of the head prefect system, in actual fact, a small segment would affect the large parts. The moment the head prefect changed, it would affect the college discipline department and all students. Among the numerous discussions, each faculty's head prefects grew impatient. They each used their own networks to learn about the news. Even though Wang Bail was in seclusion memorizing his inscriptions, the moment Lu Daobin and the others heard about the rumors, they grew nervous and went to look for Wang Bail to find out more. When Wang Bail heard about the situation, he was also stunned. Rubbing the area between his brows, he asked Zhang Liang about the rumors. However, while Zhang Liang was shrewd, he did not know much about the situation either. Just as the whole Dao College was paying close attention to the situation, and just as all the faculty's head prefects were at different levels of nervousness, the Chancellor made an announcement to the whole Dao College, confirming that there would be a rework of the head prefect system. The original head prefect system will be abolished, and it would be changed to the head prefect assembly voting system. This measure starts with the Dermic Armament faculty. The moment the announcement went out, the students from the other faculties let out sighs of relief. As for the students of the Dermic Armament faculty, they were all very much shaken, and any observant person could see that the Dermic Armament faculty would be thrown into chaos. As for Lu Daobin and the others, they were extremely worried after hearing the announcement. For Wang Bail, this kind of assembly system was extremely disadvantageous. Wang Bail received the news immediately. At the same time, Zhang Liang had also heard through the grapevine and sent a voice transmission to Wang Bail. Junior brother Bail, you have to be careful. I heard that this pilot program was originally meant for the TRAPS faculty. But due to the application of the Spirit Colonel Hall's head prefect, Lin Tianhao, and the Vice-Chancellor's strong support, this plan was changed to the Dermic Armament faculty. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, Wang Bail's expression changed. This situation was too sudden, and before Wang Bail could think of any countermeasures, a strange voice suddenly emitted from his voice transmission ring. Spirit Stone's head prefect, Wang Bail. I am Spirit Colonel Hall's head prefect, Lin Tianhao. Following the Chancellor's instructions, please arrive at Spirit Colonel Head Prefect Pavilion early tomorrow morning for our first head prefect meeting. This was Lin Tianhao's first time speaking to Wang Bail. His voice was calm and emotionless, but there was a strange coercive power to it. It seemed as though it had emerged from the voice transmission ring and reverberated throughout Wang Bail's cave abode.